Day 2 of the Young People for Civic Engagement Summit. I'm going to jam out for a little bit before we get started.
Suffocating, lonely in the crowd. I'm surrounded by all the screens of their lives, screaming into space to drown them out. I felt down so low, found nowhere to go, but I know you wait for me. You wait for me. So far out of sight, slipped into the white, but I know you wait for me. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight.
Hope you all enjoyed day 1. We're about to get into day 2. I'm going to jam out before we get started. We're going to be getting started here in about 30 minutes.
I just wanna fade out, somewhere we can shut the world away. I'm ready to hide, far from the fallout. They won't find us in the paradise we'll make. I fell down so low, found nowhere to go, but I know you wait for me. You wait for me. So far out of sight, slipped into the white, but I know you wait for me. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight, 'cause I've been hypnotized by the lights. But I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. Yeah, it's taking time to realize, but I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. I'm coming.
Lost time, could've saved my life, putting me in like a tie-dye. Feel the energy rise.
Welcome again, everyone.
Too late.
This is day 2 of Young People for Civic Engagement Summit. We're going to get started here at about 1.
Ooh, you can't deny that you wanna stay.
Our first conversation will be on COVID-19 and power. You don't want to miss that. We're going to be starting here in about 25 minutes. Hope you enjoy this music before we get started.
If you want, just say you want. 'Cause when I hold you, I feel you more. I don't like red lights, just might take it to the edge, baby. Girl, I'll jump, you fly, I'm falling, baby, 'cause you're shy. I don't even need the moonlight, pulling me in like a tie-dye. Got your energy now, girl. Ooh, you can't deny that you wanna stay. I can't see this working any other way.
Once again, we're about to get started here at 1. We've got about 20 minutes. Our first conversation will be on COVID-19 and power. You don't want to miss it.
Staring at two different views on your window ledge.
Hope you all enjoyed day 1. I'm excited to be here with you again. This is day 2.
There you go with you floating down a bushy world. It's like I'm always causing problems, causing hell. I didn't mean to put you through this like a turtle. We gonna sweep this under the carpet. I hope that I can turn back the time to make it all alright for us. I promise to build a new world for us two with you. I promise to build a new world for us
for you. I'm more than enough for loving you. Yeah, we can spend no time. I think that this chemistry we have ain't no going back. I need you to come to your senses. Don't be reckless, babe. Can't be fun if things got senseless. Don't be reckless. I'm only a second. You probably be a lesson. Instagram and follow you, but you didn't even answer. Why'd even bother to try to be a lover? Summer ain't just playing you in the blue cover. Break down. People think you're safe for the summer.
Once again, we're just about to get started. About 20 minutes, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the music.
Found some appetite. I wanna feel now. What's the best for me, cause I'm a man now. I'ma need a body just to back it up. Shaking on the public cat things till the sun's down. What's the skill now? From the east side to the west side, down to the countryside. See me coming at you, can't looking like a man. I got all my secrets on free. Yeah, would you give me chances to improve how you visualize men in general? Yeah, something's in me that you wanna move. By my side to see the way you're coming through. Give me that love, give me that way, give me that way, look at me. Give me that love, give me that way, give me something I need. I'm only a second, you would be a lesson. Instagram and follow you, but you didn't even answer. Why'd even bother to try to be a lover? Summer ain't just playing you with the blue cover. Break down. Being back here safe for the summer. When I should've found some danger. Being back here safe for the night. This night, found some appetite.
Hope you all are enjoying the music. So we have an amazing agenda for today. You don't want to miss it. And be sure to check out Young People 4's Instagram page at Young People 4. Be sure to head over that way. If you want to see the agenda for the day, just go to Young People 4's Instagram page. Hope you guys are enjoying these jams. We're about to get started here in about 15 minutes. So, also, if you want, you can tag me, DJ Kara, DJ.Kara, if you guys are vibing out to this music. And let me know if you like it. We're going to be getting started in about 15 minutes once again. But I'm just going to play some music before we get started. And if you're vibing out, you're enjoying it, feel free to tag me, DJ Kara, on Instagram. And also tag Young People 4. If you guys want to know what's going to be happening today, all you got to do is go to Young People 4's Instagram to see the schedule. We have a really cool conversation coming up. COVID-19 Empower. It's going to be starting at 1. So you don't want to miss that. Definitely don't want to miss that. I have a pretty cool one coming up. I love this jam. I hope you know it. It's a really awesome throwback. It's one of my favorites. I hope you're vibing. I hope you're enjoying this music. Let me know if you recognize this one.
You wanna go and do that, love? Now why you wanna go and do that and do that? Now why you wanna go and do that, love? Now why you wanna go and do that and do that? Now why you wanna go and do that, love? Now why you wanna go and do that and do that? Now why you wanna go and do that, love? Now why you wanna go and do that and do that and do that? You always seem to go that you don't know what you've got to miss. You always seem to go that you don't know what you've got to miss. You always seem to go that you don't know what you've got to miss.
I hope you're dancing wherever you are.
You don't know what you've got to miss. Have a feeling, now thinking that you are the one I was supposed to be when you know how I'm wishing, thinking and dreaming about you and the love that ever let you know where
Once again, we're going to be getting started in about 10 minutes, right at 1. Thank you guys all for being here.
Thank you for that love. Come with me again. So would you give me a chance?
This is day 2. Thank you all for being here. This is day 2. We're going to be getting started here soon. All right. So if you want to know the schedule for today, all you have to do is go to the Young People 4's Instagram account, Young People 4 at Young People 4. Check out the schedule. If you like the music, please feel free to also tag me. I'd appreciate that. We're going to be getting started here in about 10 minutes. Our first conversation is going to be about COVID-19 and power. You don't want to miss it. Definitely don't. I'm excited to be here with you all again today on day 2.
Body's talking, baby. Lost in conversation, I stay cruising. So here we go.
This is the jam.
I just wanna take it slow.
It's called Cruisin' by Snakehead. If you want to check it out. Once again, we are going to be getting started.
Hey, baby, what's the problem?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
We got a lot in common. And I'ma be around when you call me. No. Hey, man, want me to flex on you? Brent, spend a check on you. And you get anything that you want if you come with me. No lie. Only you giving me mixed signals. Switching sides. Why can't we just meet in the middle? Call me when you cruise. I do. Don't give me excuses. I do. Your body's talking, baby. I'm lost in conversation. I stay cruising. So here we go.
I just wanna take it slow. We're cruising all the night. Hey, anywhere you wanna go. So we're cruising all the night.
Hope you're dancing wherever you are and enjoying the music. I'm excited to be here again with you all.
We can go hours on hours. We can go hours on hours. We can go hours on hours.
I love this next one as well. Such a jam. I love this jamming out with you all here before we get started.
Blessings we send to the ghetto youth, them where I take the thing high from low. Boy, them a pre me up on my spliff, me not care for no bad mind. I shine like the jewel in the chain, no gain till the blessings fall in me right hand. Straight up in right hand. Man, I lick 2 shots in the air, we no fear, we no care for the hype man. Uno can't watch no face of the bad mind people. Breathing on my body, I have to watch for the rebound. See, we get big money everywhere we go. From we step in, I have to go get the door. When they get to you, them shine, we a shine. Blessings to us, so let them we a grind. We a do enough rough thing for the paper, and we a spread enough thing for me neighbors.
Blessings all for my life and we thank God for the journey, the earnings, that's us for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings fall by my right hand. But that was for the friends that take off every load. One time, sit down in a class and we go then only set the road and we go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing. And you know it formed up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic say I sing. Yeah, see me all diggy soon get the higher ring. Like hello brother, say I just shut
We are just about to get started in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Hope y'all are enjoying the music. But we are going to be getting started real soon.
Gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall down right hand. But that was to the friends we take off with the load. One time they sit down in a class on board, then only set the road.
If you would like to know the schedule, all you have to do is go to Young People 4, their Instagram account, and check out the schedule.
That's how I made to give him the go. me delighted. Jano say me passion ignited.
Our first conversation is going to be on COVID-19 and power.
Blessings all for my life and
starting here very shortly.
Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast with the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and we go on with the road. Toast, yeah, yeah. Toast. Oh, in a rise and fall. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and I thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends that take off the below. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and we go on with the road. Work, 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 work. For me, I be work, 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 work. See me do me that. So me better work, 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 work. When you work, 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 work. For me, I be work, 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 work. See me do me that. Can't be mad, that. Join me at the 30. No time to have you lurking. You better back now, you don't like it. You know I dealt with you the nicest. Nobody touched me in the righteous. Nobody text me in a crisis. I believed all of your dreams are duration. You took my heart, I'm a keys, I'm a patient. You took my heart, I'm a sleep, a decoration. You mistaken with love, I brought for you for foundation. All that I wanted from you was to give me something that I never had, something that you never seen, something that you never been. But I wake up and nothing's wrong. Just get ready for work, 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 work. For me, I be work, 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 work. For me, do me that. So me better work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. For me, I be work, 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 work.
Check slow, we look like it's gonna be bust down. Here we go. Flip mode. Gloomy D. Hey, yo, y'all know why she going right? Check it. Yo, try to hide her all on my Copacabana, mama. Got a lot of with you and I love it persona, mama. Always love to get with you, ever needed me, mama. Holla. How you check me and give me the Uchi Walla Walla. Swallow a couple shots of the yak and make $1. Little mama in the crib with a focus to be a scholar. Type of example of a shorties might need to follow. Not a chicken, the bug and come with a little shop of orange. Take you to the Caribbean, down the Carabana. Sail the Mediterranean and enjoy the water. When the road is rocky, you keeping me stocky, taking care. So don't mind when you check on your poppy. We alright, baby, hug me with all your and put it on her, cause you know that it's on tonight. Break up the makeup, you know that we gonna fight. And if we riding together, let's do it then. Show you right.
Never ever wanna let you go. Tell me what you're feeling, cause I wanna know. If you're around, you know I'm down. I'll be that girl, keeps you on proudly here. Just because it feels good, saying us, keep you right, believe in love. I never thought you'd be.
We are just about to get started here. Only 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Till we get started. Right at 1. Hope you all are enjoying the music.
We'll always be if you want me to stay. Love endlessly. If you want me to stay, if you want me to stay, and I believe you.
Fabulous song. Fabulous song. Fabulous song. Fabulous song. Fabulous song. Fabulous.
DJ Kara. Everyone, please give DJ Kara some love in the chat. Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you've been enjoying this amazing music. My name is Andrea Sosa. My pronouns are she, her, hers. We are so excited to kick off day 2 of YP4's Virtual Civic Engagement Summit. Who joined us yesterday? Let us know in the chat. How many of you are joining us for the second time? Yes, amazing. Yes, some exclamation points. Amazing. So yesterday we actually engaged over 6,000 people. So that is amazing. Thank you all for joining us again today. Yes, we had some folks join via YouTube yesterday. Thank you for joining us in the Zoom today. So the purpose of yesterday was to explore the state of the world, and we learned what's really at stake for our communities. Adrienne Marie Brown taught us the power of imagination. Our Disenchanted Voters panelists broke down how we can bring in our communities that don't feel engaged in the civic process. And our Mapping Our Moment panelists broke down exactly what's at stake for our communities this year, because there's a lot going on. And so as we discussed yesterday, there's a lot at stake for us, right? We know that yesterday there were 7 elections in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Alabama, and in Ohio, some special elections. Did y'all encourage anyone in those states to vote? Let us know in the chat. Is there anyone from those states in the chat? Let us know. Yes, so there are also elections happening throughout the month of August. Yes, we have some folks from some of these states. There are also some elections happening throughout the month of August. So on the 8th, there are elections in Hawaii. On the 11th, in Connecticut, Vermont, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Arkansas, South Carolina, and Georgia, which is a runoff election. On the 15th, there are elections in Louisiana. On the 18th, in Alaska, Florida, Wyoming, and on the 25th, in Alabama, California, Idaho, and Oklahoma. Do we have any folks from those states? Shout out in the chat. Isaac, yes, here in Kansas and Missouri. Amazing. Let us know and give us some exclamation points in the chat. So we're actually 89 days and 12 hours away from the general election on November 3rd as well. And like we mentioned, we know there's a lot at stake for us. And as our panelist Maxima Guerrero yesterday said, the way that we imagine the future is by participating in the civic process, to highlight the words from Adrienne Marie Brown. And so the purpose of today is to really vision and dream about the world that we want to see. Our panels and speakers for today will help us do that. So we have an amazing agenda. We're going to start off with a panel about COVID-19 and power, to really break down what power looks like in this current time. And later in the day, we'll have performances by YP4 alum of 2017, Daniel Cano, followed by a conversation about centering our communities. Later in the day, we will have a panel discussion to discuss what our radical agenda for progress should be, followed by an exciting keynote. We're going to be joined by YP4 alum of 2005, Phillip Agnew, who is the co-founder of the Dream Defenders and most recently of Black Men Build. It's going to be amazing, so we encourage you all to stick around for the day's programming. So before we do get started, I'm going to do a quick refresher of some of the functions of this webinar and the community agreements. So as you can see, there is a Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. This is a space for you to ask any questions throughout the summit. We will do our best to answer them. Make sure that you are asking the questions here so that they don't get lost in the chat. Speaking of the chat, there's also a chat function where this will be a space for you to interact with other folks in the summit, interact with us. We're also going to be asking questions, so this is a space for you to participate. And make sure that when you are participating, that you are messaging all panelists and speakers so that everybody can see your message. And you can make that distinction in the option box right above your chat. There are also going to be a couple of live polls throughout the summit, so we encourage you to participate in those as well. And they will pop up on your screen, so we encourage you to participate. And for accessibility, as you can see, for all of our keynotes and our panels, we will have a sign language interpreter on screen. We have 2 amazing interpreters that will be taking turns, and you will see them alternate on your screen. Shout out to them. Let's give them some love in the chat as well. We also have closed captioning available for folks that need it. We're dropping the link in the chat now so y'all can access it. If you do need any technical support throughout any session or throughout the summit, please send a private message to YP4 Tech Support instead of messaging the full group so that we can see the message and that we can assist you in the technical support that you need. For viewing, so you know, this summit is being recorded, so you will have access to it afterwards. It's being recorded on our YouTube account. We're dropping the link for our YouTube here. And so you know, for access, for folks that are on the Zoom, this is the link that you will use for the entire summit. We will actually be having really cool sessions, and throughout in between each session, we're going to have some performances and music and challenges and giveaways. So we encourage you to stay on throughout the summit so you can participate in those. We are also being live streamed. There's a lot of you that are joining us on the live stream. We're on YouTube and Facebook. So please, everyone that's watching now, share this live stream on your social media and with people in your community. We want to make sure that even more people have access to this space and to this information. We're putting the links in the chat to our live streams now. And if you're sharing, please make sure to tag YP4. For folks that are watching on the live stream, we're excited that you are watching. And in order to participate in the discussions and the Q&A and the giveaways, all that fun stuff, make sure that you're joining us in the summit space in our Zoom. And you can do that by registering here. You can still register and join us on the other side. All right, so before we get started, we want to go through some community agreements that we have reviewed before and have sent out in some of the emails to you all. But some important things is, one, we are a C3 summit, meaning that we are nonpartisan. The second one is expect unfinished business. We may not get through all of the things in each session, but we encourage you to continue the exploration into some of these topics and have these conversations in your own community after the summit. And third, be respectful in the chat. If anyone is intentionally causing harm, we will unfortunately have to remove you from the space. And lastly, please be respectful of people's pronouns. So don't forget to add your pronouns in your name so that folks know what they are. All right, so we want to do a quick survey with you all. The results of this survey will not be shared publicly and they will be anonymous. So the first one we want to go ahead and launch. The first one, is it clear to you how your vote will impact the vision of the world you want to see? And we'll give you all about 1 minute. And just as a reminder, these are completely anonymous and they will not be shared publicly. Is it clear to you how your vote will impact the vision of the world you want to see? The purpose of today is to vision and dream about the world we want to see. And do you have clarity on what that vision is and how the vote directly relates to that vision? So we'll give you all about 20 more seconds to make sure that everybody has time to answer this poll. We see some of you already answering. Thank y'all for participating. We'll give y'all about 10 more seconds. All right. Amazing. So we are going to launch the next poll. How did you hear about the summit? Let us know. Was it through social media? An email from YP4? Did a YP4 alum tell you about it? Or a YP4 partner organization? Some of the amazing folks that are helping us power the programming for today. Shout out to all of you. Was it word of mouth or was it another way? How did you hear about the summit? We want to make sure that as many folks have access to this space as possible. So we want to know how you heard about it. We'll give you all about 20 more seconds to answer this poll. All right. We've got some social media, some emails. Amazing. We have 10 more seconds. Make sure to get your responses in. All right. So we have one last poll for you all. And we just want to know, what issue is the most important to you right now? We're talking a lot about different issues throughout the summit. We want to know, what is the most important one for you right now? Is it health equity and reproductive justice, racial justice, civic engagement, criminal justice reform, disability justice, economic justice? Is it education justice or environmental justice? We also have immigration justice and LGBTQ plus justice and gender justice. And I know that you might care a lot about a lot of these. Pick one that is most important for you right now. Take some time to think about it. I know it can be hard. Take some time to think about it and submit your poll. We'll give you all about 10 more seconds to submit, to make sure everybody has time to submit. We have a couple of folks that are online that still need to submit. All right, let's go ahead and close this poll. Thank you all so much for participating. So we know that, collectively, we can make a huge impact on these issues and a lot of the things that we care about in our community. This is why we want you to join us in pledging to mobilize folks in your community ahead of November. We're dropping a link here for you to sign a pledge and let us know how many people you are committing to mobilizing. We're also dropping a link to allow you to provide us some feedback throughout the summit. If at any point you want to let us know what you're learning, or if the programming is useful for you, or you and your community, drop a comment in our feedback box. We're dropping the link here, and feel free to add at any point throughout the summit. So with that, are y'all ready to get started? Let us know in the chat if you are ready to get started, and we will kick it off. Give us some exclamation points. Yes, Amira is ready to get started. Christopher, amazing. So we're excited to kick off the first panel of the day to discuss COVID-19 and power. Please join me in welcoming our amazing panelists to this conversation. Let's give them some virtual applause in the chat. As a reminder, we will have a Q&A session at the end. So make sure to add your questions throughout the panel in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. We're also going to be joined by our interpreters, and they will be taking turns interpreting for us throughout this panel. Are y'all ready? I see some applauses. They're ready. So I'm going to go ahead and kick it off to our brilliant moderator, YP4 alum of 2010, Jessica Smith-Peterson. Take it away.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, YP4, for this amazing opportunity, and welcome everyone to the YP Civic Engagement Summit. Today's discussion, we're talking about COVID-19 and power, who is benefiting from this crisis and who isn't. I am honored to be surrounded by such amazing dynamic panelists. But before they go into their introductions, I just wanted to give a brief intro to what we're discussing. So we know that earlier this year, many of our lives changed unexpectedly. COVID-19 has taken over many aspects of ourselves and the way we experience the world. This pandemic has reinforced many of the injustices that our communities have been experiencing for decades. We are living in a public and economic crisis that is disproportionately affecting marginalized communities. We also know that times of crisis provide opportunities to shift power. In particular, folks in power, like government and large corporations, are using this pandemic to consolidate their own power, while our communities are focused on staying safe and putting food on the table. So we want to have a conversation to name how power is shifting, who is benefiting from the crisis and who isn't benefiting from the crisis. And most importantly, how can we shift this power back to our own communities? So just a quick reminder, as Andrea said, YP4 is a C3 nonpartisan organization. And so the purpose of this conversation is not to tell you who to vote for. It's to give you the tools to make the best decision for you and for your communities as we go forward. So with that being said, I wanted to call on a couple of our panelists to give a brief 1 to 2 minute introduction about themselves. Again, as a reminder, please mention your name and your pronouns and what you would like to let folks know about you. So I will start from my screen, which is Dr. Wes Bellamy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate you all having me. Much love and respect to Young People 4, YP4. My name is Dr. Wes Bellamy. I am the national co-chairman of Our Black Party, a political platform which is advocating for the needs of Black folk. It's not my party, it's not your party, it's our Black Party, and we live by the mantra: before you were Republican, before you were Democrat, before you were independent, you were Black. So it's nothing wrong with centering the lives of Black folk. I also serve as the Political Science Department Chairman at Virginia State University, and I'm the former Vice Mayor of Charlottesville, Virginia. Really excited to be here to talk about the impact of COVID-19 as well as power. Just yesterday, we tested in one of our local public housing community sites. We had nearly 300 COVID tests. We're doing periodic testing literally twice a week, which I'm spearheading along with other members, and shout out to the University of Virginia. We're really trying to ensure that all members of our community are tested, but most importantly, those from minority communities in which we have seen a much higher uptick in those who are affected. With that being said, I'm really, really happy and excited to be here, looking to learn from all of you wonderful panelists. We have some powerful sisters on here. So as the brother, I'm just gonna sit back, listen, and learn.
All right, thank you, Wes. Moving on to Kathryn Quintin.
Hello, friends. Super excited to be here. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on what coast you're living on. My name is Kathryn. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the partnerships manager at the Students Learn, Students Vote Coalition. We are the largest network in the country that focuses on increasing the student vote and democratic engagement on college campuses. So super excited to hear about all of the young people who are part of this and very interested in being part of this conversation. So keep my speaking remarks pretty brief.
Thank you, Kathryn, as the moderator. I appreciate that. Moving on, we'll go to Joelle Gamble.
Hello, thank you all so much for having me here. Thank you, YP4, and everyone who's organized this amazing summit. My name is Joelle Gamble. I'm an economist, and I currently work at a place called Omidyar Network on a team called Reimagining Capitalism, which is just a mouthful of words. But essentially, I believe that ideology and institutions like governments and corporations and organizing work actually shapes how the economy works, and that fundamentally thinking about power is actually a way to get to better, more equitable economic outcomes. So just excited to be here.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Sophia Yin.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sophia Yin. My pronouns are she and her and hers, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of pandeahealth.com. We are the only women-founded, women-led, the only doctor-led company in birth control delivery. And I started the company to make sure nobody with a uterus runs out of birth control on our watch. And it's about care, convenience, and confidentiality. I went to MIT, I went to UCSF Medical School, I went to UC Berkeley, go Bears, for my master's in public health. And then I'm a clinical associate professor at Stanford Medical School, specializing in adolescent medicine and young adults. So just love sex, drugs, rock and roll, a little acne and sports medicine, as we call it.
Awesome. So thank you all for your introductions. Sophia, I'm going to pick on you since you were the last to speak. And so we're essentially going to be having a conversation about COVID and power. And so I wanted to ask, what communities in your position have you seen are being the most affected by this crisis, and how?
So my passion, as you can guess, is reproductive health. And the Guttmacher Institute recently did a survey of women during COVID, and 1 in 3 women reported because of the pandemic, they had to delay a healthcare visit for sexual reproductive health or had trouble getting their birth control. And this barrier affects minority communities more than others. So African Americans was 38%, Hispanics 45% versus white women, cis women, 29%. And then queer women was 46% versus straight women at 31%. And those with lower income also have a greater barrier and distance to getting access to birth control. And thanks to the recent Supreme Court ruling, anybody who has an employer who is religious or has a strong moral conviction, they are now going to lose their insurance coverage of birth control. And to me, I think that's an absolute distortion of religious freedom, because to me, a corporation can't have a religion. A corporation doesn't have a soul. A corporation doesn't go to church. A corporation can't go to heaven or hell. Certainly a specific person and an employer, but who are you to impose your religion on me? This country was based on freedom of religion, and we should each be allowed to practice according to our religion. And you don't take away my right that I actually pay taxes on for that healthcare provided by my employer to have access to that. So what we're seeing is that women, minorities are just being slammed on during this situation. And what I really want to get out to this community is that a lot of people are being pushed towards telemedicine. And one, it's about access. If you don't have internet or a good computer, like, you can't access telemedicine. Two, not all telemedicine is created equal. So buyer beware. If it's your regular doctor going to telemedicine, go right ahead. But if you're picking a new telemedicine company, look at who is the CEO, who is the founder, what is their values. I am one of the few CEOs that have taken the Hippocratic Oath: do no harm. I will absolutely make money for my investors, but I won't do it pushing stuff you don't need. So when you look at a telemedicine company, one, make sure there's transparency. Do they list their doctors, first and last name, and education? At Pandia Health, we're proud that we have passionate birth control experts. And so we list everybody's name and we put all their education to show you that we're providing expert care by expert doctors. And two, what a lot of people don't know accessing reproductive health is it's about informed consent. You need to be given all your options. So if that platform doesn't tell you, we can write you for the birth control pill, patch, ring, you are not getting your full care. You are not getting standard of care. You are not getting informed consent. And then lastly, if they're pushing something that you're like, what? One website's like, oh, you qualify for a free female condom. But in my experience, very few heterosexual people with a uterus have used a female condom. It's more men who have sex with men. And they're like, well, we're just going to put it in your cart. And if you want, you can take it out, but it's free. And they're going to bill your insurance. So they've billed insurance $40 times 100,000 people.
Right. So that's a good segue. So Joelle, you talked about billing and what does that look like from an economic standpoint? Like when you're looking at communities most affected by this crisis, what have you seen?
There we go. This is the, someone has to do it. Someone has to try to talk while I'm mute. This is the deepest economic crisis we've seen since the Great Depression. Like, that's just a fact of the matter. The uninsurance claims in March literally went off the charts. And, you know, despite going down after a few months, have actually started to pick back up again, because fundamentally we have not solved the health crisis that is worsening the economic crisis. On top of that, systemic racism is still pervasive in economic outcomes. So, you know, we look at the unemployment figures in June, which is the latest numbers we have. We don't get new ones until Friday. Overall unemployment ticked down to 11.1%, but it was 10.1% for white workers, 15.4% for Black workers, and 14.5% for Hispanic workers. At the same time, we'll talk about the stock market and say that if the stock market's going up, right, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, then the economy's doing well. And at the same time, those top line figures that we use to measure whether or not economic outcomes are improving for people are fundamentally flawed. And you have to actually disaggregate that data and recognize that they're actually indicators that measure whether or not people with power are doing better. And so, you know, a lot of what you're talking about, you know, Sophia, resonates, because when we even talk about, you know, unemployment is a huge problem, not just because you're losing job and a source of income, but you're losing your health insurance, right? Because so many benefits in the United States are attached to your employment status. And then when folks are finding jobs, some of them are even marginally employed, meaning they're part-time or less. So then they don't even have access to these benefits, even though they are employed and will be counted differently in our unemployment figures. And so, there's a huge, huge problem here. At the more meta level, there's a bigger concern about power that we don't talk about enough, which is, what we like to call market consolidation. So a lot of small businesses are closing their doors right now, especially small businesses that are owned by Black and brown folks who have an even more difficult time accessing government programs like the grants and loans that were given out by the federal government. Black and brown business owners had a particularly difficult time because of the systemic racism that affects our banking system. And then you have all these small businesses going under. Meanwhile, companies like Amazon or Walmart that has a thriving e-commerce business and has scale are actually getting a larger share of the market. So they're gaining in power, while smaller businesses that are more rooted in communities, hire a lot more community members and pay better wages, are actually the ones that are going under. And so there's another level of power consolidation that's happening that we're not talking about. You'll see commercials that Amazon advertising back to school products and talking about how convenient they are, during the pandemic. At the same time, they're scooping up market share, and Jeff Bezos is getting richer and richer. I think on July 20th, Jeff Bezos made $13 billion in one day. So wealth inequality is increasing at the same time. I can go on and on. There's so many problematic power dynamics that are being exacerbated during this crisis. But I think the main thing that we should be thinking about is, crisis moments are ways in which the status quo can grab more power. At the same time, crisis moments are when people who are organized within their communities can actually start to shape new narratives, new visions, and try to build alternatives to the system that we have right now.
See, this is ridiculous. It's making me more upset. But, I love this conversation because I think that, we're providing access to folks who probably would never be able to get this information so tangibly. So I want to talk about, with you, Kathryn, what is this looking like for our students and for voting? How are they being affected by this crisis?
Yeah, that's a great question. Students are also one of the most effective communities during this crisis. As you all know, there was a stimulus package that helped students and people who had student loans not have to pay it, but the stimulus package is running out in September, right? And so if there isn't another one, then how are people going to be expected to pay back their loans when they're dealing with all of these other things that are happening in their lives? And they may also have lost their job during this period of time. Also, during the height of, or I guess we're always constantly in the height, if you really think about it, of COVID-19, all of the schools shut down, and some schools were more kind and some weren't. And some students were said, if they were living on campus, hey, you have 2 weeks to get the fuck out of here. So good luck. See you soon. And so students who are international, who can't go back to their home country, where are they going to live? There is a lot of housing and food insecurities that are happening when students were depending on school scholarships, as well as on-campus food and housing for them to depend on. And students also hold multiple identities, right? They could be a parent, they could also be a breadwinner. And so when they're trying to be at home, trying to do these digital classes while also trying to pay the bills and also having to deal with toddlers running around, right? How is this going to have a physical, emotional, and psychological toll, as well as a huge financial toll on students that are going to affect them for generations. And so there's a lot of unknown certainties for students that are coming into the fall, especially when it comes to voting. Every college student has a right to vote either on their campus or at home, but it is also very confusing when every school is different. They have a hybrid model from everyone on campus to everyone online. And so there's also a lot of ambiguity, which gives students this lack of confidence in going to the ballot box, right? So I think it's a lot of our roles to think through how can we make sure that students are feeling confident in going into the process, because it's not just about the physical barriers, how are they functionally going to get there, but it's also about the psychological barriers of why students feel is it safe to vote? Do I know how to vote? Do I have to do vote by mail or in person? So helping students think through all of those steps on top of literally all of the other things, right? And so all of the things, yeah.
So we've got, economic issues, we have health disparities, we have students being able to vote. Wes, what have you seen, at least in your term as office and the shift, with COVID for the communities that are being most affected?
Yeah, and again, thank you all for having me. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to my sister, CC Battle, and YP4 again for putting this together. Much love to all of y'all. One of the things that I've seen just from a personal perspective while in office and since coming out of office on the ground, specifically as we're trying to offer testing, is that there's been not only an economic disparity, but an access gap. So individuals who, even as we set up testing sites in low-income communities and we will put on flyers, these specific tests are for communities of color, we'll still see wealthy white folk drive in and they'll get there. Let's just say, for example, testing starts at 5 o'clock. They'll come at 4 and they will wait in the line and have access and get those tests. And we may only have 200 tests for that particular day. But we'll have 50 to 60 people who are not of color who may have insurance, but for whatever reason, and there's a litany of them, there's insurance, I'm not gonna say scam, but there's insurance manipulation going on. We've seen with people why they want them to get free testing so that they can provide it to their insurance providers for other things, and I won't go into all of that. But we've seen a great deal of manipulation from people actually infringing on those who need the resources the most. And I think to a certain extent, that's a microcosm of what transpires in our society on a day-to-day basis. I'm not even going, it's just been blatant. And I shouldn't say that it's surprising, but to a certain extent, you would think that even in a pandemic, and when there are people who don't have the same access as others, the greed of some to still come and take those resources from the least of these, even in a time like this, has been mind-boggling, to say the least. Some other things in which we've seen is the data traction and collection in terms of specifically how we should go back to school or how resources are distributed and things of that nature. We've seen major universities make attempts, very, very small attempts to go into certain communities, while we have seen them make much more broad attempts to speak to much more fluent communities in regards to getting information about whether or not we should make decisions specifically from a local and state perspective about how we should reopen and how we should move forward. And then lastly, I'll just say the privilege of being able to have access to whatever you want, when you want, and now that is being taken away, the visceral reaction to those who now have to live with a little bit of what people of color have to deal with on a regular and routine basis, and just the vitriol that has been spewed not only online, but what we've seen in person, the negative reaction to people saying that this is infringing on their rights as a human being, how the COVID situation has become politicized. I think from those perspectives, we've seen this. I mean, I know you all see this stuff across the country, but just from an elected official perspective, seeing it on the ground in a place even like Charlottesville, which is supposed to be in surrounding areas for that matter, which is supposed to be a kumbaya place, has been very interesting to say the least. So we've taken an approach, and I in my comments with this, we've taken an approach of being even that much more intentional of assisting communities of color and communities that are of low income and do not have the access, making sure that we send information to them in a very strategic way so that either resource allocation is provided to them specifically, they have access to be able to not only testing, but food pantries, access to resources, whether that be rental assistance, whether that be bill assistance, so that we can help them keep their lights on, because we know it's a difficult time for all, and ensuring that a healthy amount of PPE is equitably being distributed throughout our city.
Okay, so all amazing, conversation points. And I think it's, really interesting, the different intersections, from 4 very different panelists, 4 very different expertise, and how there's a lot of overlap. And so, we're talking about power, and we're having this discussion, but how about we break it down for what power actually means? And so I'm going to give you all a challenge in that I want you to explain the definition or your definition of power as if you're talking to a 3rd grader. And then, how exactly do you obtain that power? So I know the wheels are turning in your brains of what your definition is. But I will go with Joelle and let us know what your definition of power is.
Okay. I think my short definition is like power. is one from an organizing perspective, which is like power is the ability to get someone to do something or give something that they otherwise would not. So it's actually changing the dynamic. And I want to give like a kind of definition of structural change too, because I think that that's something that's come up a lot this year, especially when talking about the economy. People use the word structural change all the time. And like structural change is not about just how bold an idea is, or, you know, about when we're talking about the economy, changing the way a specific kind of company works. But instead, I think that it's also fundamentally about power. So it's about changing who has power in the economy and in democracy, and, you know, purposefully remaking the rules of how the economy works to work for more people than they do now. Because fundamentally, there are rules that institutions run by, and those rules are upheld by like culture and norms and beliefs. And that's all just fundamentally about power at the end of the day. So even when we say the word structural change, I still think that that's about power.
Okay. Kathryn, what's your third grade definition of power?
Yeah, when I think of third grade, I think of myself as I was a third grader. I was a middle child. I have two sisters, 5 years apart from both sides. And when I think of power, it's like when you're talking to your parents and they listen to your older sister, but they don't listen to you, right? Power is the ability to say what you want and being heard in that process. And so, for example, like when we're talking about voting, we want to make sure that like our power is that elected officials can still hear what we're saying in the ballot box. And when we like hold them accountable to anything that we're trying to deal with, right? And so my third grade definition is like, you know, making sure that your parents hear what you're saying, but also your parent can also be the government. And so I'd also share that like power is not something that is completely zero sum, right? Power can be shared. So how do you hold yourself in a place where you're being heard and ensuring that the people who are not being heard are being uplifted too? So like that whole idea of like you're climbing that ladder of like influence and you're holding one hand on the ladder and one hand pulling someone else up. So it's like my sister helped me, older sister helped me be heard by my parents. And so I have a little sister who I'm like, she just got a boyfriend, and you're like, all right, like, well, let's unpack this and let me help my little sister have this conversation with my parents as well. And so, yeah.
Wes, what would your definition of power be to third graders?
Yeah. Well, I would say power is synonymous, and I probably wouldn't use the word synonymous with third graders, but power is very much like access. So if one student is able and speak to the teacher and very clearly articulate, this is what I would like to learn about, or this is what I need 3 pencils on my desk every day because I'm going to mess up one in the beginning, I'm going to lose one at lunch, and at the end of the day, I'm going to need another pencil, and I like my pencils. I like the ability to be able to go and sharpen my pencils throughout the day without you telling me that I have to sit down or I'm making too much noise. That's access and the freedom to be able to move as you want to in order for you to be successful. In my opinion, power is very much synonymous to such. When we look at many of our communities, there are certain individuals who have access to elected officials and politicians. They have access to health professionals. They have access to educators. And in the event that if schools are closed down, they have a litany of books like behind me, and they can teach their students themselves. They have access to Wi-Fi and high-speed internet to be able to help their children complete assignments. They have access and the ability to get masks and have PPE and go to the store and get food and resources that they need at home. But for many folks, especially those who look like the ones on the call, that access is limited. So if our access is limited, the power that we have over the situation is also limited, because if we also don't have access to work, we can't bring in resources. And then, as we've seen with our government's incompetence, not kind of pushing through in terms of allowing unemployment benefits to be extended, that furthermore exacerbates the need for people. And when you don't have certain things, and I can't control certain things, and I make rash decisions, and those decisions may not be the best ones for my family, or irrational decisions. Those decisions may not be the best ones for my family. And on top of that, I don't have access. I don't have resources. I can't do X, Y, and Z. So that's kind of my definition of it all. And I hope that we can alleviate that gap. I hope that collectively we can think about some solutions no matter where we are, to work together to alleviate that access problem.
Okay, so we have roughly about 5 minutes before we go into Q&A, but Sophia, I wanted to ask you also, about your definition of power, if you were to tell it to a third grader, but also just to add an extra layer to this on what, briefly, who do you believe is consolidating this power during this time?
So I think everybody that went before me gave great examples of power, and I'm a very concrete person, like action. So now you tell me power, how do I do that? And so I think the question I also heard was how to get power, and to a third grader, but also to everyone on this call, is knowledge, right? Knowledge is power as well, and sharing what you learned. Hey, I learned that power is coming together. I learned that power is networking. I heard that power is lifting each other, working together, and power in the pocketbook, where you spend your money. Never shop at Walmart. Or if you can, always try to shop at somebody who actually cares about their employees and gives them health care, and choose local, choose, your local business. And then for everyone on this call, hopefully they can vote. And if you can't vote, register other people to vote, and support people. You can volunteer for campaigns as well. Who's holding power? As everyone has said, the giant corporations. So we need to look at, again, if you can shop local, but also hold your electeds accountable. Even if you can't vote, you can write a letter and say that I want access to the internet, and that the internet should be a public utility. It should be free or subsidized. And it's just messed up because we can't access education. We can't access communication without the internet, unfortunately, and particularly in COVID. So the power is in the big companies. The power is in the standard institutions, venture capital, and watch out and look for the little guy and support the little guy.
Well, that's actually a great segue into my next question that I was going to ask Kathryn is, how can we use this time to shift power back to our communities?
Yeah. And I also want to who's consolidating the power? How are we shifting this power? And I think Joelle brought up a good point about how Jeff Bezos is making is basically on his way to becoming a trillionaire, and we can't functionally understand what a trillionaire is when I can barely understand what a billionaire is, when we're having incredibly high unemployment. 2-day shipping Amazon is on the rise, and yet our USPS system is dying basically. And so seeing the juxtaposition of these two things, how can we really be shifting power to make sure that our communities are being heard in this process, is for us, making sure that our agency as being able to vote and being part of the democratic process is still being protected in this process. Most poll workers right now are over the age of 65. And functionally, we would ideally not want to have over 65-year-old poll workers right now. And it's understandable they might not want to do it this year. And so we are in a mass shortage of people who are willing to work the polls. And so working with groups that are doing power at the polls and recruiting paid poll workers to be part of this process to make sure our voices are heard, making sure that USPS is being protected by our stamps, buy stamps all the time. And so thinking through how are we making sure that our power is being protected in this process, and making sure that our power is not necessarily being erased, but just making sure that our voices are being heard.
Awesome. Joelle, what do you believe in the economic shift, if there is a possibility to shift power back to our communities during this time?
Yes, I think there's this broader effort to build more democratic alternatives within the economy. So, co-op movements, rebuilding the labor movement, et cetera. And then on a more immediate level, as we move towards hopefully a new set of opportunities to make change at the federal level, there are ways in which we can think about the recovery from this economic crisis in a more equitable way that bakes in more power for working people. So for one, there's been a movement to start to bake in worker voice in health and safety standards as they're getting set. So not just setting the standards, but putting workers at the table to set those standards. And to me, that's a precursor to more sector-wide and industry-wide bargaining, which they have in other countries. Unions are very, very important, but on top of that, we want to have more workers at the table with government, with industry, setting higher standards to improve the lives of all working people. And then there's also ways in which we can restrict those with a lot of capital, too much capital, really, really wealthy people, essentially, as we're thinking about how we're, doing these fiscal stimuluses. So essentially the ways in which government is injecting more money into the economy should be done in a way that doesn't allow the super wealthy to give themselves more wealth. So restricting what those wealthy people can do and what wealthy companies can do with their shareholders, for instance. Things like stock buybacks should not be allowed. Bonuses for CEOs who get money from the government should not be allowed. And then there's things that we should do, frankly, to fight the rising debt, that people have and that Kathryn's been talking about. So debt moratoriums and cancellation, I think, is really, really important. Frankly, a lot of the growth in the global economy over the last several decades has been bolstered by more and more, everyday folks have taken on more and more debt to buy more and more things, while those who are wealthy get wealthier. And so actually canceling debt is a way to help equalize the economy. And then finally, I would just say, organize the unemployed. I'm done.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you off. However, I did see that Haley joined us, and I know we wanted to have enough time to answer questions from our attendees. And so I know we have about 15 or so minutes to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Jess. And before we get started with Q&A, let's give our panelists a round of virtual applause in the chat. So as Jess just said, we're now going to take some questions from the audience. So the first question we have is from Richard. What type of healing do you think we need at an interpersonal level? So I'll pop that over to Sophia.
That's it.
I think Dr. Wes or Kathryn look like they want to answer it, so I'm going to let them go for it.
Wes hasn't spoken yet, but either one.
I'll say, can you say the question again?
Yeah, so what type of healing do you think we need at an interpersonal level?
Well, I'm a huge proponent of therapy. Actually, just was with my therapist this morning. So we're part of a run club. We started this run club here in Charlottesville, where it's a group of folks. We go and run Monday, Wednesday, Fridays at 6 a.m. So that's a form of physical therapy. I think that when you get a group of people who are from a wide range of cultures, backgrounds, ethnicities, and so forth. We run through all of the public housing sites and traditional African-American sites, neighborhoods here in Charlottesville, and it's probably 40. It's always less than 50 of us, because I know some other folks may be watching. It's always under 50. So we run through these neighborhoods and kind of cheer each other on and encourage each other and remind everybody that we're in this together. So that's one form of it. But then after I finished that this morning, I had actual time with my therapist, in which we meet twice a month. But that's another access thing, right? Like, I can afford a therapist. I have the resources to be able to do so. So we talk about what individuals need from an interpersonal perspective. I think that we need local governments, as well as all of these nonprofits who are saying they're doing such work, all of these entities who are receiving grant funding and dollars and so forth, to provide or allow individuals who are the most in need to have access to therapy, to be able to talk to someone, to be able to communicate and express what's going on with them. And I think that when we're talking about interpersonal relationships, when we're talking about growth, when we're talking about development, there must be a shift in resource reallocation. Resources doesn't always mean monetary, although that would help, but resources can also, again, mean access to talking to someone, access to therapy, access to just being able to have the ability to feel as if you're free, access for parents, or for mothers for that matter, to be able to get a break from their children. I know that's kind of sometimes taboo to say, but my wife, we have a 10-month-old, and sometimes I just take my daughter Stokely, and we just give mom a break, because mom needs a break. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And I think, just creating an environment for people to understand that there is nothing wrong with you talking to someone. There's nothing wrong with you needing a break. There's nothing wrong with you feeling as if you don't have all the answers. There's nothing wrong with you needing better communication skills and seeking that out. All of that is a natural progression, and we need to find mechanisms and ways to make those kind of things more available.
Kathryn, did you want to go next for that question?
I don't know if I could beat that, or not even beat that, add to that. I think Dr. West has said a lot of really good points. And I think the only thing I would add is that if you're on this call, more than likely you're some form of organizer, right? That you are organizing your friends, your family, volunteers, or you work for an organization who does really good work, right? And so I think when you're talking interpersonally and when you're talking to your volunteers, your staff, your peers, think of their health and their well-being and thinking of them as a whole person. Right now, we feel like we have to do everything now because everything is so uncertain, but making sure that you're putting your peers first, even when your peers are not putting themselves first. And so making sure that their health is like on top of it, right? Like, are you not missing doctor's appointments? Are you making sure that you are going to therapy if that is something that you can do? And so like making sure that you are being an ally and a safety network for your friends to make sure that they are feeling supported as well as yourself. And so I think that's the only thing I would add, Dr. West, 10 out of 10.
Nah, I get a 9. Shout out to my man, Isaac. I just saw his comment. You're right. There's single fathers out here who also need a break. There's also men and sisters and brothers and sisters, or those who don't identify, who also need a break. I'm with you, bro. Like, I'm not a single father, but like, definitely I need a break sometimes too. My daughter can turn up on all of us. So yeah, I meant as a whole, like people who need breaks, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And also thank you for your comments, Kathryn.
So for this next question, I actually want to direct it towards our incredible moderator, who is a YP410 alum, is also a member of the YP4 Alumni Council, and is an incredible deputy public defender in Nevada. So Josh, can you share with us some of your brilliance, especially your legal perspective and everything on this next question of how we know that this pandemic is really creating opportunities for voter suppression? So can you speak about how this will impact our communities, and also how can we fight against it?
Yeah, so it's so funny. There are different states that are doing different things in regards to how they're going to be voting in the 2020 elections. For the state of Nevada, we're currently being sued by the federal government for what we're doing, which is doing more outreach as far as mail-in voting, which we did for our primaries. COVID is still very real. It is still existing in our communities, especially communities that are most impacted with health issues and disparities. And so physically going to the polls can be an issue come November. So you have folks who may be disabled, or folks who are immunocompromised, folks who have spent, the past 3-4 months in their homes simply because they may have a family member or a child or someone close to them that could be affected by this virus, where going to a poll is, I'm going to be surrounded by hundreds or dozens of individuals that I don't know. I don't know if they are carrying the virus, or I don't know if I may get it, simply from voting. And I think that we're going to see a lot of folks who are going to choose between the health and safety of themselves and their loved ones versus that of the polls. And I think that the states that are pushing for mail-in voting, which has worked. We have absentee voting. Our government members vote via mail. To make this more accessible. And you would think that voting would be a nonpartisan fight, and that you want everyone to vote. But we've known and we've seen that that's actually not the case. And I know there's someone saying that there's some social distancing protocols involved. As much as we say we're going to distance 6 feet and we're going to wear a mask and we're, ensure that everyone is washing their hands, it oftentimes doesn't carry over into actual practice, even though in theory it sounds great. And so I think that we're going to see a lot of issues coming up in the next, was it 89 days or 90 days, in the next 90 days for voters trying to get out the vote. And I think that ties directly into that lack of access, which plays into voter suppression, because we're looking at the statistics. We know who are the most immunocompromised. We know who have the most issues as it comes to underlying health conditions. We understand systemic racism. We understand medical racism. We understand economic racism, and all of those things are on the ballot. And so again, it's going to be this really difficult choice between, do I choose to cast my vote or do I choose to keep myself safe?
Absolutely. And for this final question, we'll go ahead and direct it towards Sophia and Joelle. So what's at stake for us if we don't use this time to take power for our communities?
I am just horrified by the state of things here, because my family comes from Taiwan, and I've seen what Taiwan has done for COVID and their ability to shut it all down if your government cared, if those in charge actually followed science, and if you had somebody who believed in public health and taking action to help everybody and not just the privileged. And so what we are facing is an absolute public health crisis that is killing the equivalent of 9/11 like daily or something. And it is just horrifying. And we need to vote out anyone who doesn't believe in wearing masks, who doesn't believe in protecting people and listening to the scientists and the doctors out there. So please, vote, please get everyone out to vote. Please elect people who believe in voting and who support you getting your vote out there. And just a random idea, because I have ADHD, I was thinking for the voting, we should have chairs. Everybody has like those folding chairs in your church, in your school, at home, and we could place them every 6 feet. And your butt is not going to transmit COVID. So if it's a 2-hour, 3-hour line, you can sit in that seat. And for older people, they can sit there and be comfortable or whatever. And so I think that would be a way to, make it comfortable and separate people out by 6 feet. And if everybody had a mask, and I'm curious as to how many people would need a mask, I'm sure we could get people to donate masks for people that are sitting, waiting to vote. But I absolutely believe in mail-in votes, and I fear that the current administration is anti-US Postal. They've appointed somebody who has financial conflicts with the US Postal. And I wonder if it's part of making sure that all the mail-in ballots that we are striving hard to give people access and safety to vote properly are all going to be late and they won't be counted. So we need to make sure we pass laws or we get people to vote faster.
I would add that what we do today sets us up for tomorrow. So there's this Shakespearean phrase that I only know because Ruth Bader Ginsburg used it in the Supreme Court dissent, but it's what's past is prologue, right? This idea that like what has happened in the past is actually the opening pages of the moment that we're in, and what happens today, are the opening pages of the future we want to build. And so the actions we take today, voting now, are going to lead to like some really important changes, reforms, new leadership, that will lead to some immediate outcomes and frankly saved lives now. But we also care about transformative change that we know can't necessarily happen immediately, yet the actions we take today, the organizing work that we do, the people that we bring into movements, actually set us up for fundamental changes down the road. And I say this because there's this growing movement to organize unemployed workers, which I was starting to talk about a little bit earlier, that I think is so important. So often we measure someone's value by what they add to the economy, and we unfairly, unjustly, look down on folks who have lost their jobs or can't find a job as like not useful. At the same time, those are the folks who are at the heart of this crisis, who have experienced systemic failures the most and whose voices we should be amplifying. They're also disproportionately Black and brown folks. And the organizing work we do today to bring in those Black and brown young folks who are currently experiencing economic hardship and setting them up to have power in the long run is actually super, super, super important. And so I just want to say that what's past is prologue, and the little changes you make today can actually turn into huge actions in the future.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all again so much for joining us today for this conversation and for sharing with us your brilliance. Let's show our speakers some love in the chat once more. And with that, we are now going to transition into a break with a set by DJ Kara. So we will be back at 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:50 a.m. Pacific Time for a performance by YP4 alum of 2017, Daniel Cano, which you will not want to miss out on. So definitely make sure that you are back on at 2:50 for that performance, which we will then follow with another amazing panel conversation with folks. So with that, I'm going to pass things off to DJ Kara, and we'll see y'all again here soon.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. We're about to get into some more music during this break. Hope you enjoy. Hope you're jamming out wherever you are. I'm gonna play some jams for you until we get started again. I love this one.
Grips on your waist from way back when. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love, we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one day. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one day. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. It's taking a hold on me. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a window, got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a window, got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one day, got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Taking a hold on me. From way back when, you know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love, we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one day. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one day. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. It's taking a hold on me.
I have one coming up. One of my favorites coming up. It's a remix. Hope you all are enjoying the music. You might recognize this one. It's pretty cool.
Ooh, I bet you
Hope you all are enjoying your break.
I bet you.
We're here on day 2 of YP4 Civic Engagement Summit.
I bet you're wondering how I knew about your plans to
I hope you're singing along
with some other guy you knew before. Between the two of us guys, you know I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say, when I found out yesterday. Don't you know that I heard through the grapevine, 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 grapevine. I know a man.
Hope you all are enjoying the music.
People say believe half of what you see, son, and none of what you hear. But I can't help being confused. If it's true, please tell me, dear. Do you plan to let me go for the other guy you loved before? Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine, baby. I heard. Ooh, I'm just about to lose my mind, honey, honey, yeah.
Hope you're grooving and dancing wherever you are. I love that I can DJ for you all.
Honey, I know that you let me go. Then I heard it through the grapevine.
Pretty cool how technology brings us together like this. All right. All right. Hope you're enjoying. Here's another remix for you. Now, if you want to know the YP4 schedule, all you have to do is go to Young People 4 on Instagram. Check it out. There's some Janet for you guys, for you all.
That was a long ago. I'm in control. control to get what I want to. Control. I like to have a life. Control. And now I'm all grown up. First time I fell in love, I didn't know what hit me. So young and so naive, I thought it would be easy. But now I know I've got to take control. Never gonna stop. Control. To get what I want to. Control. I like to have a life. Control. And now I'm all grown up. Never gonna stop. Control. To get what I want to. Control. I like to have a life. Control. And now I'm all grown up. Control. Now I've got a life. Control. To get what I want. Control. Never gonna stop. Control. Now I'm all grown up. Hey.
Hope you know this one. We're going to be getting started again here in about 35 minutes. In the meantime, I hope you are enjoying this music. I've been really over. Fall back young. Ever since I made the change over the platinum, the game's been a rap one. Got me looking so crazy, my baby. I'm not myself lately. I'm foolish. I don't do this. I've been playing myself, baby. I don't care. Your love's got the best of me, and baby, you're making hope you know this one.
I got a condo in Manhattan. Baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, so gonna get to clapping. Go pop it for a plan, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a plan, drop it for me. I'll rent a beach house in Miami. Wake up with no jammies. Lobster tail for dinner. Julio served that skimming. You got it if you want it. Got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it. Take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac. Girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby. You deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry. Shining so bright, strawberry champagne all nice. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like.
I hope you're singing along.
You, that's what I like. That's what I like. Set fire, fire and night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm talking trips to Puerto Rico. Say the word and we go. You can be my flica. Girl, I'll be a flico, mamacita. I would never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smiling gon' never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris. Everything 24 carats. Take a look in that mirror. Now tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it me? Saints are saints, and I agree. Jump in the Cadillac, girls, put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on it. You deserve it, baby, you deserve it all. And I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry, shining so bright. Strawberry champagne, all nice. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Set by the fire night. Silk sheets and diamonds, all white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Call me on my cell phone late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone late night when you need my love. And I know in that highlight rate that could only mean one thing. And I know in that highlight rate that could only mean anything. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. Everybody knows that I feel left out. Girl, you got me down, you got me stressed.
You check out Young People 4, their Instagram page.
Started wearing less and broken out
for today. Is at Young People 4. And if you are enjoying the music, feel free to tag me. I'm DJ Kara, DJ.Kara. We have one coming up here that you do not want to miss, coming up here really soon.
You and me, we just don't get along. You make me feel I did you wrong. Going places where you don't belong. Ever since I left the city, you got exactly what you asked for.
How's everyone feeling? Let us know in the chat. Are you enjoying this amazing music? Shout out to DJ Kara. So we have a surprise for all of you. We are going to do a little challenge for a chance to win a really cool prize. Y'all want to know what the prize is? Yes, some exclamation points. Y'all want to win a prize? All right. So what we're going to do is we'll be giving away 3 sweatshirts from the Michelle Obama Becoming Tour. Look at these amazing sweatshirts. So how do you win one of these sweatshirts? We're going to be giving away 3. So here are the instructions. First, take a video of yourself, something that you've learned from it so far, from either today or yesterday. Upload the video to your Instagram story and tag YP4 and 5 friends that you think should join us right now, and send them the link to join. The first 3 tags that we see on our Instagram are going to win one of these sweatshirts. Are y'all ready? I see some exclamation points in the chat. Go! So the first 3 folks that we see mention us on our Instagram and also mention 5 friends that they think should join us right now are going to win one of these amazing shirts. So while you all do that, I want to remind you all that we have a pledge going on for YP4. We know, as we mentioned, that collectively we can make a huge impact for the issues that we care about, and we know what's at stake for us in upcoming elections. So we want you to join us in signing a pledge to mobilize your community ahead of the November elections. We're dropping the link here. Sign the pledge and let us know how many people are you committed to mobilizing. And what are you going to do? We know that a lot of what we're learning now, we have to bring back to our community, and we want to help you make that commitment. So sign this pledge with us. And the second thing is, if you're enjoying the programming of the summit and if you're learning new things, let us know. We want to hear your feedback. We're also dropping a link to our feedback box here in the chat. Give us some comments and let us know what you're thinking so far. So we hope that you're enjoying everything so far. Make sure that you're participating in the giveaway. We'll be on the lookout for those tags. And thank y'all so much for participating. We will be back really soon with our awesome performance. I will see y'all again in a little bit. Bye.
All right. Hope you are participating in the giveaways. Pretty cool. Remember, check out YP4's Instagram page for the agenda today. And if you are enjoying the music, feel free to tag me, DJ Kara.
Don't mess around it. Don't mess around it. Don't mess around it. Don't mess around it. Don't mess around it.
I love this jam. If you like it, let me know.
Don't mess around it. 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 Told your ass no once but twice. She took his advice and left the man alone. You still drive by here every night. You're never up too tight. They left your mind was wrong. You had your chance and you lost a good man. I know, it's sad thinking about what you had. If you was keep that from my mind. Exactly. See, I won't be
you like it, Maya? Such a bop. I agree.
roto, yo sentí como crujía. Antes de caerse al suelo, ya sabía que se rompía. Estaba parpadeando la luz del descansillo. Una voz de la escalera, alguien cruzando el pasillo. Malamente, sí, sí, malamente. Mira, malamente, se portó la noche rara, pensé en luna y estrella. Me lo dijo esa gitana, mejor no salir a verla. Sueño que estoy andando por un puente que la acera, cuando no quiero cruzarlo, no sé muy tan malea. Malamente, sí, sí, malamente. Mira,
I'm glad you're enjoying the music. This one is called Malamente by Rosalia. This is the Simon Says edit. You guys wanna check it out?
No voy a perder ni un minuto en volver a pensarte. Malamente, sí, sí, malamente. Mira,
So we have about 20 minutes until we get started again. I hope you are vibing out to this music. I have more for you.
Symphony, just to say
let me know if you remember this one.
If I told you you were beautiful, would you date me on the regular? Tell me, would you? Well, baby, I've been around the world, but I ain't seen myself another girl like you. This ring here represents my heart, but there's just one thing I need from you. Say I do, because I can see us holding hands, walking on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us on the countryside, sitting on the grassland side by side. You can be my baby, let me make you my lady. Girl, you amaze me, ain't gotta do nothing crazy. See, all I want you to do is be my love. So don't give away, my love. So don't give away, my love. So don't give away. Ain't another woman that can take your spot, my love. So don't give away, my love. So don't give away, my love. So don't give away. Ain't another woman that can take your spot, my love. My love.
See, what's the point in waiting anymore? Cause girl, I've never been more sure that baby is you. This ring here represents my heart, and everything that you've been waiting for. Just say I do. Because I can see us holding hands, walking on the beach, our toes in the sand. I can see us on the countryside.
You know the words. Please sing along.
You can be my baby, wanna make you my lady. Girl, you amaze me, ain't gotta do nothing crazy. See, all I want you to do is be my love.
I hope you're dancing. We have about 20 more minutes till we get started again. Once again, if you would like to know the agenda for today, go to the YP4 Instagram page, Young People 4, and you can check out the agenda for today. I wonder if you know this one.
She doesn't like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless.
It is a remix, but I wonder if you know the original. It's a pretty cool song.
just wanna love me by the day, and I can't just walk away, even though I know you're trouble, babe. So I'll take my time, going slow, can't get too involved. You got a face that I just can't say no to, just can't say no to you. You know I want you, baby, you know I do. I'll give you my heart and the rest is up to you. You ain't no good for me, I know it's true, but you don't have to pay, 'cause I do it for the thrill, for the rush. I do it for the pain, for your touch. Well, I only when it's too much. If I survive, baby, you're the one, you're the one. I feel like I'm walking the tightrope of love.
We are going to be getting started here in about 12 minutes. I hope you all are enjoying this music. I'm having a great time with you all. Happy to be here. We're on day 2 of the YP4 Civic Engagement Summit. I hope you're enjoying yourselves and enjoying the music. We're going to be getting started once again in about 12 minutes.
I do it for the pain, for your touch. Well, I only when it's too much. If I survive, maybe you're the one, you're the one.
You're enjoying your break. If you like this music, feel free to tag me on Instagram, DJ.Kara. Also, definitely follow YP4 on Instagram. This is a cool remix coming up. I hope you enjoy. Comes in slowly, but you should recognize it when it comes. Hope you're enjoying the music and your break.
Very superstitious writings on the wall. Very superstitious letters start to fall. 13-month-old baby broke the looking glass. 7 years of bad love with the things in your past. When you believe in things that you don't understand and you suffer, superstition is the way. Yeah. You're very superstitious. Wash your face and hands. Let me go of the problem. Do all that you can. Keep me a daydream. Keep me going strong. You don't want no saving. Sad is the song. When you believe in things you don't understand, and you start superstition anyway. Yeah. Very superstitious, nothing more to say. Very superstitious, the devil's on his way. 13-month-old baby, broke the looking glass. 7 years of love, the things in your past. When you believe in things that you don't understand, and you suffer, superstition is weak. Now.
Hope you know this one. Definitely a throwback.
Shoes I'm rocking, I bought the clothes I'm wearing, I bought the rock I'm rocking, I bought it. Side depending on me. If I wanted the watch I'm wearing, I bought it. The house I live in, I bought it. The car I'm driving, I bought it. I depend on me, I depend on me. Oh, baby, throw your hands up at me. All of my head, make my head, throw your hands up at me. All of my love, throw your hands up at me. All the ladies truly feel me. Throw your hands up at me.
Hope you're throwing your hands up. Especially if you're independent. Yeah. I love this one. We're going to be getting started here in about 3 minutes. But for this last 3 minutes, I hope you are dancing and enjoying the music wherever you are. Thank you again for being here.
I just like the challenge that I brought. I can't stand to give you as the fun. If you're gonna break me, show me no fun. No one else to give you what you want. Shoes on my feet, I bought it. Clothes I'm wearing, I bought it. Rock I'm rocking, I bought it. Shine it down on me. If I want it, the watch I'm wearing, I bought it. The house I live in, I bought it. The car I'm driving, I bought it. I depend on me, I depend on me. All of my head, make my head, throw your hands up at me. All the ladies truly feel me. Throw your hands up at me. Be down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could be down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could be down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could be down like that.
We have 1 minute to go. Thank you all for the comments in the chat. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. Did you enjoy DJ Kara? She's great, isn't she? I would like to introduce our next performer, YP4 alum of 2017, Daniel Cano. Daniel was raised in Artesia, California, and moved to Oklahoma City during his adolescence. Daniel is a Latinx artist and poet, making plant-based raps. If he's not exploring nature, buying crystals from walk-owned shops, or attending local vegan eats, he's probably writing a strong verse or vibing at a concert. Please join me in welcoming Daniel Cano. Daniel, take it away.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. And thank you much, YP4, for this opportunity. My name is Daniel Cano. I go on social media as Kid Cano, and I also make music with my cousin, Understand Daniel Cano, which you can find on my social media platforms. Today, I'm going to present a piece called Garden. It's a mix of a cappella verse that was recorded in the upcoming song, but also a mix with spoken word at the end. And so I hope you all enjoy and just feel and vibe and just vibrate higher to this piece. Realized that I finally met God when I looked at myself in the mirror. Realized I could still be a man when emotions do show up in tears. Realize that the universe expands through faith, not fear. Open the book, revelation here. Open the book, revelation here. Here. Revolution starts within. Tell me who you are within. Do you see the stars within? Do you know that you create the change? Or do you want to still live in shame? How you want to live? Shameless, shameless, well-guarded. My garden, stay nourished, I promise. Younger me, I honor. So the younger me, I father. Childhood trauma that I harbor, write it to get out of me. Made something from nothing. Tell me this ain't alchemy. Truth lives in the middle like Malcolm. Yeah, follow your purpose. Yeah, know that you're worth it when the blessings come. Tell yourself you deserve it. Don't ever drift away, and don't ever lose your faith, yeah. I realized that I finally met God when I saw your reflection. I realized that there's a whole lot of strength when we allow our emotions to surface up and cleanse as tears. I realized that the universe responds better and stronger to faith instead of fear. So as I channel the divine, a revelation's here. We've known and heard that the revolution starts at home. So of course it starts within. Tell me who you are within. Do you see, feel, and recognize the illuminating star within? Do you also know that you're the one who co-creates the change? And the one who also breaks the chain? And a big change is on its way. Like we're packing a U-Haul. Just like healing as we commune through this Zoom call. An affirmation to all. Witness the magician within everybody here. Every star throughout the galaxy. The makeup of our DNA, it's not cosmetic. That shit is cosmic. It's magic passed down by the ancestors. So when you feel like you are falling deep and deep into the abyss, needing to reach a lifeline, just remember who you are and the divinity that you are guided by, because you have been well prepared beyond this and all previous lifetimes. Ashe, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Let's give Daniel a virtual round of applause in that chat. Yes, yes. I'm excited to introduce our next conversation, centering our communities. As you know, the theme of the day is to vision and dream about the world we want to see while centering our communities. This next panel will break down how we can make sure that our communities are at the center of our collective vision for progress. We are joined by amazing YP4 alumni to lead us in this conversation to name how we should be centering our communities and building the vision for the world we want to see. As a reminder, we will have some time at the end for Q&A. Be sure to ask your questions in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. For folks who are joining us for the first time, please note that we do have closed captioning available. We are dropping the link in the chat now. We also are joined by two amazing interpreters. So you know they will be taking turns interpreting for us, so you will see them alternate on your screen. For accessibility, we also ask that our panelists say their name before speaking. All right, are y'all ready to get started? Yeah? Okay, I will now hand it off to our wonderful moderator, YP4 alum of 2019, Deep Tripurana.
Hi folks, hope everyone is doing well today. I know I am. I'm Deep Tripurana. I go by they, them, theirs. Today we'll be having a conversation on centering our communities. So just to start things up a little bit, we know that there's a lot at stake for our communities right now. We're living through a global pandemic. There are revolutions happening across the country, and we're in the middle of a presidential election year as well. We know that now is the time to be radical as we can be pushing for progress for our communities. Later today, we'll have a conversation about what this radical agenda for progress looks like and talk about the solutions we should be pushing for. But before we do, we wanted to talk about how we can be intentional about including and centering our respective communities. How can we make sure that these radical solutions we push for are intersectional and inclusive of all of our communities? We have some amazing YP4 alumni today to share their perspectives during this conversation. Just as a quick reminder, YP4 is a C3 nonpartisan organization. And the purpose of this conversation is not to tell you who to vote for specifically, but it's to give you the tools to make the best decision for you and your communities on your own accord. So we can get started with our introductions right now. We'll get started with Denea, Liam, Micah, and Cortney. If you want to introduce yourself really briefly, and then we can get started on our questions today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Denea Joseph, pronouns she, her, hers, and occasionally queen if you feel like it. I was born in Belize, Central America, and I'm one of the 800,000 Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals recipients, where I do immigrant rights work to uplift the voices of undocumented and Black immigrants.
Hey y'all, my name's Liam, or I also go by LiLi. I use she and they pronouns. I'm a YP4 grad or alum of 2012. And over the last 10 years, I've been an organizer, facilitator, and strategist in movements for police and prison abolition to labor organizing. And currently I'm a field director for a state legislative campaign here in Washington State.
Am I unmuted? Cool. Hey everybody, I'm Micah Peace. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I'm a YP4 alumni class year 2017. Shout out to the Southern cohort. And I am a second and third grade teacher at Friends School, as well as a disability access coordinator for showing up for racial justice. So I teach tiny humans by day, and I'm an activist and organizer by night.
Hi, everyone. I'm Courtney Sanders. I use pronouns she, her, and y'all. I am a policy analyst at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. I focus on how state governments spend and raise money in an equitable way that benefits all people and target power and resources in communities that have always been left out, like so many that we're going to talk about today. And I am a YP4 proud Class 14 alumni, and I'm also a consultant and advisor on racial equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Wonderful. Thank you again for the introductions and for joining us on the panel today. So we'll get started right away with our first question for discussion, which is, you all have intersecting identities and lived experiences. Can you take a moment to talk about the communities that you represent? We can start with Micah, go back to Courtney, then Denea, and then back to Liam.
Okay. Thanks, Deep. I'm a white, third-generation American working class person from a working class family. As a queer, non-binary person, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I'm a trauma survivor and a survivor of the psychiatric system, which has largely informed my abolition practices. I am autistic, as well as having several other chronic illnesses and disabilities. And in these strange times of coronavirus, I have found myself a member of the high-risk community.
I am a Black cis woman, and I like to say that I represent the communities shared by the identities I have and I hold, and I do not take on the role of representing all the people that share my identities in my community or speak for them. I am thankful to share the identities of being a first-generation college student, to being a Southerner, to being a dark-skinned female, Black, coming from humble beginnings, only 3 generations from slavery, an act where my ancestors were violently forced to do labor and reproduce against their own will for centuries. The communities I share identity with are strong and powerful and resilient and have achieved, great things in spite of racism and capitalism and white supremacy and anti-Blackness and sexism and violence and so much more. Black people in America, specifically descendants of slavery, have helped build this country, and watch as the very people that have benefited from their contributions continue to rob them and systemically ensure that they never thrive in a place that they've only known. And so that is the community that I share, and that is a part of my identity.
I'm an undocumented and Black woman, so I'm a part of the community of 11.5 million undocumented immigrants in the country. I'm a part of the community of the 800,000 plus DACA recipients. And I'm also a part of the 619,000 approximate undocumented and Black immigrants in this country. I'm a Belizean woman. I'm unapologetically Black. And I'm also a part of the community that was simply dropped off at a different port, right? We tend to have people say, oh, no, you're not Black, you're from Belize. No, I'm a Black woman who was simply dropped off somewhere else. And the second that we begin to understand the intersections of those conversations, I think we'll be more prosperous when it comes time for our movement organizing strategy. So those are the communities that I represent, and those are the communities that I spend my day-to-day life fighting for.
Hey y'all, again, my name's Liam or LiLi. I'm a white, trans femme, working class, disabled person from Kansas, currently in Seattle. The identities that shape my experiences and the work that I do are being like a white, trans femme and working class. They shape my politics. I am a former sex worker. I believe in harm reduction. I'm also a survivor of various forms of harm and abuse. And all of those shape, all those experiences and identities shape my politics and how I'm showing up to the conversation too.
Thank you for all sharing your backgrounds and being vulnerable with our audience today as well. As many of you know, these are a lot of powerful stories that kind of segue into our next discussion question, which is, how do you personally, or with your respective community, engage your community in organizing to build power, in however way you define that? And we could start with, this time, Denea, Cortney, Liam, and then Micah.
So for me, I'm the vice president of the Black Los Angeles Young Democrats. And it's one of those things where it might be odd to some folks, considering that I'm an undocumented woman who can't vote. But I like to remind folks that just because we can't vote doesn't mean that we don't have a stake in the electoral process, considering the fact that we're on the receiving end of the vast majority of detrimental policies to our communities at their intersections. And so one of the roles that I play within my community is just one, educating folks and making sure that fellow undocumented people recognize their own individual power and their ability to work on campaigns and to help, bring it to the finish line, but also to educate their own family members as well too, as to the issues, as to getting out the vote, and most importantly, recognizing that we do have the ability to move the needle when it comes time for change. And so one of the things that I've also been doing is working with nonprofit organizations in their racial justice work, and making sure that it's not simply lip service, right? But truly putting money where their mouth is and standing unapologetically with the Black community at our intersections and recognizing that this isn't something that is a one-off, right? That if you say that you stand for Black lives, that you unapologetically stand for Black lives every single day of the year. And so I've been doing consulting work. I've been also working with the undocumented community, of which I'm a part of, but not necessarily recognized as being a part of. And oftentimes that means having to check my own community, right, as to what we consider to be immigration issues. And by and large, we tend to see this erasure take place, not just within the undocumented community, but within my own Black brothers and sisters who tend not to see immigration as a Black issue. So the work that I do is multi-pronged. It also requires a lot of frustrating times in which I'm spending to explain to folks who should already know. But most importantly, it's about making sure that I'm moving people to be co-conspirators and not to just be allies by name and name alone, but to truly be on the ground where change is happening and where the fight is taking place as well too.
For me, just a few weeks ago, I was calling Black people in the state of Texas, my home state, asking, hey, were you prepared to vote for the Texas primary with an organization called Politic Texas? On a regular, I do things like mentor Black youth, educate community, like Denea about public policies, and I directly do it through my 9 to 5, as a researcher. And a friend once told me, everyone has a role to play in the movement. So while I support those that are marching in the streets and demanding for justice, and those mothers and fathers and parents who are doing right by their children, because that's a role, elected officials that are actually doing the work, innovation and digital grassroots and entrepreneurship, especially during this time. And then like folks like me, I support those who enjoy research and writing and want to put some data to the problems that we can solve. One thing I know for sure is that white people and white supremacy love some written word, right? And so I'm here to give them some so they can't ignore us. And that's what I'm about. And that's kind of how I try to contribute to the movement and put my, foot forward for the progress that we want to see.
That really resonates with me because I have both a background as a researcher as well as an organizer too. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second, but for me, I feel like I'm a born organizer, and I'm a commitment to undoing white supremacy and working towards collective liberation, and that's through a loving and liberatory politic of care too. And so what that looks like is I work within both predominantly white spaces around anti-racist work as well as in multiracial spaces. I work in white affinity spaces is with the Coalition of Anti-Racist Whites, or CARW, here in Seattle. We're an organization of over 600 white folks that are committed to working in solidarity with Black, Indigenous, and folks of color. And for me, that looks like actually direct action organizing. So shutting down the construction site of a new youth jail here in Seattle several years ago. It looks like doing political education and exploring new formats in the time of COVID. How can we form deep personal relationships that over Zoom, and also uncover the ways that whiteness has shaped our experiences in our lives. Soul work for white folks, this question of what we've given up to be white. And that means really digging deep and to figure out what fragments of our soul that we've given up to. In multiracial spaces, it's been predominantly around police and prison abolition and doing direct action organizing. And I was also recently graduated from a master's program where I found that having the organizer mindset with my research with working with queer and trans youth sex workers here in Seattle was a way that not only were we creating information that white folks and especially state legislators loved these reports, they love those glossy reports, right? But we were doing it in a collaborative way where our communities were actually centered and incorporated and leading every part of the research process, from planning to implementation to examining the data and then ultimately figuring out what's the meaning of it too. So just really vibe with what y'all are saying.
Me too, especially you, LiLi, and Cortney. Especially that you all are researchers. I can talk about my background in that in a moment as well. But I really resonated a lot, LiLi, with the work that you do around organizing white folks around anti-racism. That's a large part of what I do at Showing Up for Racial Justice, and just kind of helping folks understand that white supremacy hurts all of us. And capitalism and all of these other oppressive institutions, how they really work together to kind of restrict and control our humanity. And a major aspect of what I do as a disability organizer in these spaces is kind of help to reimagine organizing so that it accepts the wholeness of not only disabled people, but every one of us. And so that we can come into these spaces not only to learn and to unlearn, but to heal and to look forward to what we're going to build next. Because what we have right now, these systems that we're working to dismantle, we have to replace them with something much better and more equitable and supportive of everybody. Another major aspect of how I connect with people and organize white folks for racial justice is through storytelling and helping folks to find their mutual interest. I was recently in a conversation with someone who couldn't really get their mind around why, as white people, we should be having conversations about racism and police brutality and issues like this. But as I said previously, white supremacy hurts everybody. And especially as people with privilege, we have a stake and we have a lot of power to move things and to move the needle, as Denea said. Focusing on collective healing through things like storytelling, through things like organizing in a trauma-informed way. I do research with some folks at several universities. Right now, we're working on a restorative justice project around recognizing the historical precedent for racist, ableist violence against Black and brown bodies, against non-normative bodies, and developing a new way of doing research that is founded on participatory action research to bring marginalized people into the process. And then also as an educator, I just think that that every day in the classroom is an opportunity, especially working with youth, to shape the future and to course correct for some of the things we see in the world.
Thank you all for kind of giving us that insight into how your communities engage change every day. Praxis is a very hard task ahead. And so it kind of leads us to the next discussion question, which is how is your community specifically mobilizing for the 2020 elections coming up this November? And what are some of the gaps you're all seeing, challenges, obstacles, or even opportunities that are happening right now? We can start with Liam to go to Cortney, then Micah, and then jump back to Denea.
Ooh, this is a heavy and juicy question. You know, my quote 9 to 5 work right now is actually working on an election. And so, you know, my work is to move towards the election in November. And yesterday being the Washington state primaries was a huge feat to get through. And I think of the strategies that we're using and how we're thinking about 2020 is, one, the 2020 election is so freaking important. That I think what we've seen over the last 4 years at all levels of government, that when we have literally just that when white supremacy is confirmed and made both I think just blatantly normalized, it fundamentally changes our organizing conditions and how our communities can respond to crises. And I think there's been a shift, especially here in Seattle, over the last 6 months or so, but especially since the George Floyd uprisings, that we need to make sure that we have folks in office that we can organize around, that are actually movable, that we need to create the conditions for change, and we understand, particularly, I'm talking from an abolitionist perspective, that over the summer, that's where my work has been grounded, as well as over the last 3 years with the No New Youth Jail Coalition, that we understand, in order to move abolitionist politics through the city, through the county, through the state, electoral organizing is one of many tactics that we need to engage into. I also think of like it's been a huge opportunity working on a campaign in the times of COVID to think through what does accessibility and just disability justice look like, which of course, when I'm thinking about disability justice, it's like wrapped in racial justice and gender justice and overcoming class oppression and so forth. But it's been such an opportunity to think creatively about how we can engage people in meaningful ways that when we can't be face to face, like we still have to figure out how to like have like deepen relationships and move our neighbors to action too. And for me, it's like, man, this is the shit that we should have been doing all along. And not to say that folks actually haven't been doing that all along too, because I like, again, look to fellow sex workers, harm reductionists and other folks that they've been doing this type of mutual aid or accessibility organizing and disability justice organizing for a really long time. So yeah, just to sum up, I think that when we're thinking about the 2020 elections, it's like we're thinking about how to transform the conditions at all levels, that we're thinking about creative ways in order to engage people in building power, in order to like move past 2020 and get through abolition and other policies we want, as well as like, I think we're honoring the folks that have come up with these strategies for decades, if not centuries. And we know that those are BIPOC folks, those are disabled folks, those are sex workers, trans femmes and women, and so forth.
Yeah, how, you know, my community is mobilizing for the 2020 elections is, it has to go back to what we're experiencing right now, right? Like COVID-19 health crisis and the pandemic has really woken up a lot of people. And Black people have the highest rates of infections and death rates in this country. They are also experiencing other challenges, like as the white unemployment rate, like in real time, is going down, the Black unemployment rate continues to rise. And people are trying to put food on their table. They're trying to save every penny to pay their rent. And the pandemic is making people focus not just on their problems, but their possibilities. And I think it's so important to realize that going back to normal is not an option for progress. And they're really centering that in their mobilization right now. Black people, like the Black Lives Matter movement, are demanding for justice for Breonna Taylor and for Elijah. They're demanding that we do right by our community and not the police departments that get away with murder. You know, they're Black teachers and education advocates right now advocating for students and youth to have what they need during this pandemic and well after. And Black people are also questioning the systemic racism of healthcare and calling on government to track the data and the numbers so that we can expose, expose and think about like what is reform and really think about the bad medical practices that are put in place and practiced during this country, in this country. And I think another thing is, most of all, my grandma used to say growing up, you know, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And the Black mobilization that's happening right now is that people are standing up and they're saying no to racism and they're saying no to voter suppression. And the gaps are the misinformation that we're getting from news media, from print media, you name it, media, the lack of resources for people like LiLi's organization that's trying to do the work, trying to do the organizing to get people on the right page. And the gap and the challenge is this pandemic. We're stuck right now in a moment. And I think that is really important for us to realize that we have to reconsider what are our problems, because right now is really thinking about how people are surviving in the middle of so much trauma and harm due to something that is no one's fault, right? And so these gaps, like facing voter suppression, is just one of many gaps and challenges that Black people are facing as they're trying to mobilize for the 2020 election.
God, Courtney, that really resonated with me, because another group that has been really disproportionately affected by this pandemic has been people with disabilities. And just, I think it's like so important to, like, one thing that my communities have really been doing in this moment is organizing systems of mutual aid and using those to start conversations and to build relationships around this political moment, because our survival has to come first. At the end of the day, if we want to make change, we have to be here in order to do it. And that is such a constant threat and challenge for people of color, for queer and trans people, for people with disabilities. And so really focusing on that, and then in the conversations that we have, just drawing as much attention as possible, like you said, to the fact that we can't go back. There is the normal that we had should never have been normal, and it wasn't working to begin with. And that really, in a way, coronavirus has kind of blessed us because it has laid that bare for all to see. And one major part of that too in the disability community has been also pushing back against this kind of weird politicization of wearing masks, of just very basic, things that we think of as being a part of the social contract. Like, no, it is actually in your interest to care about your neighbor. Aside from constructing systems of mutual aid and just being aware and dreaming about the fact that we have to organize outside of these systems, because these are the systems that have left us behind, or that have actively oppressed and suppressed a vast majority of people. We're also organizing within the system through things like the Collect Your Cousins campaign, asking folks not only to vote, but to bring family members to start these conversations at home, and teaching folks how to do that in new ways shaped by the pandemic, like hosting house parties, particularly around the issues of the election and around abolition. And then the Crip the Vote campaign is something that goes on every year, both to empower disabled voters and to make able people aware of ways that they can make electoral activism and campaigns more accessible. And it highlights issues that disproportionately impact communities of disabled people.
Sorry.
Where do I start? I think the undocumented community has really been standing in the gaps of what elected officials have failed to do for us. We've seen the undocumented community be left out over and over again in regards to the stimulus package, in regards to what localities and state governments are able to provide for our communities. And so we've seen a lot of the immigrant rights organizations literally, do mutual aid funds to seek money. One of the things that a lot of organizations were trying to do, they were trying to address the April issue. And what the immigrant rights organizations were able to recognize is that this wasn't just a COVID-19 issue. This was a problem that immigrants had been facing long before. And COVID-19 just exacerbated all of the issues that our community had already been facing. And so the fact that our communities are continually left out, despite the fact that undocumented people have been on the front lines and have been serving as the essential workers, but yet there's a continuous call by this very xenophobic administration to say, send them back and to build a wall, right? And so they're trying to eliminate the very people who are keeping this nation afloat in the midst of insurmountable odds that we did not think a year prior or even a few months prior that we would have to navigate. In addition to the role that organizations are playing directly on the ground with regards to providing funding, we've also seen undocumented people play very crucial roles on the campaign trails. Most recently, we saw undocumented people serving in very high level to all different roles in different campaigns across the board. And what that's been able to do is really provide a framework for how a lot of the elected officials who are seeking the presidency are able to shape their policies and their understanding of who it impacts and what real change looks like short-term and long-term. And so they've really been transformative in our organizing. In addition to that, we've really seen that our community isn't reliant upon elected officials, right? We know that whether it be a Democratic person or a Republican, that we've been failed across the board in regards to how many people are detained and deported and systemic investment in deportations, right? And then what that's meant for the advocacy that's being done to bring attention to the fact that there's folks who are being held in concentration camp-like conditions in the midst of a pandemic without the proper care that they need to truly survive these odds, right? And so we've just been calling out the systemic inequities, but really trying to bring pressure as well too, so that we can get the necessary resources to continue to thrive as a community.
You all touched on a lot of good points, especially the discrepancies we're seeing right now. Because in our communities, we don't have all equal access, even if our community did have access, because of the intersectional backgrounds and difficulties, unfortunately, which kind of leads us into our next question just as well, which is kind of our communities don't always have the opportunity to share their priorities for progress. What are your priorities for progress, especially thinking about the 2020 election? We can start with Cortney, then Denea, and then Liam, and then Micah.
This is a really great question, and I was really excited when I knew we were going to talk about this topic. You know, they say all the time, people closest to the problems are the ones closest to the solutions. And so I think for starters, the policy priorities are listening to those voices, investing in those voices, and encouraging those voices to speak out in whatever form that they want to make change. We need anti-racist change and policy solutions, and we can start with the people who have the problems. And just to rattle off a few policy priorities, I'll do that, like addressing criminal fines and fees and stop criminalizing people for being poor, increasing the funding for schools and education. Everyone needs a laptop at home right now. Everyone needs a teacher to worry about their child and not the rent because we don't pay teachers enough. Better jobs and employment across the board for all Black and Brown communities and all those at margins. Solving the health crisis and healthcare. You know, they say all the time, healthcare to Black women is what violent police are to unarmed Black men. And I think that that is so true. Taxing the most wealthy, right? And so this is my bread and butter. What does it mean? Our nation is too wealthy for us to have homelessness and food shortages in this country. Why? Because there's only so many people that are holding most of the wealth in our country. In fact, 87% of all wealth is held by white households. Let's change that. Let's fix that. And finally, learn how we can love as a collective. And I know that that might not be a policy, but it is important. And it's a priority to call in and to call out those that we can persuade, because with numbers, we will win against hatred and see progress.
My priorities, first and foremost, is justice for Breonna Taylor and all of the other Breonna Taylors. And given the fact that we continue to not have Black women being prioritized, not just within this movement, but across the globe, right? Where we've seen that Malcolm X once said that Black women are the most under attack, right? And the most oppressed in regards to what we've seen in this country. And so as a result of that, I just want folks to continue to see that we can't talk about gender without talking about the intersectionality of race and socioeconomic status, immigration status, and all of the other factors that would lead to other folks being oppressed and marginalized within our system. That's first things first. I would also like us to continue on what we've seen with George Floyd uprisings, which is a recognition that none of us are free until all of us are free, right? And making sure that we're able to realize the importance of intersectional organizing when we do this work. And a continuity of what we've seen our white allies do, which is quite literally put their bodies on the line to protect Black and Brown and Native and Indigenous folks as we've seen these organizing movements take place across the board. I would also like us to see a recognition that immigration is a Black issue. Immigration is an Asian issue. Immigration is an issue that impacts people from all across the globe as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. And the sooner we come to that recognition, we can start to address the fact that, you know, all of us are impacted by this system and this administration that wants to see, right, anybody who is not white not be a part of the immigration process within this country, right? So I just want us to see a more equitable, a more just, a more intersectional community where we can see healthcare for all, including my undocumented brothers and sisters, right? Where we can bring attention to the fact that Flint, Michigan still does not have clean water, where we can bring attention to the fact that while John Lewis just passed away and, you know, contributed his entire life to fighting for voter equity, that we've seen it be under attack under this administration, under previous administrations, and that the things that, you know, our forefathers in the civil rights movement once fought for are under attack, and that we're not ultimately in a better place, but that we must fight to make sure that those things are solidified, not just for one of us, but for all of us.
Oof. Denea and Cortney, y'all's brilliance like gives me so many thoughts about like what priorities should be. And yeah, I feel like Cortney, when you were speaking earlier, like it made me think about like with the 2020 election, like making sure that we have folks that understand what reform is and what abolition is, right? And like what abolitionist steps are. And listening to you, Denea, I'm just like, there's like the, you know, deportation machine is inherently connected to how we like also police and incarcerate people and sentence folks like literally social death, you know? And I just like want to like shout out to friends and comrades, Cassie, Shomya, Kia, and Helika. Y'all have like these like 4 people and many others have like shaped how I think about abolition. And like now I approach all of my work within this like abolitionist framework. And that when I think about the 2020 election, I think about not only like defunding the police, cutting, abolishing ICE and cutting ties between cities, county and state governments with ICE, but I also think about like, what are the opportunities to like actually engage our communities in the process of figuring out where all those funds and resources go, and like, what is the meaningful role? And I want, what I want to see in 2020 is that we get folks in office who are committed to that see, you know, defunding the police here in Seattle, what could that mean if we defunded by 50% at least? Like, what would happen if like we, of course, like invested that in communities, but I'm also not talking about like the city deciding where to redistribute these resources and keeping power where it is. Now, like I'm thinking participatory budgeting, where like we literally like through, you know, at the very least an equity informed framework, have communities decide how to use the city and county and state's resources. And for me, that's like, of course, just informed by how I think about abolition and how I think about making sure, how I think about power and how power moves through various institutions, not necessarily concentrated solely in one individuals. And I also think of the purpose. I want elected officials who are committed to not expanding those institutions and expanding the reach and control of them. And that, you know, is most obvious for me in my work to, you know, stop the building of a youth jail, to like defunding the police, but also, you know, I think we can think about it in the same ways of how we like think about housing and affordable housing access, how we like make sure our houseless neighbors have access to the resources that they need to be healthy. And ultimately, like our communities have the power and sovereignty to decide how to create safety for ourselves in 2020.
Wow. I don't know how to follow all of this brilliance, honestly. Like, where do I start? So one thing that really, really resonated with me was when Courtney was talking about how the people who are often most impacted by a problem are usually the closest to a solution. I want to see a world where we have leadership of the most impacted, where these folks are empowered to diagnose the problem, to call it exactly what it is. Because as a person with disabilities, I've been in a lot of situations where, you know, you're asked to be on an advisory council, you're asked to come to this meeting, this hearing, what have you, and you're there more as it's tokenization is what it is. You're a token. Look, I brought the disabled person and they agree, or they're here and they're telling their story, and that counts as advocacy. No, often in those rooms, disabled people, we very clearly and succinctly can say, no, this is the problem. This is what's working for me. And if you would just, you know, allow Medicaid transportation to go here or do whatever, they have the solution. I want people, as LiLi said, government officials who are ready to listen. I want to see systems of power, and as LiLi touched upon, the way that power moves throughout our society to totally transform, because I think it is completely backward that we live in, you know, large communities of varieties of people, and yet one person sits atop and makes decisions. I think that's backwards. I want to see a world where folks are keenly aware of the intersections, not only of the identities that they hold with and live with, but of the ones of people around them, that folks can keenly identify, oh, your humanity is what's at stake here, or our liberation is bound up in each other's. And we're already beginning to see that as people take to the streets in the uprisings, as we craft these systems of mutual aid to fill the gaps that the government through this COVID pandemic isn't willing to fill. And I want to see a world, like Courtney said, where 87% of white households don't hold the wealth anymore. It's absurd that in order to survive this pandemic, we were given one check for $1,200 when so many corporations who didn't pay a dime in taxes got gobs and gobs of exorbitant amounts of money. I want to see a world where your body and your ability isn't on its own a reason for people to discount you out of hand. I don't want people's bodies and what they're able to produce to decide their worth anymore. In addition to defunding the police, to abolishing ICE, and to bringing power and control of justice back to our communities, I want to see how we handle health, especially mental health, radically change, because in my opinion, forced psychiatric institutionalization is an abolition issue. Day programs for people with disabilities is an abolition issue. Sheltered workshops for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities is an abolition issue. And we can't fully begin to contend with abolition and give it life in our community until we fully contend with ableism.
No, that was very necessary, especially when we were talking about communities heard the least and how our communities are referred to, especially in neoliberal contexts, when we're finally given a seat at the table, but we're not given the respect or the proper kind of cadence to carry ourselves, which actually segues into our next questions just well, which is how do we build a radical agenda for progress that uplifts all of our communities? So we use some terminology like intersectionality and cross-community solidarity. So something along that lines. We can start with Denea, Micah, then go back to Liam, and then finally Cortney.
I think the way that we formulate a radical agenda, first and foremost, is by allies not dictating to marginalized people what change looks like. Far too often, I've heard people say, I'm an ally, but I wasn't in support of the approach that protesters took in wake of the murder of George Floyd. If you're an ally, there is no such thing as but, right? It is, and here's how I could support, right? And so I feel like the way that we first and foremost start with building that radical agenda is being a part of the same page. And like Cortney said, getting a firm understanding that those who are the most oppressed and marginalized have the key to Pandora's box, right? Which is the solution and the change in which we need to see, not just in this country, but in the world. And I think the way that we also formulate a radical agenda is by having a global viewpoint instead of just thinking solely along the lines of where we live. Far too often, we tend to just see the world as our positionality within it. And so as a result, we tend not to look at what Dr. King refers to as injustice everywhere. And so we tend to just focus on solutions that are just within the framework of our own individual communities. And while there is a power to organizing within the context of your own community as far as grassroots organizing goes, if we're not thinking about movements and the way in which those same movements have showed up across the globe so that we can take on the perspectives and the organizing strategies of those people. For the movements and the uprisings like that of in wake of George Floyd, we saw people replicating some of the same actions that we saw in Hong Kong. That is power. Right? When we see people that are taking on the chants like they did in Puerto Rico, that is power. The replication of movement strategy that we've learned from across the globe is powerful because it really tells to us that our movement is working, right? And that we can't just address what's going on in our own homelands, but that we may see those ties that connects us to people across the globe who may look differently than us, but have some of the same oppressive notions of how systems flow and operate and subjugate them and their ability to dictate what their own long-term viability looks like. I think in addition to that, we need the funds to do so. I'm sick and tired of the organizations and the people who are stakeholders or who are considered to be those in positions of power, and they say that they support our cause, but they're unwilling to provide the monetary funds that it takes to take us to the next level, right? Unfortunately, we do live in a capitalist society, right? One in which money tends to dictate how quickly something tends to go. And whether or not we want to admit it, it takes these resources to sustain movements, to provide the waters and the granola bars and all of those things that may sound like minutia when we're on the ground, right? And so all of these things require that monetary support. I think lastly, when we think of movement organizing, we have to think of those who are the most oppressed within communities. One of the critiques of the movement for Black lives has been that it's not inclusive of our trans brothers and sisters and non-binary folks, right? And I think that requires us to see that just because we're talking about one issue, when we bring in other communities who are also disproportionately impacted by the same system to address their own issues, does not take away from the movement. Right. And so the second that we begin to understand that intersection and intersectionality is the key to our movement organizing and getting those folks who are the most marginalized does not mean that we're playing oppression Olympics, but it really means that we need to get to the crux of these issues and those who are most impacted. So that's what I think needs to be done before we can get this radical agenda moving forward.
I so agree, Denea, and in a similar vein of ensuring that we keep a framework of intersectionality. I think for me that always begins with asking who's not in the room, asking who's not at this table, and how can we invite them in? How can we create access to facilitate that person's empowerment? because that's part of allyship, right? Is to if you're free, it's your job to help someone else get free, right? That's what Toni Morrison said. And so a major aspect of that has always been, especially as a disability organizer, and that being kind of my organizing home, asking continually, who is not here? Who does this impact the most? And who hasn't had a chance to speak on this before? And making sure that those voices can be heard. And also just kind of starting with the mindset of, I think, LiLi, this might kind of be similar to harm reduction, kind of, okay, this is the world that we have right now, and it's a mess, but it isn't going to be what we have forever, and it can't be. So we can't only think within the confines and the context of our own experiences, of the systems that we have experience with. It has to be part of some of that like soul work, that deep kind of reckoning with all of the ways that, yes, maybe these systems are working for us. As much as they are working, there are more ways that there aren't, even for the privileged. And going into it with that kind of awareness, because I think when you're crafting an agenda, especially a radical one, like it has to begin with, I saw a question pop up in the chat, there's been a lot of talk about these kinds of radical spaces. I really think that it begins with your inner space. Like, it's, for me, a thing that I take with me. When I first came into organizing, it was through an experience that I had with being in radical autistic space. And I'd never been in a space that recognized my wholeness, the wholeness of my humanity, and every identity that I held and that the other people in the space held. Like, it was not only a truly intersectional space, it was cross movement. Thinking back to, we recently had a big milestone in disability history where the ADA had its 30th anniversary. The ADA is the Disability Civil Rights Law. And we would not have that if it weren't for groups like the Black Panthers. Because while it was a lot of people with disabilities out demonstrating out in the streets, we wouldn't have been able to do that and to sustain those efforts without people from other communities and other movements recognizing their stake and recognizing that our liberations are connected and supporting in material ways as well as interpersonal ways. So I think those are some really key aspects when it comes to building that agenda for me.
Thank you all so much for this amazing panel discussion. Everybody, let's give some love in the chat to our amazing panelists. Aren't they awesome? So we are going to now transition into a Q&A. Thank you so much, Deep, for your amazing facilitation of this panel. So we do have a couple of questions in the Q&A for you all. The first question is from Isaac. Isaac wants to know, what does this space look like? Everyone says that the voices of people need to be heard. Where is that space? And if it doesn't yet exist, then how and where do we create this space? And I want to start off with LiLi. What are your thoughts on this?
Oof. Wow. My first thoughts that actually come to mind are how I was thinking about the last question too. I'm working in electoral organizing right now. And let me tell you, if you asked me 3 months ago if I was going to be in electoral organizing, I would have said, hell no. I have felt the heartbreak. I felt left out of the system. I've seen friends, loved ones, family come through and again, be cast out of a system that just doesn't work for us. And I think how I'm thinking about my role as an electoral organizer too is kind of complements what Denea was speaking to as well, is that like, while Denea is speaking about this like upper level stuff, and like thinking through like, how are we connecting to like mass movements across the world? How are we sharing tactics? How are we sharing messaging? How are we making sure our movements actually don't punch down, quote unquote, that like they aren't actually like implicit in the oppression of other people in other places? I'm also thinking through electoral organizing as an opportunity to organize super like hyper local, like literally thinking through how we can like organize our neighbors. If we're thinking about like abolition and creating safety for ourselves outside of the police, people like think that this has to be something that's huge and massive. And I'm like, well, actually, yes, it does, but it also happens at the small scale too. That literally like having relationships that like from like knowing your neighbors, whether they're houseless or not, like and knowing their names and having relationships with each other, and where you commit to not calling the cops on others, to literally knowing like checking in on each other. Like there's these like sort of like micro ways in which we need to build like the infrastructure, I guess, for transformation. And to your question, Isaac, I think that it's a messy question. I think that like, for me, those like liberatory spaces kind of, it's a process that like bubbles of liberation for me, like literally appear and manifest in day-to-day work, whether it's in a team meeting where I feel like seen and that I don't have to leave identities at the door, all the way to what it means to like build power with neighbors and to demand space from those who actually have power. And also understanding too that they're not gonna willingly give it up, and that we have to like really like prepare our people for a long fight. But like that process, I think too, is all about like, yeah, learning to love and care for each other even more deeply too. So I think really in sum, it's about like both the small is all aspect of like thinking through interpersonally, how are we transforming the ways that we move about the world, as well as thinking through, once we get that in mass, how we're shaping our movements to be in alignment with like things going across the world. Like to Hong Kong, we literally like in Seattle had communication with Hong Kong protesters and organizers where they're like teaching, you know, what apps to use, how to use this like flow like water, like with mass movements. And it literally like, it's allowed folks to en masse like take over cities. Like literally they took over a portion of Seattle, of the CHOP, like the Capitol Hill project. So it's real.
Yes, thank you so much, LiLi, for breaking it down. You mentioned it's both at the interpersonal level, but it's also, you know, structural, the way that we create these spaces. And I also want to kick it back to you, Deep, to get your opinion on how do we create these spaces where all of our voices are heard and we can make a collective change. To Isaac's point, where do we create this space?
I think one of the questions we were struggling as college activists when we, again, our introduction to activism often starts at college, if not before, is was activism a major? Was it a profession? Was it something, this external abstract term that just comes about our way? Because when we look at the history books, we never know, like, you know, the resumes, the CVs of major activists. And one of the things that helped address that question, including the voices we should advocate for, came with what are spaces are we already in? And can we question openly and have the comfort to openly question the institutions we're already positioned in? To give an example, if I'm working in hospital context, so I'm a volunteer at 2 hospitals. I go every Thursday and Sunday, at least before COVID. And I noticed that just being a dark-skinned immigrant South Asian individual who does fit, you know, I guess the white supremacy norm of model minority myth, where I do look okay to be in that environment, I still feel that subtle pressure. And I still have to code switch and accommodate for myself in that setting. And so I know it's, if I'm feeling that way, just asking a question openly to my volunteer advisor, you know, do we have a representative youth volunteer force to serve our community? That conversation is not going to happen for a long time. So I know that gives me a signal within myself, this institution is not even ready for the conversation yet. Not that it will never be ready, but we have to build infrastructure to it. So I think the first thing is making change in places you're already in, work, volunteering, internship, the classroom, or any other space, including family, because I know family conversations on anti-Blackness is happening right now. And then the second thing that also helped was if you don't know exactly who's missing from the room, then at least try to put yourself in the position of the folks who work outside the institution. For example, let's say there's a protest happening outside a hospital. You've seen meetings and corporate meetings, especially with the hospital board, where they're talking with each other, like, who are these activists? What are they doing? Why are they, causing the stir and kind of disrupting us? But what if you just change your perspective right there and then and said, wait, they're saying something. We're not listening to them. We're dismissing them. And here we are having a separate conversation 3 hours later into a corporate meeting and talking about who's not included in the room. The very people who are not included are protesting our institution. Maybe we're part of the problem and we have to make that change.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you build off of LiLi's point, beautifully. It starts at every single level. That is how we create these spaces. And I want to address the next question asked by Ayla. Can you speak to the role of accountability in transformative restorative justice, particularly when it occurs within community? How do we move away from punishment and toward accountability, particularly when so many are not willing or ready to be held accountable? That's a powerful question. And I want to kick it off first to Cortney.
Like, please don't pick me. Please don't pick me. Please don't pick me. That is a powerful question. And I think it speaks to how we mobilize people's strengths and how we hold people accountable in ways in which that are uncomfortable. I think a lot of times people say over and over again, you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that question directs that exact moment. To be clear, I think that there's a lot of elitism when it comes to who can speak for us. And that's why I kind of said my introduction is that I do not speak for all the identities in the communities that share my identities, especially as a college graduate, especially as someone who has a master's degree, that because of these things, I'm a little bit more removed from where I first started when I was born on the south side of Houston, right? And so I think that what this question is getting at is really saying, okay, I need to have to practice in some skills. At the National Summit, we had invited Loretta Ross, and she said something that was really powerful. She said, there's a moment to call in people. And I think that it's important for us as advocates, as researchers, as organizers, whomever, to think about what tools can we use to unify people, because we have the tools of oppression. We were born with them. Right. And I mean that in the sense of the day that we were born, there were tools, systems, and institutions ready to oppress us. So we can learn those very easily. It's for us to adopt tools to unify each other and to really say, OK, I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm not going to punish you for making the mistake, for being a part of a system that you can't even control or even grapple, and start thinking about how do I and how do we as a community start holding each other accountable within love and a collective space that knows that there is no hierarchy of oppression and there is no hierarchy of who has the right answer to solve the problems that we are facing.
And that is the perfect conclusion to this amazing panel. Thank you so much, Cortney, for that answer. And thank you all for sharing your brilliance and your knowledge with us, and Deep for your facilitation. You are all brilliant. Thank you for joining us today. Let us know in the chat if you enjoyed this panel discussion and if you learned something new from our panelists. Thank you all so much for joining us, and let's give them a virtual round of applause and some exclamation points in the chat. Thank you all. Yes, we're getting so many exclamation points. So you all mentioned that you did learn something new from this chat. And so, a lot of what is important is to bring this information back to our communities. Are y'all committed to doing that? Let us know in the chat. Are y'all committed to bringing what you're learning back to your communities? Yes, from Angel, from Luz, from Daniel, from Maya. Yes, you all are committed to doing this. So we want to help you make that commitment. So what we are offering you is we have a pledge. We're dropping the link in the pledge now, in the comments now. We know that collectively we can make a huge impact on the issues that we all care about. And we know that there's a lot at stake for our communities come November. So we want you to join us in signing a pledge to mobilize your folks ahead of November. We're dropping a link here. So sign the pledge and let us know how many people you are committed to mobilizing ahead of the elections. Are y'all ready to do that? Yes? Awesome. Yes, I see in the chat, y'all are ready to do that. We're also dropping the link to a feedback box. If at any point you want to let us know what you're learning, you all mentioned there's a lot that you're learning right now. And if you're liking the programming and if it's useful for you, let us know. We're dropping the link here and you can add to it at any point. So we are now going to transition into a set by DJ Kara. We will be back at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Time for a really amazing panel discussion to chat about a radical agenda for progress. So we'll see you all again super soon. Thanks, y'all.
Hope you enjoyed that segment. Back here with some music for you.
I'm a little bit reckless with a little bit of come get this. Don't you wanna know if it's mutual? If you wanna see me, come over. Don't you really need me on your shoulder? Don't you wanna see me? Won't wait around. Don't you wanna see me? You want to come over and please me? Won't stop. Don't you wanna see me? Don't let me down. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. I could try to read your mind, but I don't have time. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. Let me know, don't go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, let go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, come on. Just say hello. When you come into the room and you're looking over, wanna feel brand new. I can see you looking down. When you come into the room, I've been waiting for you. Shouldn't come as a surprise. I don't compromise. Do you like it? Do you want it? Let me help you. I think it's special. Let me. Do you like it? Got your ticket? I can help you. Stop this romance and just dance like a dance. If you wanna see me, come over. Don't you really need me on your shoulder? Don't you wanna see me? Won't wait around. Don't you wanna see me? You want to come over and please me? Won't stop. Don't you wanna see me? Don't let me down. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. I can try to read your mind, but I don't have time. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. Let me know, don't go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, let go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, come on. Just say hello. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me wanna go. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. I can try to read your mind, but I don't have time. Tell me where you wanna go. I'm not here to take it slow. Let me know, don't go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, let go. Just say hello. Just say hello. Oh, baby, come on. Just say hello.
I been tell her to choose, she no fit wait no more. He said you no go be too slow down. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. She said be my Valentine, so we fit quarantine. Tell her baby slow down now. Baby open up to me now. I want to know it all you need. I know I'll give you my heart when you underuse up like a this like a that. Slow down. Let me get to know you. Darling, I care for you more than my own self. Darling, I'll share with you all goodness and well. Say, we can have just one night, or we can have one whole life if we play it cool. Yeah, we can have that one thing, or we can have everything if our hearts are true. Girl, slow down. Girl, let me love you. Darling, slow down. Let me get to know you.
Baby, I've been fantasizing, just looking in your eyes. You know I'm looking for more, and you're what I've been praying for. This kind of love don't come around like this. I'm not one to play around like this. It's so real, and I love how it feels. I love it when we slowly sway. I love it when we think the same thing. I love the way we move, the way we move. Yeah. We can have every night, yeah. We can have every day. I want you to, I need you.
Darling, slow down. Let me love you. Slow down. Let me get to know you. Straight from Africa. Mama. I really want to love you. Oh, señorita, mama. I really want to love you. Girl, I'm in love with you. Do anything you want me to, as long as you slow down. Shawty, calm down. Girl, I'll be one with you. Reservation for two. Baby, let us look down. Shawty, calm down. Oh, yo, with you, something give me a crunchy. Oh, my baby, make me connect. Boy, you gotta be calm for me.
I love him, baby. If I rule the world, if I rule, I love him, baby. If I rule the world, if I rule, I free all my sons. I love them, baby. Black diamonds and pearls. If I rule the world, I love them, baby. I love them, baby. If I rule the world, if I rule, I love them, baby. If I rule the world, if I rule.
you are enjoying the music. Hope you're vibing out with me.
Vision rolling out of my head, but I don't really talk about it. I love it when you do what I mean, and I don't wanna do that. Day and night, I dream of us or whatever, but I guess I'll have to wait until that day comes. Missing me, I'm missing you, but baby, you're not sleep. I'm getting to be together with you. I'm complete. You're not sleep. 48 hours alone. Gonna be a weekend marathon. So you better get ready, my king, 'cause I'ma be the queen of insomnia. Stay wide awake for every moment we spend together, 'cause every second you're away feels like forever.
Someone that you love, someone that you love, someone that you love. Act like you don't know me 'cause you got too much going on. Oh, someone that you love, someone that you love, someone that you love. I'll be waiting, won't give up on you. I am waiting, always waiting for you.
someone that you love, someone that you love. Act like you don't know me cause you got too much going on. Boy, someone that you love, someone that you love, someone that you love. I'll be waiting, won't give up on you. I am waiting, always waiting for you. I'll be waiting, won't give up on you. I am waiting, always waiting for you.
Hope you're enjoying the music. So this next one, I'm pretty excited about. I hope you know it. It's definitely a throwback.
brand new Liberian girl. You came and you changed me, girl. A feeling so true. Liberian girl, you know that you came and you changed my world. Just like in the movies. Two lovers in a scene, and she says, do you love me? And he says, so will it's me. I love you, Liberian.
Good. I'm glad you are enjoying music. Happy it's making your work better, Josh. Thank you for vibing with me.
but I can't go for that. No, no can do. I
can go for that, yeah. No can do. I can go, no can go, no can go, go for that, yeah. No, no can do. I can go, no can go, I can go for that, yeah.
Why you seizing me so thin for you? I'm more than enough for club for loving you. Girl, we can spend the time. I think that this chemistry we have ain't no going back. And I need you to come to your senses. Don't be reckless, babe. Can't be from the things got a senses. Don't be reckless. I'm only a second. Your booty be a lesson. Instagram and follow you, but you ain't even answer. Why'd even bother? Just try to be a lover. Summer ain't just staying you in the blue cover. Break down. Be when you say for the summer. When I should found some danger. Be when you say for the night. Feel is a train. Found some appetite. I wanna feel now. What's the best for me cause I'm a man now. I'ma need a body just to back it up. Shaking on the public cat till the sun's down. What's the skill now? From the east side to the west side, down to the countryside. See me coming at your case looking like a man. I got all my feet, the rings on feet. Girl, would you give me chances to improve how you visualize and general? Girl, something tells me that you wanna move. Parasite is seeing the way you're coming through. Give me that love, give me that way, give me that way, let me get there. Give me that love, give me that way, give me something I need. I'm only a second, your booty be a lesson. Instagram and follow you, but you ain't even answer. Why'd even bother?
All
Just try
right.
to be a lover.
Hope you're enjoying the music. I will be taking a break here soon. After this song, I'll be taking an hour break. And then we'll be coming back before your next session here. So yeah, I will see you all soon.
Party, Looking for a place that I'd rather be. I've been searching for my own destiny. I raise my gun to the sky and scream out loud. This is my life, this is my hope, this is what I stand for. Now it's the time to let it all. We are the young, stand by for survival. We will watch it like a light on fire. We are the young, stand by for survival. We will watch it like a light on fire. I've been looking for a place that I'd rather be. I've been searching for my own destiny. I raise my gun to the sky and scream out loud. This is my life, this is my hope, this is what I stand for. Now it's the time to let it all. We are the young, stand by for survival. We will watch it like a light on fire. We are the young, stand by for survival. We will watch it like a light on fire. The darkest night is always seen. Wait on the night, then we're face to face. I've heard about you, you know about me. Already enough not to lose the game. The darkest night is always seen. Wait on the night, then we're face to face. I've heard about you, you know about me. Already enough not to lose the game. Not to lose the game. The darkest night is always seen. Wait on the night, then we're face to face. I've heard about you, you know about me. Already enough not to lose the game. The sweetest touch I've ever felt. The sweetest things I got with your kiss. Let's stay forever in this embrace. Mixing the sunrise with the ocean breeze. Not to lose
I used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I I used to dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed. Yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved.
Nothing is guaranteed, such a thin line in between. Colder than ice when you're next to me. First time we met, I knew I had to make you mine. Couldn't see all the warnings, cause you looked so fine. When I look into your eyes, my heartbeat stops. Live a beautiful life, there's no love. I don't need you. Your love just doesn't feel true, but you go into my head a lot. Yeah, I don't need you. No, it's gonna be you. Now we found you now. So hard to find, feeling left on shit. in your misery. I should let it be, let go and set it free. Love is rare, but yours is killing me. I don't need you. Your love just doesn't feel true, but you're going to my head. Yeah, I don't need you. No, it's gonna be you. Till we come to now. We've been going through so much lately. Tell me, how can I trust you, baby? I plan on making you my lady. The deal is looking shady, but maybe I'm just crazy. I don't regret the way that we have gone through yet, 'cause I learned on this journey just to do my best. At the stage where we divide, happening too fast. I want to say goodbye, it's so bad. All said and done, it won't work out in the long run. Too sad is what you wanted, but nobody won. Our relations in demise, so let it die. Go back to our lives, you know I don't need you. Just 'cause I feel true, but you're going through my head. Yeah, I don't need you. No, it's gonna be you. Till we come to now.
It's been a while. I was thinking all about my love. Here I stand, I know I walked away. Had to find the person I'd become. I was high and I was low, moving mountains, rain and snow. But I felt that I was further from the truth. Dark and stormy night, rolling thunder, flashing light. Heard a whisper in the night, and it said, you should go back home, go back home, go back home. Now it's been a while. I was thinking all about my love. Here I stand, and now I walked away. Had to find the person I'd become. I was high and I was low, looking for mountains, rain and snow. But I felt that I was further from the truth. Dark and stormy night, rolling thunder, flashing light. Heard a whisper in the night, and it said, you should go back home, go back home, go back home. You should go back home, go back home, go back home.
Jimmy, I hear you're headed off to college next year.
Yep, that's right, Grandpa.
Oh, I remember college like it was yesterday.
Really?
Hold me now, and I will never let you down. I said, please keep coming. Hold me now, and I will keep you safe and sound. Please keep coming. Hold me now, and I will never let you down. I said, please keep coming. Hold me now, and I will keep you safe and sound. I said the wrong thing, you turned and lied. Never so subtle, it was realized. It wasn't easy, it was quite a mess. Gave you my all and nothing less. You talking about you all the time. Said you would never love me, was it a lie? We gotta believe me. I think we know this is more than magic. No, run as fast as you cannot. Want you to get away from me. I said no, so push me We're just running forward in the dark. Still we can't see the stars.
This the new wave, turn it up. I'm in the backseat chilling with your girl. What's up? She wanna talk all day, but I'm not in the mood. I'm trying to dance all night. I got something to do. I make hits for the people at home in the rooms, looking for a reason to get out of it soon. Found me on the internet, just making some moves. Now I'm going up, CNN on the news. She gon' shake, shake, shake like a bottle. She popped that. I'm off that. Pull up on you with a nerve pack. I bounce back. I've been feeling bad for the haters. Screaming on my music, another one in their front back. Oh my God, she on my mind now. This song make me wanna wild out. Don't act like you too cool to dance now. No diamonds, but I'm still gon' bust down. You gotta leave those worries on yourself. Whatever happened to being yourself? I don't know, but tonight let's lose control. Life ain't fun if you're all alone. I can get you anything that you want and more. I'm a lyrical genius. This whole song took 10 minutes to think of, just for you to bump it in them brand new speakers. Forget it in a week. Where's that brand new single? I got chains like Mr. T, so you don't wanna try mine, turn your whole neck green. I'm in a lima bean, limousine, cup of coffee in a magazine. I flex real hard like muscle man. I'm in a city doing donuts in a Sprinter van. I'm on top, ceiling fan. I got bars. Candy man, she don't know my name, but know my fame. Awesome. I'm on my stage and I get paid. Awesome. I'm eating good, I'm feeling great. Awesome. You gotta leave those worries on yourself. Whatever happened to being yourself? I don't know, but tonight let's lose control. Life ain't fun if you're all alone. I can get you anything that you want and more. You gotta leave those worries on yourself. Whatever happened to being yourself? I don't know, but tonight let's lose control. Life ain't fun if you're all alone. I can get you anything that you want and more.
I'm leaving for a destination I still don't know. Somewhere nobody must have beauty at all. And if you like this, you can follow me. So let's go. Follow me. And let's go to the place where we belong and leave our trouble at home. Come with me. We can go to the paradise of love and do it destination unknown.
No, not. Stuck the city when put it on my butt shit.
All right. Hope you all are enjoying your break. I did. I enjoyed mine. But now I'm back with some jams. I hope you enjoy. We're going to be getting started here in about 30 minutes. Once again, we're going to be getting started here again soon. In about 25 minutes. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy this vibe, this music, these jams. If you haven't already followed YP4 on Instagram, please do. Young People 4.
my mind, girl. Oh, why? Remember my baby. Do you remember, girl? On the phone, you and me. You shine, you three. What about us, girl? Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. In the bar, on the beach, you and me, it's ready. What about it? What about it? In the bar, at the jar, do you, do you, do you, do you, do you, do you,
Oh, na, 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 na. I like that. Baby, baby, yeah.
There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed.
Hold up. Dinner for two, that's me and you, that's very simple. Dinner removed, okay, we through, but I ain't finished it. Can I slide with you? Spend the night with you. Just let me write, and it you dripping from my signature. I feel like your body inspired my intentions. We left the squad hanging, it's only time with us. You know I vibe different, cause you know my mind different. Her eyes saying my room, her body saying heaven, oh God.
Tell me what you want, I go repeat. Tell me what you need, I go deep, deep. When I fall in love, I go deep, deep. You could copy that like a CC. You look like you need proper. Come get this vitamin D power. Be ready to touch when I reach it. I go eat it up, I don't peeking. I make that thing go wild. I go make that thing run water. I go make you sing my song.
There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed, in my bed.
Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. My bed. How you keep it sweet like that, like that? Down the berry peach like that, like that. Pressure down for breeze like that. I be on my knees with that. Ah, when you touch my soul like Sunday. I touch your feet, feel it from way. Ah, everything you need, no cap. Tell me when you need top. Ah, I make that thing go wild. I go make that thing run water. I go make you sing my song. There's a meeting in my bed,
in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed. There's a meeting in my bed, my bed. Oh. There's a meeting in my bed, in my bed, in my bed. Oh,
na 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 na. Meeting in my. Oh na 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 na. Meeting in my bed. Na 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 na. Meeting in my bed. Na 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 na. My bed.
All night and day to go to a party, sit down and wait. Get my request to the DJ, cause my song he's gotta play. And when I hear that beat, I get my body up on my seat. I grab a guy and move my feet. He's playing my song.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our summit. Thank you all for participating and being part of this summit experience. We will be back with an amazing panel really soon, but we have a surprise for all of you. we are doing a giveaway, and you will have a chance to win a really awesome prize. You might already know what it is if you've been watching our summit stream so far. So first, I want to ask, have you all been learning new things from our speakers and our keynotes and the conversations that we're having? Let us know in the chat. We want to know the things that you're learning and the things that you're taking away back to your community. To do so, we have a special challenge as part of this giveaway. So we are giving away, and we are about to display it, a really awesome sweatshirt from the Michelle Obama Becoming Tour. And you can win this sweatshirt by doing the following. So this is the challenge. Are y'all ready? So we are posting in the chat a link to the YP4 Civic Engagement Mobilizing Pledge Challenge. We want you all to get 5 folks to sign this pledge. And this pledge essentially asks folks to commit to mobilizing people ahead of the November elections. We've talked about all that we're learning in this space, and we want to bring that back to our communities, and we want to help you make that commitment to bring this back to your communities and mobilize your folks, because we know what's at stake for our communities and our lives come the November elections. So the first person to get 5 folks to submit a pledge will win this sweatshirt. So if you send this to your community, send this to 5 people, get them to pledge. The first person to do that will win this awesome sweatshirt from the Michelle Obama Becoming Tour, and we'll send it right to your house. Are y'all ready? Let us know in the comments if you are participating in this challenge. So we are going to leave this here for you all. Remember, the link is here in the chat. Get 5 folks to commit to pledging. Once we see 5 folks pledged, the first person that gets those 5 folks to pledge will win this sweatshirt. We are so excited that you are all here. We have some folks in the chat that are letting us know that they are participating. We welcome that. We are also going to drop in a link for our feedback box. If you feel like you're learning things throughout the summit and this information and this space is useful for you, please share this with us and drop a comment in our feedback box. We welcome that. So we will be back super soon with an awesome panel for you all. And in the meantime, enjoy some more of DJ Kara's tunes and share this live with more folks so that they can join us for this next live and for our panel and for our keynote. Are y'all ready? Awesome. See y'all soon.
If we just me and you, make a minute just assume, just like I used to.
I hope you remember this one.
I'm here to answer your call. I know that I shouldn't have had you waiting.
We're going to be getting started here soon in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
What I wanna do with you. I know that my guys been talking about the way I do what I do. Heard I was good, they wanna see if it's true. I know you're the one I wanna give it to. Can see you want me too. Now it's me and you. I've been waiting, think I wanna make them move. Maybe tell me if you like it, tell me if you like it. I've been waiting, think I wanna make them move. Baby, tell me how you like it. I was waiting for you to tell me you were ready. You know what to do if only you would let me. As long as you're cool with it, treat you right. Here is where you wanna be. I know the other guys have been talking about the way I do what I do. Heard I was good, they wanna see if it's true. I know you're the one I wanna give it to. Can see you want me to. And now it's me and you. Baby, I've been waiting for you. You're gonna make them move, I make it move. Baby, tell me if you like it. Tell me if you like it.
Hope you are ready to get started here soon. By now, hope you're jamming out.
Baby, I'll love you.
This is one of my favorite throwbacks.
Get you right where
way you like it. I promise you like it. I swear, just relax and let me make the move. It's our secret to keep between me and you.
Automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh. My body's so melodic. This beat goes right through my chest.
Alright, another one for you. Throwing it back.
Came to party, grab somebody, work your body, work your body. Let me see you 1, 2, step body. Don't stop it. Everybody get on the floor. Bring the body up. We about to get it on. Let me see ya. 1, 2, step. I love it when you 1, 2, step. Everybody 1, 2, step. We about to get it on. Outrageous, so I'll make the boys say hello, cause they know I'm rocking the beat. I know you heard about a lot of great MCs, but they ain't got nothing on me. Because I'm 5 for 2, I wanna dance with you, and I'm sophisticated fun. I eat filet mignon, and I'm nice and young. Best believe I'm number 1. It don't matter to me, we can dance now. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will soar. So swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. No matter to me, we can dance now. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will go. So swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. Don't matter to me, we can dance now. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will soar. So swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. We can dance now. Whichever way the beat drop, our bodies will go. So swing it over here, Mr. DJ, and we will rock you. I'm really, really hot. Every time my records drop, radio says I won't stop, cause I'm killing them. Let me holler at the DJ. Come on DJ, put the record on the replay. Don't you see how I'm with a booty? Every time you play this record, smell like coochie. Follow them, screaming like a groupie. Misdemeanor, move my dick like a hoochie. For them haters, whatever you say, because you know I'm too cool for you anyway. I'm just a bad bitch, I.S. miss. I'ma keep talking this shit till you get this. I'ma bust up in the club with no guest list. Them other artists, I keep them all restless. I don't French kiss unless you consent. Viva Club, we can share them like the president. Tabloids, I don't care, it's irrelevant. I'm heaven sent, now watch how I do this shit. Oh, I'm really, really hot. Every time my records drop, radio says I won't stop, cause I'm killing them. I'm really, really hot. Every time my records drop, radio says I won't stop, cause I'm killing them. You don't know what you're talking about. You would think I was shook when I come out. My album hit hard when I roll out. Y'all records make a play when I throw them out, and that's no doubt. See, I rock bells, fly as hell and cool as infidels. Baby, can't you tell? I lick my lips like a male L. And I'm doing it and doing it and doing it well. Straight to the hotel. I'm celibate, so boy, you get no tell. Kiss, kiss, and still you get nowhere. Just two blue blow down in your underwear. I play unfair. I'm a hot gal. Hot cars and stars and strip bars. It ain't hot if I'm not there. I'm a
We're gonna be getting started here soon in about 5 minutes.
I'm really,
Hope
really
you know this
hot.
one.
Every time my
Throwing it back
records
to Miss
drop,
Elliott.
radio says I won't stop, cause I'm killing them.
So we got
I'm
about
really,
5 minutes till
really
we get
hot. Every
started
time
again.
my records drop, radio says I won't stop, cause I'm killing them.
Hope you are ready. Hope you are enjoying your day. Enjoying day 2 of the YP4 Civic Engagement Summit. I'm having a wonderful time with you.
You can be there in the streets on a day like this, it feels like summer. I feel 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 like summer.
We have about 3 minutes.
I feel like summer.
About 3 minutes till we get started again.
I feel like summer.
Hope you're excited.
You can be there in the streets on a day like this, it feels like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. You can be there in the streets on a day like this, it feels like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. 7 days, so much more than the sun. Rolling fast, fast and not just so machines that all I let inside. It's trying to tell the children please I feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer. I feel like summer.
Thank you so much, DJ Kara. I hope y'all are feeling as good as I'm feeling. Listen, your jams always get me in the mood. So thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. So excited to have you all back here. For the folks who've been with us all day, we see you. For the folks that are just joining, welcome. So for our next session, we're joined by some bomb panelists, y'all, to chat about the radical agenda that we should have for progress. As a reminder, the theme of today is to vision and dream about the world we want to see. But in order to do that, we have to figure out what our vision for progress is. So you all know, we're joined by two amazing interpreters, Rodney and Ann. So they'll be taking turns interpreting for us, so you may see them alternate on your screen. For accessibility, just so you know, we've asked that our panelists say their names before speaking. If y'all are ready to get started, give me some exclamation points in the chat right now. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So join me in welcoming our amazing panelists. Give me some exclamation points in the chat right now. Yes, I see y'all. Yes, yes, yes. Just so you all know, for the chat, you're like, I can't see the chats. We as panelists are the only folks who can see your chats right now. So just know we see you and we appreciate you. All right, I see folks joining us. Perfect. So let's get into it. So there's a lot at stake for our communities right now. We are living through a global pandemic. There are revolutions happening across the country, and we're in the middle of a presidential election year. As we talked about earlier in one of our panels, you know, folks with power are using this time to consolidate power to further oppress us. But it also is an amazing opportunity for us to be as radical as we possibly can, pushing for progress for our communities. As you all know, with Young People 4, we have spent the last 3 years educating people on the power of the seat using passion framing, so that we can use the information that we've learned to leverage the political process to aid in some of the radical transformation that we want for our communities. But there's more that we can be doing, right? But it has to start with visioning. We want to answer questions today like, what is the world that we want to see? What solutions should we be pushing for? So we brought together some rock star panelists to help us discuss what a truly radical agenda for our communities could look like. Just as a fun fact, y'all know YP4 is C3. So the purpose of this conversation is not to tell you who to vote for, but to give you the tools and hopefully to present some challenging questions for you all to be able to consider the best decision for you and your communities. All right, let's get into it with my homies. Some of these people on this panel is comprised of some of my favorite people in the whole wide world. So instead of me introducing them, I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves to you. I ask that you all please include your pronouns and don't forget to say your name. So first I'll kick it to DeNora.
Hi everyone, super excited to be here with you this evening. I'm DeNora. My pronouns are she and her. I am the New York Executive Director at Generation Citizen. We are a national nonprofit focused on demystifying democracy for young people. We get civics education back in the classrooms at the middle and high school level. We make it action-oriented and experiential. So many of you might be familiar with Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. We all love that, so no shade to Schoolhouse Rock, but we go beyond that. We make sure that young people gain the knowledge and the skills to actively participate in our democracy. We can't talk about change, we actually have to lead that change and get young people in the driver's seat of their own civic participation. We're getting it in the classroom, students are thinking about what issues matter to them, and then they're actually going beyond raising awareness. They're thinking of concrete solutions to systemic problems, everything from police brutality, which is the #1 issue that comes up in our classrooms nationwide, to how do they get better drinking water in their school building. You name it, they're figuring out who the decision makers are, and they're getting engaged. They're writing the letters, they're calling their offices, they're demanding meetings, and they are leveraging social media and technology to get the decision makers to act. The power of this moment is that we see young people yet again are leading change. And so I'm excited to be here with this esteemed panel today to talk about the radical agenda we need to get progress going forward.
Thank you so much, DeNora. Yes. Now I'm gonna kick it to Brian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Gomez. First and foremost, I'm a YP4 alum, class of 2015. And I'm also the new Deputy Finance Director at Sunrise Movement. And Sunrise Movement is a movement to stop climate change and create millions of good jobs in the process. It was started in 2017 by some alums of the Fossil Fuel Divestment Network who had worked on divesting from fossil fuels in their college. And now it's an organization of about 100 people with around 300 different sort of volunteer hubs or chapters across the US. And we're focused on passing, not just legislation that's good for the climate, but also that's good for people.
Love that. Thank you so much. And yes, alum gang, gang, gang. Now let's throw it over to Brent. What's up, homie?
What's up, CC? Thanks for having me on, and thanks for having me on this panel. Such great folks. I'm Brent J. Cohen. I'm the Executive Director at Generation Progress. Generation Progress is an advocacy organization that works with and for 18 to 35-year-olds, millennials and Generation Z, to address and move progressive policies forward to address some of the most pressing issues facing our generations and our country. So climate change, as Brian just talked about, is of course at the top of that list, alongside criminal justice, gun violence, immigration, and student debt. Those are the 5 core issues we focus on. And we have a racial justice and a gender justice framework across all of the issues that we work on. And it's really about engaging, elevating young people in their leadership, because as folks have already said, young people are literally leading movements, both on social media and in the streets around racial justice, around climate change, and a whole host of other issues. And so for us, we try to just use our resources to elevate that leadership and shine a spotlight on it. And of course, mobilizing young people to vote as we get closer here towards November and beyond.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Breon.
Hi, everybody. This is Breon Wells. Thank you for having me, CC. Excited to talk to this panel. My pronouns are he and him. And so I am the founder and president of the Daniel Initiative. We are a government relations and strategic communications firm. More essentially, or simply put, we develop legislative strategies and social impact strategies. I often introduce myself as a recovering Hill staffer of 8 years. It was important for me, given the lack of diversity. And while it's better than it used to be, there's still some room to be made. It was important for us to show up at the table. And by us, I mean those from a multi-marginalized context. And so we help make the demands that are on the street actualize into public policy goals that we can achieve, because for us, it's about receipts being promoted, receipts being had. And so, we are looking for in this moment, especially with COVID-19, actually not just being the great exposer of a lot of the inequities, but a great space for transformation and this radical energy that we find is useful and necessary. So we approach all of our work through collective liberation, through the lens of intersectionality. So we cover a host of things from voting rights to criminal justice transformation to tech equity, because everywhere where multi-marginalized people show up, they need protections and receipts. So thank you. Looking forward for this conversation.
Yes, thank you. Give me some exclamation points in the chat if y'all can feel and see how poppin' this panel is. So ready to get into it. Let's jump into the first question. Angela Davis said, and anything that she says, we just follow, right? To be radical is to pull things up from the root. So before we talk about how and what, radical visions we have, can we name what roots we need to pull up? And I want to throw this to Breon first. And then I saw you, Brent. You're like, yes, I got some stuff I want to say. So then we'll throw it to you. So Breon, what roots do we need to really pull up?
Yeah, so this is Breon again, and I want to make sure that we are clear in this moment, especially post George Floyd, where now we are finally being able to say Black Lives Matter without whispering. I think that we need to name that what we are uprooting is systemic and institutionalized racism, right? And all of its forms and manifestation. So anything, and I often explain it like this, even to my clients or to people, it's not enough for us to just have a seat at the table. I appreciate Shirley Chisholm, absolutely. But we're in an age where if we're going to acknowledge that this world in America that we're in was built to benefit white, wealthy, land-owning men, then just changing the players at the table without dismantling the table itself and rebuilding it in a better, inclusive way, we will always fall short of those aims. There will always be these otherisms, and we will always continue to entrench harm. So, you know, when I say we're pulling stuff up at the root, it is going way back to 1619 and saying in every space, because I think that you have some people absolutely who are racist, but you have, when we talk about privilege, you have racism on autopilot, where white privilege then begins to continue to benefit just because those that have been on the outside are always on the outside, and we do the low-hanging fruit of the popular or the connected, even in our giving programs as nonprofits or, you know, as corporations. So we have to hearken to this was our beginning and undo that in a better way to really get liberation.
Thank you so much, Brent. We'll jump to you.
Sure. I mean, Brent, again, just to build on what Breon said a second ago, let's take policing as one specific example. Modern day policing literally has its roots in slave patrols. It's not even up for discussion. If you go to the Policing Museum website, it literally says it. And so if that's the foundation of the system of policing, that's why we need to go back and rip that out of the root, because that's in fact the entire system of policing and the structure of what policing is. It's not about individual officers. It's not about white officers or black officers. It's about the system of policing and how that's been built over the last 300-400 years. And the fact that we need to go back and completely rethink and reimagine the role of police, what policing looks like, who's in charge of policing, what community role is, because at the end of the day, as Breon said, you go back several hundred years and that's where the root is, and it's built on systemic and structural racism, and it's just built into the system.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brent, for naming imagination. So our keynote yesterday was Adrienne Maree Brown. And I don't know if y'all know who she is, but she created, you know, emergent strategies, pleasure activism. And she talked about the world that we live in was based off of someone else's imagination. And it is up to us to really imagine what we want our futures to look like. So thank you all for grounding what we need to uproot so that we have the capacity to dream and vision outside of what we see right now. So this next question, I first want to throw it to you, Brian. One thing that I know for sure, young people are not here for reform. They are here for transformation, okay? And one of the things that I think about is how many young folks throughout history wanted transformation. And imagine if we would have listened to them when they were young or when they were alive. I think about John Lewis when he was young. I think about MLK. I think about Ida B. Wells, all of these young folks. So for, you know, Brian, help us make this real, right? So I'm sure we want a world where our communities are not just surviving, but they are thriving. What does that look like in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it really means kind of how other folks are talking about looking back at our history and acknowledging those roots, and then also knowing that there's just no way that we can even move forward or begin to reimagine if we don't take down a lot of the systems, right? Mm-hmm. So thinking about like the genocide of the land, of the people that happened, you know, at the start of this century, even just the whole foundation sort of, you know, of the United States as we know it. And so I think it's a lot of that that has to be acknowledged in public discourse, that, you know, right now, a lot of things that are being highlighted are things that we've always known, but they've always been sort of in the shadows or hidden from us. And that now, you know, we're beginning to unearth. So I think that's definitely a first step. And then I think from there, it's just really putting, I think, young people at the helm and young people in power. I know that there's, you know, a lot of people say, you know, oh, when I was younger, you know, I had all these dreams too. I was able to envision a world. And as I've gotten older, it's gotten a lot harder to do it because the reality that I'm pushing against is so hard. And it goes against everything that I'm envisioning. And so I think part of it is yeah. And also if folks are older, allowing themselves to dream again.
Thank you for that. So let's throw it to you, DeNora. Dream with us. You know, Brian just challenged us to dream. So can you dream with us? What does a world look like where the communities you come from, the communities that you serve are not just surviving, but they're driving.
So it's DeNora again. But I just want to know, are you saying then that I'm not young? Because I really feel young in my heart.
We are all young. We are all young on here. We might be young-ish, but we are young, okay?
No, but I appreciate the question. And I would say one thing I want to lift up from the roots that I didn't get a chance to say before is sexism, right? Like 100 years later, 19th Amendment was passed and women are still fighting for our seat at the table. So I want us to make sure that this moment is so powerful because we're getting more comfortable, right? As was said about the racial reckoning, we also need to think about the gender reckoning because that is not being discussed, right? So women are still sitting on the sidelines and being invited, sometimes with our chairs unwillingly, to the table, to quote Shirley Chisholm. I think dreaming about a better world is really about uprooting all of those systems, but really thinking about a more inclusive democracy, right? Like this democracy, I'm reading right now The Soul of America by John Meacham, and it's powerful because in this moment, we are still fighting for that more perfect union, right? And it isn't the reform, it isn't the incremental steps, it is the radical ripping up and transformation that has to happen. When I think about what it means to have that dream, it's a democracy that's reflective, inclusive, and accessible to all of us, right? History time and time again repeats itself. So when new majorities come of age in our democracy, we change the rules as a society. We say, oh, it's hard for you to vote. We can't let you vote. What are they gonna vote for, right? And so yet again, we're having this moment where we're fighting against fighting voter suppression, having obstacles in the way of voting. To me, I always talk about democracy as a full contact sport. I need young people to understand if they don't know the rules of the game, they can't play to get the transformation they seek. So for me, I'm starting first and foremost, as wonky as it sounds, with that more inclusive, reflective, and accessible democracy to all of us.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I see you threw in a caveat and you dream. Got it. Just listen to Black women. You know, we're going to do our own thing anyway. It's fine.
I should have my other shirt on that said, let Black women lead.
Listen, I'm here for it. I'm going to throw it back to you, Breon, because, you know, you and I have a lot of conversations about dreaming. And I know that everything that you see, which is beautiful, is policy. What things should we be dreaming about? What things could make room for the world that we want from your vantage point?
Yeah, so I think, you know, and especially, the policy space can be overwhelming sometimes to people, right? Because it feels like it's a whole bunch of lawyer legalese and how can I absolutely do this? But I try to disarm, you know, that fear by letting people know we call it public policy for a reason. It was meant to serve the public. And even though it is at its best and highest when you are informed and educated, you are nonetheless impacted regardless. So see yourself and imagine yourself in that space. And so I think that the first thing we have to do is imagine ourselves in this space. I think people can fit in the blank what I'm about to say, where it is. But when I approach the table, all policy is Black policy to me. Because even the policies that don't speak towards Black people still impact us. I'll use for an example, national security. That is in most, you know, conversations in the hood and in some of these spaces, it is a luxury, right? Because you're trying to survive. And so the foreign affairs context doesn't seem real nor relatable to us. However, when they're sending the troops out to war, who do you think is going to the front lines? You know, as we're trying to figure out how we're going to equip our soldiers, where do you think that money's coming from? It's coming from education imperatives. It's coming off of the backs of the criminal justice legal system, what we can do to help strike down collateral consequences. So we have to see ourselves there first. That's the first context to reimagining. But then we have to, often we get guilty, even the most progressive among us. You start to tinker with solutions and you look at what's around you and limit yourself to the tools that are there. That's not reimagining. Like to reimagine is let's bust the whole walls off of this thing. And, you know, it also propels us to reimagine our relationship as we engage on Capitol Hill or as these legislators. We understand you work for me. So I invest my vote in you at the beginning, but accountability, that means I'm checking up on you on a regular basis. I like to say I keep my little Black book, right? In which I document how you voted and whether it was in my interest. And each election is parent-teacher conference night where I'm saying, now please explain yourself, right? Because my livelihood is at stake. And so we have to see ourselves here. And that's how we reimagine at the policy space. The last thing I'll say is we have to make sure that we're centering the voices. of marginalized and directly impacted. I tell people all the time, I am not in this game to dismantle white supremacy to become anyone's Black Jesus, right? Like the truth of the matter is, how am I using my access as well and privilege to empower and equip the directly impacted to navigate these spaces of power that they've already had, but to make sure that they feel equipped and and accepted to navigate the space for themselves, to determine for themselves what that looks like. And
Love
so
that.
that's what you're imagining.
Listen, y'all are dropping all the gems. And I love, even the additional route that we need to pull up. In order to really imagine, you have to be very clear on what you're pulling up and what you're making space for. So thank you all for giving us that round reimagining. Hopefully, drop in the chat, what are some of your visions? What are some things that you all are dreaming about? Really curious to see those. But one of the things that's interesting with some of our dreams, they're different, right? Which can seem to feel like they're different North Stars. But I would challenge to say that maybe they're the same. They're just from different viewpoints. So I'm throwing it to you, Brent. Do all of our communities want the same thing? And if not, how can we get to a place where it's more so a unified North Star, but just coming from different angles? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good question. So, sorry, this is Brent again. So it's a really good question, Cece. Like, we do see it. I hate to keep going back to the policing example, but it's one that's sort of top of mind right now because of the conversation. And so even the same words mean very different things to different people. Defund police. Does that mean abolish the police altogether? For some people, that's exactly what it means. It means scrap the whole system. Police officers on my street anymore. It's done. For other people, it means shrink the policing system. Let's get it smaller. Let's reduce interactions. Let's have different. If you call 911 and it's a heart attack, the EMT goes. But if it's something else, maybe it's not a police officer and it's not a fire department. It's some other entity. So people have different visions. Even when you say defund the police, how do we sort of reconcile that? Is the North Star? It's values. What's the why do we want to either abolish the police? Why do we want to shrink the police? Why do we want the police to be fairer, if that's what some folks want? It's because people want to feel safe in their communities. People want to be able to walk down the street and not be in fear of neighbors and not be in fear of the state. People want to grow up and be able to access education, whether it's K through 12 or higher ed, and not feel like that's inaccessible because of money, or inaccessible because teachers don't believe in them, or inaccessible for a whole host of other reasons. So it's a matter of finding what that value and that principle is, and we can rally around that, even if we might have different end visions, because the closer we get towards that vision, the more I think we're going to find out that we're more in alignment on what that end goal is going to look like. And we're trying to imagine it from hundreds of yards away. As we get closer, that's when that vision will start to crystallize more.
Thank you for that. I'll throw it to you, Brian. What's your take on that? Like, how do we get to a place where, our North Star is the same, but maybe our viewpoints on how to get to that North Star may be different?
Yeah, I think the example, Brent, this is Brian, that you talked about is also good. And regardless right now with this police conversation that's going on, regardless of what the end goal is, the truth is that we're still so far away from it that we are still doing a lot of the same things. People that want different things, whether that's abolish, whether that's shrinking police size, we know that our communities don't feel safe around police. That's the truth that kind of, in the US has been established in the moment, is that, and that, for some of us, we always knew that police never protected us. And now with videos and with other things, everyone's seeing that's kind of the way it is. And so I think it's about having values, and it's about starting somewhere, because we're so far away from the world that we want to see.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I do want to illuminate something else that Brent talked about having shared language, because sometimes what happens what may challenge us to think that we're not saying the same thing is because we're not on the same page of language. Speaking of language, I do want to illuminate some of the dreams that were shared in the chat that are absolutely beautiful. Sophia said, I dream of free, accessible, high quality, and culturally relevant mental health care for all. Naya said, I believe in abolition in all of its form to radically transform the human experience. Also, Naya said, a world without binaries. We deserve more than just containers of someone else's imagination built to limit our humanity. I mean, y'all, please keep throwing these visions in here. They're absolutely beautiful and exactly what we're trying to talk about today. So with all of these different visions that you all talked about, and this next question I'm gonna throw to you, DeNora, because I know you're ready, because I have a feeling of what you're gonna say and I want to hear it. So, we have these visions and we're trying to get to a place that we're trying to share this North Star so that we're all pulling up the same roots together, right? But what tactics should we be using? What does that look like? And because I think that's another point of contention as we try to get to a place of this, really transformative future. There's sometimes clashes of understanding what tactics we should be using. So my first question to you is, what tactics should we be using? And how can we make sure that the solutions we're pushing for are inclusive of all of our communities?
How did you know I was ready to answer that question?
Because I saw you, you're like, let me in, coach.
Let me in. That's why I call myself the democracy ninja, right? Because I want to use all the tools in the toolbox to fight for that vision of that more inclusive, accessible democracy. So I should be built for this question. I think the reality is there are so many tactics that we're not using, right? And I think it goes to the point Brent made and the point you just elevated, CC, around the common language, right? If we start from that common language, or even begin to get rid of our biases against language that isn't the same that we use, we can begin to engage in the conversation. So for me, part of that is making sure all students have effective civics education so they understand what are we talking about? What is democracy, right? That's a $5 word, that's a $20 word. If I live in the South Bronx, I care a lot about the issues impacting my life and my community. I may not know that democracy is the vehicle through which I'm gonna access that, right? I may not have Breon's black book with the scorecard for how I'm gonna hold people accountable. So we need to break that down and really think about, what does it take? Is it passing legislation? Is it writing the op-eds? We at Generation Citizen always talk about going beyond the ballot, right? So it's this spectrum of activity. It isn't just election day, though I want every single person here in a very C3 voice to show up, register to vote, and actually cast the vote for whoever is the candidate that speaks to the issues you care about. But then you can't disappear, right? If this is actually a more perfect union, we have to keep engaging in the process of democracy. So you need to call your elected officials. You need to hold them accountable. You need to read up on what's going on in your community and then include your voice in that conversation by writing op-eds, showing up at these virtual hearings and town halls that are happening, and actually building the coalition of people who share your values, who share the same verbiage or similar verbiage to how we're gonna affect that change. For me, those are the immediate tactics, but I think we all just have to think about what is that spectrum and not just only focus on, I'm gonna elect someone on election day and then wish them adieu until the next election.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, DeNora. I'm gonna kick it to you, Breon, but to just really refine some of the things that DeNora illuminated for us, what tactics aren't we using that we should be using?
Yeah, so I think that one of the tactics, I believe in a big table approach, whether you're talking about policy or whether you're talking about even on the ground, civic engagement, social impact. All too often, and I think that we are guilty, even in the most liberal and progressive spaces, of in some ways moving and working in silos. And that kills.
Go there real quick. Go there, yes.
And part of it is, if I may be blunt, part of it is this protectionism with which we get to status because activism is now more lucrative and sexy. I want to shout out John Lewis, who, was doing this when he wasn't getting paid and laying his life on the line for our voting rights. And you have those John Lewises today who are often not at the top of these tables and not at the spaces, right? Where, so in one sense, we have to start with honest dialogue on the ground that says, are we talking about the same thing? I'm gonna quickly answer, the question you posed earlier. I do believe that no matter what our pursuit, we're all looking for the same thing. It's called liberation, right? And whatever that liberation is, because whatever I'm disgruntled with, I feel oppressed by. And so we're more connected than we realize. And it's just about having those tough conversations on what's our hierarchy of choices, right? What is our agenda? To Brent's point, are we using the same nomenclature? And then again, are we centering these voices? So the tactic that if we're talking about rebuilding, it means I have to have everybody at the table. I'm not the Justice League one to myself. You know, if it's disability stuff, there's people in the Black, brown, multi-marginalized context who do this for a living. I don't need to sit there and try to figure out how I'm going to write it. Bring them to the table. Let them educate you. When it's education, let these people educate. And so it's this big table approach that has to be our tactic so that we don't become the pharaohs that we're trying to overthrow.
Oh, so basically what I hear you saying is we have to build radical coalitions. We'll never get to the North Star that we want if we're only replicating this system of exclusion and elitism. Like those types of skills and organizing tactics are not going to get us to the place of liberation, is what I heard you say. Thank you for that. My next question is for Brent. So at YP4, we talk a lot about understanding the power of the seat, and really because we believe that the candidates will change, but the power of the seat will not. And as we're thinking about, you know, what we dreamed a little bit about, you know, this is what the world we want to create while naming these different routes that we want to pull up. I know that you all just launched a campaign very similar, talking about the power of the seat. So can you tell us what political seats have the power to implement some of these things that we talked about so we can make it plain for the people a little bit? And I see you, Brent. I know y'all organized real big. I'm coming to you next. But Brent, tell us what seats should we really be attuned to, especially during this presidential election?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the presidential election is obviously huge, right? I don't want to understate that in any kind of way. The president, the sort of presidency, whether it's the real powers or the bully pulpit, is enormous. But all of that power that we have, that we think of when it comes to elected officials, doesn't sit in DC. It's not just the president. It's not just Congress. We're talking about city council members, county executives, local sheriffs, district attorneys, state legislatures. And it takes way fewer votes to vote somebody in and vote somebody out than it does to vote somebody in or vote somebody out of the White House.
Speak on it.
What that power is, right? So if we're talking about mass incarceration in this country, it's not Congress that's legislating mass incarceration by and large. They contribute to it for sure and have at various points, but it's the state legislature that's determining state laws that determines what crime is a misdemeanor, what crime is a felony, how long those sentences are, whether there's mandatory minimums or not. That's not Congress, that's not the president, that is your state legislature. And city councils have control with the mayor and county execs over your local jails. So when we talk about things like what the conditions are, all things around sort of local jails, city council, mayors, county execs, the Boston city council race came down to one vote in 2019, a single vote. Now I'm sure there was recounts and appeals and all kind of stuff, but at one point in time, it was one vote. In Boston, which is not a tiny city. In Queens, New York, there was a district attorney race that came down at one point to 15 votes in Queens. And this was between a candidate who wanted to decriminalize sex work, dramatically decarcerate and decriminalize activities, and another candidate who was moderately progressive but had a very different platform, right? And so 15 votes. Queens, New York, if it were its own city, it would be the 4th largest city in America. So the power of the seat and the power of individual votes of you and your friends is huge, because going back to some of what DeNora was talking about, it's not just voting and going home, it's voting and then showing up at their office and then sending them a phone call, because 20 constituent letters to a local official is like
a game changer.
Overwhelming. That's a game changer. They're not hearing from folks in the same way. And so there's just so much power in the seat, and there's so much power that people have to influence the way that power is wielded at the local level.
Thank you so much for that. Like, mic drop, absolutely. And what I love that you are exploring or expanding what DeNora mentioned, you can hold elected officials accountable in a whole different way when you know what their scope of work is, right? I think a lot about, you know, the presidential debates, and a lot of times they're talking about stuff they actually don't control, which is why they can't be held accountable in the way that they need to be. So for the folks who submitted dreams and for the folks who are watching, imagine the way that you can check somebody when you know what they do, right? It's a whole different ball game and really increases our power to actualize our vision if we know who and what holds the power. So I want to jump to you, Breon, because a lot of the conversations we have, especially with your experience on the Hill, is connecting, you know, the international governance layer. So thinking about the relation between our federal government and how we show up on the international level, what are some of those seats that we should be aware of or different pockets where power is held, specifically to your point about liberation? Our liberation is tied with folks all across the globe, right? It's not just folks who are, you know, in our communities or at our PTA meetings. So can you talk to some of those seats and make it real for us?
Yeah, and the first thing I will say is we have to understand in our psyche that this fight for collective liberation includes our brothers and sisters outside of the United States. You know, sometimes we can localize pain and be like, nobody knows the experience like this. However, we have to acknowledge that slavery's grandfather was colonialism, right? Race was a social construct way before America became a thing that was actualized in Europe, right? And so we have to hearken to this broader fight and really realize that there's more strength in numbers than we realize in this fight. And it's finding those intersections. But to answer your question about the seats then that matter, of course, the presidency does matter, right? And I love how Brent and even, I almost called her democracy ninja. That's what I'm going to do. DeNora, I love how DeNora, you know, unpack that really all of these spaces matter. Every time you vote, you ought to show up at every election and you ought to go down ballot and have a say in each and every space because it works together. And if you don't understand, you know, let's look back at the Affordable Care Act. That was Obamacare. We had these visions and dreams, but it's implemented and actualized at the state and local level. So in the international realm, the president has the ability to nominate these ambassadors, to nominate, you know, the people that are out there that is putting the forward-facing front. And so the fact that even a majority, if not all of the ambassadors are white males, that should be concerning. But then as well in Congress, they have a say, but more specifically the Senate. The Senate is the one that, given their Article 1 powers in the Constitution, they're the ones that see and oversee and ratify the nominations that the president brings or pushes back. And if we need a reference point, let's remember Merrick Garland, you know, because you had a Senate that successfully obstructed a sitting president's ability to be able to have a nominee who he chose. And so these seats matter, but the reason, and I'll tie it real quick then locally, where do they get these nominees from? It matters to know who's in your community, and we need to broaden our spectrum that the community is not just my block and down the street. Actually, my community is the super zip codes that I might not have the credit right now, but we'll have the credit one day and the access to be able to live in. The truth is, it's those people too, that when we're talking about who's showing the face, you know, front facing, that matters. So I need to know who's on my block. What do you believe? And then I need to use my voice and talk to my senator and say, oh, no, you should not vote for, you should not support this nomination. And we saw that this week with Mr. Tata from the Department of Defense. He was out for policy, but he had a history of racial language, of discriminatory and sexist language, and the people lifted their voices up, and we had to discard his nomination altogether, you know, because that shows when the people show up in educated ways and really in a united way show their voice, it really does bring us the change we need.
Thank you so much for that. And a quick plug for folks who are like, I don't know, what do you mean they connect? Wanna Flag, we did last month a civic engagement training series that broke down how local government, state government, federal government, and international governance intersect. So it's on our YouTube for free. We're gonna drop the link in the chat right now so you can have access to it and have your tools to be able to understand the power of the seat. So, you know, we've kind of gone through this conversation. We pulled it up for the roots. We dreamed a little bit. We talked about tactics. And then we said the power of the seat is necessary so we can hold folks accountable to get to our vision, right? But let's be real though. There's a lot of blocks from us to be able to participate and to be the democracy ninjas like DeNora. Like there's real blocks, and it's called voter suppression. And that's a reality for most of our communities, especially during this pandemic, right? So Brian, I'm gonna kick it to you. You know, what do you think that we should be doing to fight back against some of these voter suppression tactics, really understanding that our vote is critical and actualizing our dreams and our visions for progress?
Yeah, I would say, well, I guess first, like a big thing is that I think a lot of the young people that I have talked to have not traditionally been inspired by presidential elections. They've been inspired by the down ballot elections because they can see that impact in their communities. And at Sunrise, that's something that we're really pushing for, is really thinking about, you know, fine, you know, who's deciding, you know, the budget for what schools get funding and what schools don't. And, you know, that's where you can focus your energy. And you'll be voting for those, you know, people in the voting booth, but maybe this year it'll be at home. One of the big things that we've been working on is figuring out what blocks currently exist, both at the city, at the state level, who has the power, who's basically blocking democracy, you know, and that meaning both voting and also being out in the streets, who has the power to block that in your community, and how can you change that as soon as possible, and running quick campaigns to making sure that, you know, if you only have, maybe we have 3 weeks to figure out how we can increase the staff size of, you know, who's going to count these votes. Right now, you know, everyone's addressing their ballots, mail in to these random rooms, room 147, you know, in Philadelphia or whatever. And how many, like, who's in that room? How many votes are they going to get? And how can we ensure that you have enough people there to make sure that people are able to participate and the vote will be counted? So I think calling those groups out, you know, having, like you said, 1,000 people calling an office is a big deal, and making sure that they have enough staff, they have all the right things that they need to not have some of these sort of like issues that we've seen in other states, because states just aren't ready, but we need them to be ready to make sure that we're able to participate fully.
Thank you so much for that. I'll kick it to the Democracy Ninja. DeNora, you know what? I'm obsessed with that name. I feel like we cannot call you DeNora. We have to call you the Democracy Ninja. So what should we be doing to fight it? What tactics should we be using to fight against voter suppression tactics?
No, absolutely. DeNora, the Democracy Ninja here again. Right, what's so powerful about this moment is that so many young people are going to be voting for the first time in this election. I can remember my first presidential election. I won't say what year it is, because then that might actually classify me as old. But the reality is, young people in a modern society where they can do literally everything from their phone, don't know where the stamp is, don't know where the mailbox is, don't know how to get the form printed out and do all of the things. And so what troubles me the most is that we don't invest in our democracy, right? So like we complain on the back end when the day after the election, or sometimes even on election day, we're like, I can't believe that we have such antiquated voting machines. I can't believe that I had to stand in line for hours. But then if you wake up the next day, you've forgotten about that, right? So you go on with your daily routines in your life. And so we don't actually invest in making democracy accessible. We only invest in after the fact. 83% of young people in this moment, according to the Center for Civic Learning at Tufts, say they feel inspired and motivated to do something. Only half of those young people actually have been contacted from a campaign to actually engage in the process. Forget who they've been contacted by. We're not getting to the young people, right? I'm a Gen Xer. I like to call myself millennial adjacent, so I'm young enough to know how the phone works, right?
Young-ish.
A little bit longer. The reality is my generation is not moving the needle on that impact, right, at the elections. Obviously, we need to show up and vote and do our part, but it's the new American majority is young people, people of color, and women who are going to make us get to that next page. If we're not engaging them in the process and explaining it to them, if we're not demystifying democracy and investing in early voting, online voter registration, automatic voter registration, which was just recently passed in New York, but we're waiting for Governor Cuomo to sign. If we are not thinking about public financing of elections so that young people can turn their frustration and their good transformational ideas into running for office and having new leadership at the table, then we're not doing our part to have this radical democracy or a society. The last thing I'll say is we also need more radical generosity from those who can help spur these ideas and move them forward. We are people at Generation Citizen to receive funding from the New York Women's Foundation. And that is their tagline, radical generosity. Really thinking about how to take their dollars and amplify good ideas so that we can actually get to that vision we all want. We need more people to invest in the good ideas and to get off the sideline so that we can turn all of this positive momentum into transformational and systemic change.
Thank you so much for that. And what I really took from that is really understanding that it's an intentional strategy that we're not participating, right? It's intentional that we don't have access to civics. It's intentional that we haven't been contacted by, regardless of the party, either campaign. It's intentional because we as young people, and including Generation X, I'll just say that, youngish people, we are the largest voting bloc. And here on this panel, we represent all generations. We're Generation X, we're millennials, and we're Gen Z. And this is the face of what America is. So it does say a lot. And I appreciate you calling us in to say, hey, if you have the capacity to vote, if you're able to, we need to be holding them accountable to make space for more people. So thank you for that. I'm getting the flag that it's now time to go to Q&A, which is really exciting. People are all up in my DMs because they have all the questions for you all. So let's first jump to Vashti. They say, hey, I'm in Kentucky, and we've been on the ground demanding justice for Breonna Taylor over 4 months now. And y'all know Kentucky's off the chain, especially when it comes to voter suppression. So what advice do you all have to increase the frontline momentum and involvement? So I'll jump to Brent first because I see that look on your face like I got stuff to say. So I'll jump to you and then I'll jump to Breon.
Thanks, CC. Great question. This is Brent. So the thing that immediately popped into my mind, frankly, is the differences a little bit in terms of what happened in Minnesota and what's happening right now in Kentucky. In both cases, right? So with George Floyd was murdered by police. It's on TV. We know it. There's folks in the street, and initially no charges, then low-level charges for the one police officer, no charges for the other three. It got bumped up, and Keith Ellison is the Attorney General for the state of Minnesota. The case gets to his lap, to his desk, and charges are upgraded, and the other three officers are charged. And it matters who your state attorney general is. We're now looking at Daniel Cameron in Kentucky, who folks are rightfully putting pressure on, but let's not, Daniel Cameron's the protege of Mitch McConnell. And so he's sitting in this incredibly powerful seat right now, as it relates to Breonna Taylor's case in particular, but not just that case. And I think it really goes to show, going back to our earlier conversation, how critically important it is who's sitting in which seat at which time. And hopefully, the state attorney general in Kentucky, Cameron, will come around and make the right decision here. And I think part of the way that'll happen is doing exactly what you all are doing. And it's both inspiring and disheartening at the same time that it requires such an outpouring in the streets to get basic justice when someone is killed in their bed. And so thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what your neighbors are doing. Thank you for what your friends and colleagues are doing. And I think, it's just continuing to push that fight. We shouldn't have to do it. You shouldn't have to do it, but really grateful that you are.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So, yeah, Breon.
Yeah, and this is Breon. I'm going to preach to everybody else outside of Kentucky, because the other part of this is we have to, in this reimagining time, do things differently, right? Let's highlight a couple of facts. We would not have known, and we did not know when it happened about Breonna Taylor had it not been for Black Lives Matter Louisville.
Yep.
Right. And so when it reaches our radar, and there were some people that did handle it right at the national space that had a platform. They made sure that everything that they were reverberating came from Black Lives Matter Louisville, the people who were there. Right. And so in one sense, those of us that have a platform, or those of us that are outside the state, need to share the spotlight. Need to make sure you're centering the voices and the agenda, not trying to figure out what's convenient and comfortable, right? Justice is never convenient. And so we're always, especially the more we get a platform, there's always going to be that kind of guess, and how do we make this work? But at the end of the day, as we're talking about lives that lie on the balance, we have to diminish that selfishness. We have to diminish that fear that is sometimes there. But then the other thing is, and so I'm speaking to the allies, right, on the outside, we then have to help lift up where they can't. And so to use law enforcement, right? Congress was looking at the Justice and Policing Act. In Breonna Taylor's case in particular, it was important that anything that was going to come out of Congress address no-knock warrants.
Yes.
And that these state legislatures address no-knock warrants. What are no-knock warrants? It's literally as it sounds, you don't have to knock. There is a racial tinge to it that people didn't understand, because no-knock warrants are usually from the drug cases, right? Where you feel, and we don't like to say it, but we put a face to drug cases. And the faces look like us, even though the reality and the data prove differently. You know, the imagery that's in the public's mind is this. So what the philosophy is if we knock as police officers, that will give them the ability to do away with the drugs, to do this trickery. So they literally busted in Breonna Taylor's home. And let's put ourselves in those shoes. If I was the boyfriend, if I was Breonna, and you busted in my house, at the least you could catch these hands, because I don't know what's going on, what's happening. And so, you know, just that thing is alive and well, but harkens from a context that is specifically focused in a certain community and a certain type of people, that has to go. And that's where we on the outside can make sure that while they're on the streets, we're saying, and any legislation and any policy that you birth has to do X, Y, and Z.
Thank you so much for that. I hope hopefully that answered your question, Vashti. We appreciate you. Let's move on to the next one. I have 2 questions, so y'all got to keep y'all answers short and sweet so we can get to both of them, because there's more in the chat, but I'm trying to consolidate. So Maria said, radical change is all about big ideas and systemic change, and dedicating yourself to such a broad cause can be daunting. What are the everyday actions that we can take to make progress towards radical change, considering how large and pervasive the issues we're fighting for are? So I'm going to throw this to you, Brian, and then we'll go to DeNora.
Yeah, that's a really good question, one that I've definitely thought about recently. And I've just been thinking, this is lifelong work. And one of my big things is that you have to keep it light. You can't always be super heavy, you know, and really, you know, intense on these issues. And I think that there's definitely a time for that, but you have to celebrate the little wins, and also finding a community of people, a community of practice, people that are right there with you that say, you know, I see the big picture and I know that it's going to be a long fight, and, you know, there's going to be losses and there's going to be wins, but I'm there with you. So I think community for me has been really important.
Thank you so much for that. DeNora.
DeNora's going to be just as short as sweet as Brian was. I think reiterating the point around finding your tribe, but that tribe has to include the unlikely allies, as we talked about before, making sure that you can focus on, you know, in our classrooms at Generation Citizen, we say pick one issue. We can't fix all of the issues as a whole. So there might be one issue that really is the one that you're passionate about that will help towards that incremental win and toward that progress we all seek. And then go deep on that issue, knowing that you can lend your voice and, you know, amplify other work that's happening adjacent to that as a part of the larger transformational visioning, but really go deep on the one issue and think about the root cause of the problem, and then work hard using all the tools in the toolbox to address that.
What's a root cause, DeNora?
See, I was trying to be brief, but you ready. A root cause is like, why is the issue an issue, right? So really thinking about not just the Band-Aid solution, right? So if we think about police brutality in our community, it isn't just about, you know, how we can get better training. That is a solution, but like root cause analysis is like, has the funding actually been allocated in the right way towards training, towards addressing the systemic inequalities, so that you can actually rip off the full solution and actually present big ideas, not just, oh, well, if we want to fix policing in our issue, we're going to just throw more money at the problem and fix it that way. We actually have to understand why the issue is systemically an issue, and then think about solutions that address that, be them policy, funding, you know, increasing the representation of the bodies that are making these decisions, et cetera. So it's really getting to the heart of the problem. And the reality is problems can have multiple root causes. And so pick one of them, go deep on that one root cause that resonates most with why you care about that issue. And then think about all the tools in your toolbox that you can use to address it.
Thank you so much for that. All right, last question, and I'm going to pose it to everyone, and I'm going to start with Brent. So Angel said, you know, this is a lot. and I'm feeling this, but like, where should I start? I want to get into politics. I want to get into the fight, but where should I start? So what's your answer to that? First, I want you to say really quick, where did you start? And then maybe some suggestions about where Angel and other folks can start. So I'll start with you, Brent.
Yeah, so I started as a teacher. I taught 5th grade, and then I taught 6th grade. And I was like, I want to make policy instead of telling me what the policy is when I'm the one in the classroom and I'm the one working with the kids and I'm seeing the issues firsthand. And, you know, so much of it resonated with my own stuff growing up. And so I was like, I don't want someone telling me what to do. So I went to graduate school, which wasn't part of the plan. It wasn't something I had intended to do. I just knew I needed to do something else. And I fell into city government. I was in city government for 5 years trying to change what it looked like from the inside. How do we shrink the Department of Probation? How do we get kids out of jail? Literally, I want kids off of Rikers Island and I want kids out of youth prisons. And that's what I worked on. And then in total, I spent about 10 years in government because I went on to the Obama administration. So that's how I started. What's my advice is there's no one way. There's no one way. I work with people who started on campaigns. I work with people who started in community centers. Like, you can do this from so many different vantage points, and one route isn't the route you got to stay on.
Appreciate that. Let's jump to you, Breon.
So this is Breon. I would say, you know, where I started, it's hard to get that nexus. I was born overseas as a military Air Force brat, and so that kind of shaped a lot of my understanding. But my first, what I would call professional job, was on Capitol Hill, so thrown right into the frying pan. And so I think that often when I try to explain this to people, I usually say vote your strategy. And what I mean by that is find that one thing that matters to you and follow that all the way through, right? So you invest that vote into that member or that elected official and track, even if it's on that one issue. Again, as Democracy Ninja said, you're not trying to save the whole world, right? We've got other people that's doing that work. What is the issue that matters to you? Localize that and follow that through, because if you follow that through based on how they respond, you're more likely to find yourself engaged. That breeds other relationships with other organizations that now come on your radar. And so that's how you can incrementally digest those things. So I'd say pick your passion, and there's no wrong answer on that, right? Whatever your passion, own that, be happy about that, be proud of that, and feel adequate in that, and make sure that you fulfill the task.
Thank you so much. We're going to jump to you, Brian, and then we'll go to DeNora to wrap us up.
Yeah, I was doing education. I was educating students about the environment, and I really enjoyed doing that, but I got, I was like, there has to be more, there has to be a way to make bigger change. And I got started working on local city policies around clean energy in the city of Chicago. And so I would say, yeah, follow the itch, follow whatever is driving you. And also that thing might not be, you might not love it, but at least you're taking a step to go in the right direction of what you're passionate about. But actually you might be really good at, or you might thrive in another way to, further democracy. It might not be where you start out, but at least finding that, I think that issue as well is key.
Thank you so much. And of course we have to end with the Democracy Ninja. Yes.
Democracy Ninja, DeNora. This is good for the brand. I would say, the honest answer for me is it's about self, us, and now, right? Really think about grounding yourself in this moment. So it's what everybody else is. What issues matter to you? In our classrooms at Generation Citizen, students write a laundry list, right? As long as Manhattan. And then they have to winnow it down and think about what's the one issue they're going to work on. That's going to be connected to you. For me, it started out as being a pregnant teen at a high school in Harlem and advocating for myself to be able to stay in my academically rigorous environment and graduate on time with my peers instead of being encouraged to transfer to a high school for pregnant girls, right? So I learned how to launch an advocacy campaign as a young adult. And then I went to law school because I felt this passion, this need to be of service. And like Brent, I worked in city government. I worked for city government officials and in the legislative body, and then realized that I really am an advocate at my core, hence the Democracy Ninja. And then I'm thinking about how do I keep at it, right? Sometimes I'm focused on one issue. Right now, I'm really focused on how to get more Black women in elected office and be more represented in government. But tomorrow it might be action civics, or maybe it's both. But you have to really think about what are the issues that you're passionate about? And then where's your tribe again? How do you begin to get steeped in the issues and build the coalitions you need to get that incremental change. So just elevating what already has been said. I'm not the wisest one here for sure.
Yo, give me some exclamation points in the chat if you felt this conversation to your spirit. Thank you all so much for sharing your brilliance. And just as a recap, we pulled out things from the roots. We dreamed a little. We talked about tactics, centered it into the power of the seat, talked about some of those barriers and voter suppression, but then we broke it down and said how we can all participate. Thank you all so much. Thank you for joining us. Now, y'all, we're going to transition into a quick break with the DJ Kara before we transition into our last session for the day, which is a keynote, y'all, by Phillip Agnew. So we'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the keynote. Just so you know, fun fact, we want y'all to stay around. Phillip Agnew is the co-founder of Dream Defenders, and he recently launched Black Men Build. So please, please, please join us soon, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye, y'all.
It's a JN cook-up.
I hope you enjoyed session 3 for today. Got another break here. I'm going to be playing some jams, so I hope you enjoy and you vibe out with me.
If you notice what you're starting, but I can see you like to play with fire, darling. Your man just hit the bar to grab a chalice for you too. He turned his back just for a second. Look at what you do. Sending me the supersonic signal. You ain't lay a finger, but I feel you. Independent woman, I won't tell you how to act. But you and I both know we could be gone before he gets back. You got a man, but you oh, baby, just get down.
Don't ask questions if we just sexing. I got situations, no confirmations. Everybody wanna know who making daytime. What that depends on, whatever the date is. I got me a European poppy out in Italy, and he like the model, but he always let her picture me flying overseas, and it's just their bees. Send a pic from the back just to give him a tease. I keep a man in Texas, that's what the best is. Down south, Betty, any cool, never stress it. West Coast thing, I'm in love with his slang. Who I love a thug, keep it hood when we bang. I got a man, but f***ing around, cause I'm young and I can't be tied down. She got a girl, she got nothing on me, but we young, so we both do the same thing.
You got a man, but you
I got a man, but I'm around, cause I'm young and I can't be tied down.
oh, baby, just get down.
She got a girl, she got nothing on me, because I'm young and we both do the same thing.
Telling me to stay the same. She's looking in my eyes, losing where the guys. Are you telling me to stay the same?
Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. You ain't no king, she likes my tone, my cologne, and the way I roll. You ain't no king.
It's legit, you know it's a hit when the Neptune's and the doggy dog finna spit. You know he's in tune with the season. Come in, baby, tell me why you leaving. Tell me if it's that you need, if you wanna breathe. I got the best minus C's. Ain't nobody tripping, VIP they can't get in. If something go wrong, then you know we get the
sure what I see, you don't for me. Are you telling me to stay the same? She's looking in my eyes, losing where the guys. Are you telling me to stay the same?
Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. Yeah, you ain't no chick. She likes my tone, my cologne, and the way I roll. You ain't no chick.
Now you steppin' with a G from Los Angeles, where the helicopters got cameras, just to get a glimpse of our chucks and our khakis and our bouncing car. You with your friend, right?
Yeah.
She ain't tryna bring over no men, right?
No.
She ain't gotta be in a distance. She can get all in an instant.
Sure what I see, Cupid don't fuck with me. Are you telling me this is a sign? She's looking in my eyes, mousing over the guys. Are you telling me this is a sign? Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone.
Once again, we will be coming back at 8 p.m. Hope you are excited for the keynote from Phillip Agnew at 8 p.m. So, yeah, we have about 55 minutes. I hope you enjoy your break.
You gotta have cake till you'll have Sundays with your key times. You'll see Venus and Serena in the Wimbledon arena. And I can take you.
Don't be foolish. Don't know what you're doing. Don't know what you lost until you're gone. Got a pretty face, drove you wild, but you ain't got that Snoop Doggy Dogg style.
I'm not sure of what I see. Cupid don't fuck with me. Are you telling me this is a sign? She's looking in my eyes, mousing over the guys. Are you telling me this is a sign? Don't think about it, boy, leave her alone. You ain't no chick. She likes my tone, my cologne, and the way I roll. You ain't.
Don't rush, slow touch, brown and white. Like I go country, grab and buy. We can go bust,
I hope this one.
They can lose trust. White rum, fizzy pop. Where you they go, we they go up. Catch my vibe, let me go off. Blam the trash, and it's so tough.
Alright, yo, put the belly on her body, make a catch. See no watch, now she wanna give crutch. Boy got peas, now she hopping in the pod. Man, a real life sugar gal, I might forget what. When she want dark, told her meet me at the top. Switching lanes the other day, I seen her waiting for a bus. Maybe this a Moncler sweater, diesel denim. Buy another one, my pockets fight like heather. Neck froze like I don't know no better. Benzo truck, white seats and they leather. Go broke never, on my grind. She make it clap like I'm Busta Rhymes. I got the juice, the sauce and all them things. I blammed her twice a night with all my bling. Big Benz I drive, I brought that ting. Any girl you want, they want my ting.
Don't rush, slow touch, brown and white. Like I go country, grab and buy. We can go bust, eye for eye. They can lose trust. White rum, fizzy pop. Where you they go, we they go up. Catch my vibe, let me go off. Blam the trash, man, it's so tough. Flood my eyes, make a whole blush. Back at the tour bus, getting cool up. East square, got on this dress. Got a hand wash, new racks with the old Nikes in the shoebox. Keep my stripes, no cuss. Pull up in a new plate, and she might just. She went tryna move bait when her eyes locked. New tints on a coupe, that's a head loss. Off my wax, right my wrongs. Gucci my mum, I used to do your thumbs. Count my sums, this is gonna get long. Love my green, I'm tryna get strong. Tryna get on, where I'm from, it's on. Yes, man don't take no dumb threats. They see funds, they hop fence. We been up, not up. Next. Don't rush, slow touch, brown and white. Like I go country, grab and buy. I can go bust, eye for eye. They can lose trust. White rum, fizzy pop. Where you they go, we they go up. Catch my vibe, they go up. Down the track.
hey, look, baby. They playing our song. Hey, look, baby. They playing our song.
Old it, dope-alicious.
Hope you are enjoying the music. This is a throwback from Outkast.
And the crowd goes wild.
It's a remix, but I hope you enjoy. This is Dope-alicious.
And the crowd goes wild.
You last night, baby. You looked oh so lovely. I wondered if I got to know you, if you might be the one for me. Next time you're feeling kinda lonely, just pick up the phone and give me a call, and you can be my special lady. And I promise, baby, we can have it all. 'Cause I have never met a girl quite like you in the whole wide world. Ooh, because you're number one, second to none. 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 Yeah, now that we got our thing in motion, never gonna slow it down. I'll give you all my devotion till we're 6 feet underground. 'Cause you give me all the loving, all the loving that a man can take. And if you're feeling tired, baby, just lay back and I'll give you a taste. 'Cause I have never met a girl quite like you in the whole wide second to none. You're number one, second to none. Yeah. When in the game of love to steal my heart, girl, you know you're burning up the chart, up the chart. You're rising to the top, and in no time you'll leave the other girls behind. 'Cause I have never met a girl who I like you in the whole wide world. Ooh, because you're number one, second to none. 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 Yeah.
Hope you're enjoying the music. We've got about another 45 minutes for this
She's
break.
right, you know. She's right. Man, she's right, you know. She's right. Ow. You stand there looking at me, and I stand here looking at you, girl. You know exactly what's on my mind. Yeah.
It's just the way that I see.
To see.
You came in looking for me, but I don't do the type of thing all the time.
Oh, you want me to
come in I got a little something for ya.
Got a little bit. Can I get a little bit? Yeah, yeah.
And I
don't know what it is, but I just wanna get to know ya. All right, yeah. Take it all night. Bring it back up slowly. That's right. Take your head back. All night. Bring it back up slowly. That's right. Now situations, girl, they often change. Listen to me. Sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad, but who's to blame?
He's right to know. He's right.
Oh, baby girl.
He's right to know. He's right.
Oh, you stand there looking at me, and I stand here looking at you, girl. You know exactly what's on my mind. Yeah.
It's just the way that I see.
To see.
You came in looking for me,
but
I don't do the type of thing all the time. I got a little something for ya.
Got a little bit. Can I get a little bit? Yeah, yeah. I don't know what it is, but I just wanna get to know ya. All right, yeah. Take it down.
All night.
Bring it back up slowly. That's right. Take your head back. Take it down.
All night.
Bring it back up slowly. That's right. Everybody just.
Once again, we have a keynote coming up from Phillip Agnew. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be at 8 p.m. tonight in about 40 minutes. In the meantime, I hope you're enjoying this music. I'm having so much fun with you all. I wish I could see you all. But it's cool that I can DJ with you because of technology. It's pretty cool. This is a remix of an amazing throwback right here.
As I said, the story goes. Baby, now I got the flow. 'Cause I know it from the start. Baby, when you broke my heart, that I had to come again. I'm sure you that I'd win. You love something. All those times I said that I love you. You love something. Yes, I tried. Yes, I tried. You love something. Even though you know I die for you. You love something. Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried. But you did, but you did. You lied to me. All this name you said I never did. You lied to me. But I do, but I do.
Hey y'all, how's everyone doing? We are so excited to be welcoming our keynote pretty soon in about 40 minutes. While you wait, we want to let you all know about the awesome giveaway that we are doing right now. So you will have a chance to win an amazing prize that we're about to show you. It is a sweatshirt from the Michelle Obama Becoming Tour. And you can win this giveaway with doing just the following. So we at YP4 right now have a pledge where we're asking you to pledge to commit to mobilizing folks in your community ahead of the November election. Throughout the day, yesterday and today, we talked about what's at stake for our communities and what are some of the actions that we can take. And we want to help you make that commitment to bring this information back to your communities and bring this mobilizing back to your communities. So we're asking you to take this pledge challenge by asking 5 people that you know to take the pledge. And the first person that gets 5 folks to sign this pledge will win this awesome t-shirt, sweatshirt. So if you are ready to ask folks to make this pledge, click on the link in the doc, send it to 5 people that you know. The first person to get 5 folks to sign it will win this giveaway, and we will send it right to your house. So while you wait for the next keynote speaker, participate in this giveaway for a chance to win. We'll see you all at 8 p.m. Eastern time in about 40 minutes for our next amazing keynote speaker, Phillip Agnew, who is the co-founder of the Dream Defenders and most recently Black Men Build. See you all again super soon, and we'll leave you all with DJ Kara to jam out to some awesome music. Take it away, DJ.
I hope you all participate in the giveaway. We're gonna keep this music going. Here's a throwback for you. Just got paid, Johnny Kemp. You remember this one?
Check the mirror, I'm looking fly. Round up the posse, jump in my ride. Radio rocking, a monster jam. Feel the rhythm, pump up the sound. I'm feeling so good, don't you know I'm just grooving
Just got paid. It's Friday night. Party hot. The bass is right. Feeling alright. Shake it. All around, baby. One drink. Now I'm getting down on the floor, rocking to the beat. Oh, hey, you sure look sweet. Fine young lady, standing by. Come on, baby, sweet Adelaide. You look so sweet and you're moving to the beat. I'm tired of all this boring parties. I'm gonna get on down. Come on, let's get on down now. Just got paid. It's Friday night. Got money in my pocket. Falling hot. Blazing right. You shake it. The shaking all around. The way you move it. Rock the house, y'all. Get down. Say ho. You said. Rock the house, y'all.
Let the beat hit 'em. Let the music take control. The beat goes round and
Another throwback.
round and down. Let the beat hit 'em. Got to learn to let go. Go.
All right. This sequence is repeated several times. Listen to it from a location midway between the loudspeakers. 1, 2, 3, bass.
LL, get funky.
Everybody's moving to the beat. The jam is pumping. Got to move my feet. So I use the music to try and get away from the strain and the pressure. The DJ comes to my rescue. He throws a beat. You've got to move to. The people screaming, yelling on the floor, saying, "Please, Mr. DJ, take."
Stereo.
Let's have some fun.
Rock the house, y'all.
It's time to move. It's time to move. Yeah. It's time to move. It's time to. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Love Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Hope you're enjoying the music. We have about 30 more minutes till we get started again with the keynote from Phillip Agnew. Hope you all are excited for it. Coming up in 30 minutes.
where do you go? Tell me, is she nice? Does she know I know? Tell me why you lie. Tell me why. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are now. What you did? Yeah, you know I love you, but I can't forgive you. You could tell me stay, but I have to go. 'Cause I would not expect someone to stay around if I let them down. Right when I let my guard down, you play around. And knowing that this time we can't hate shit out, it's too late for me to stay. I wish all the things you say was what your behavior display. No, I could've done without lies. And no one will love me blind. This just don't feel right. Ain't no more we, ain't no more you with me. What you did? Yeah, you know I love you, but I can't forgive you. You could tell me stay, but I have to go. 'Cause I would not expect someone to stay around if I let them down. What you did? Yeah, you know I love you, but I can't forgive you. You could tell me stay, but I have to go. Escrita y una palabra marchita y una palabra marchita y una palabra gravada como gravata. Aqui é uma palavra gaiata como goiaba. Aqui é uma palavra gostosa como gravata, como goiaba. Muito gostosa, uma palavra. Uma palavra escrita e uma palavra não dita e uma palavra maldita e uma palavra gravada como gravata. Aqui é uma palavra gaiata como goiaba. Aqui é uma palavra gostosa como gravata, como goiaba. Muito gostosa, uma palavra.
I'm a bad bitch. I'm sick of motherfuckers trying to tell me how to live. Whack, hate under my pictures on the gram. You better hope I never run across your man. In the mall with him, I'ma have a ball with him. Somebody call Rihanna, I'ma buy some draws with him. He fucking with the stand cause he in the wild women. Put the legs on his head, now he love tall women. You'll never catch me calling these daddy. I ain't lying by my gut just to make a happy. Lifestyle when a name can't fit a magnum. It never happened if the when it's snapping. I'm a hot girl, I do hot finish income on my outfit. I don't text quick, cause I ain't thirsty. Just mad, they wanna hurt me. I'm a hot girl, I do hot finish income on my outfit. I don't text quick, cause I ain't thirsty. Just mad, they wanna hurt me. Any rumor about me, let me get it. I'm an open book, and your man probably read it. Look at my IP, and these girls too pathetic. Real back when I check my potato. They call me patty cake, cause the way that shake. I'ma make them pick me up while I'm watching anime. See like a wild fox, looking for a side skate. One night with them, make them lose it like a prom date. Two watches, yeah, call me two-timing. Skin like gold, and my teeth like diamonds. Like hot girl chain, Elliot got me shining. They tried to knock me off, but a still grinding. I'm a hot girl, I do hot finish income on my outfit. I don't text quick, cause I ain't thirsty. Just mad, they wanna hurt me. I'm a hot girl, I do hot finish income on my outfit. I don't text quick, cause I ain't thirsty. Just mad, they wanna hurt me.
Leather glove, no sequin. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite. Nike crossbody, got a piece. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street. I'ma show you how to did it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. dance like Michael Jackson. I could be your thug pack. It's a thriller in the track. Where we from? Baby, don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could give you satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way we bout to slide. Hey, killing this one slide.
Hope you're enjoying the music. We've got about 20 more minutes till we get started. I'm so excited for this next one. Hope you're vibing out and enjoying these remixes.
Let's get it from the this dance for me. We got your open, now you're open, so you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration. And this dance for me. Let's get it percolating while you're waiting. So just dance for me. Come on, everybody, get on now. Cause you know we got to get it wrong. Mary J is in the spot tonight, and I'ma make you feel alright. Come on, baby, just party with me. Let it loose and set your body free. Leave your situations at the door, so when you step inside, jump on the floor. Let's get it from the and this dance for me. We got your open, now you're open, so you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration. And this dance for me. Let's get it percolating while you're waiting, so just dance for me.
You're dancing wherever you are. I want you to be moving with me.
Every time you leave, there's only one thing that I know. What's that? Baby, yo te extraño. Maybe me that's la culpa. I'm guilty cause I go away a lot. But say you want me to stay and I won't. So Leah, I'm here whenever you say that you need me. Si me necesitas, I'll arrive, believe me. Digo double G, soy tu perito loyal. Even when I get out, I come right back to the yard. A mí me duele cuando no estás conmigo. Y aunque soy tu hombre, todavía soy amigo. Te digo te amo. That means I love you dearly. And every time you gone, I'm always gonna want you near me. Snoopy.
Es que no sabes cuánto duele el amor. No sabes cuánto duele en el corazón. Es que el efecto que causaste en mí, la maldición de extrañarte, la maldición de extrañarte, la maldición de extrañarte.
Que maldición, even when I'm at home. Only a couple hours before I'm back on the road. Nadamos en las aguas de la playa larga. Porque mañana, I know you be missing me when I'm gone. Kissing me in my sleep, lifting me in my zone. Cause you make me better than I can be when I'm alone. Así, yo te veo claramente. Canto pa' la gente, but I always feel you near me when I roam. Speaking of trips overseas, let's do the weekend. Sip on tequila, kick our feet up, make it our second home. Take it off naked, I wanna see you love when you're nasty. Loving your ass up, I'm a dog with a bone, tú sabes.
Es que no sabes cuánto duele el amor. No sabes cuánto duele en el corazón.
Hope you're enjoying the music. Got about 15 more minutes till we get started.
La maldición de extrañar.
This is one of my favorite new songs that's out right now. So good.
La maldición de extrañarte. La maldición de extrañarte.
Ven aquí, ay mami, holla at me. Ven aquí, ay mami, miss me, miss you. Adiós.
Keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. She keep that booty, booty. She keep that bump. That natural beauty, beauty. Yeah, yeah. If you could see it from the front, wait till you see it from the back. Back, 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 back. Back, back, yeah. Back, back, back. Back, 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 back. If you could see it from the front, wait till you see it with the back, yeah. You like it thick, you like it fat, yeah. Like to keep on wanting more. He asked me, told you where you at, huh? And I wanna know how long it take to put my pants up. Hook up and gun it and then some. Tryna squeeze into my true religion, that no. Celebrate, don't wanna say you like. I don't buy it with a cellulite. You said the body unbelievable. Can't trust a big but then a lemon. I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. She keep that booty, booty. She keep that bump. That natural beauty, beauty. Yeah, yeah. If you could see it from the front, can you see it from the back? Back, 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 back. Back, 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 back. Back, 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 back. If you could see it from the front, can you see it from the back?
Bend that ass over, don't you bring it back, back, back. I'm a big dog tryna eat the kitty cat, cat. I'ma slide in the way it fit, I can tell we match. All up on my racks, hella cheese, I'm for racks. Big crib in Hollywood, I don't need it. Yeah, come relax, let it attack, that you wanna act. Take a low with the pop, wipe the pain away. Juicy and it's tighter than a virgin, like a dinosaur. I love when you give in, I love when you don't. Hit me with the threesome and sometimes you won't. You told me don't with no yes, you know. You got it, yeah, you got it, baby. Bust it on the floor.
I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. She keep that booty, booty. She keep that bump. That natural beauty, beauty. Yeah, yeah. If you could see it from the front, wait till you see it from the back.
You make it hard for me
to see somebody else. I'm calling her your name. Yes, messed up, cause I'm thinking about you. It's your fault, babe. I never wanted us to break up. No, not this way. But you don't understand it, girl. When she touches me, I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only by sex. With you, I had a bad romance. And if I could just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody compares to you. No, yeah. I think I better let her go. I can't leave you alone. Everything that I'm with her, all I want is you. I wanna leave but I'm afraid. You don't even feel the same. Now I realize that she ain't you, she. She ain't, no she ain't. I've been sleeping on for quite some nights now. It's not the same in my bed. But if she found out what's going on in my head, it'll be all bad, have me right back. But you don't understand me, girl. She touches me, I'm wishing that they were your hands. And when I'm with her, it's only by sex. With you, I had a bad romance. And if I could just trade her in, I would. Cause nobody compares to you. No, yeah. I think I better let her go. I can't leave you alone. Everything that I'm with her, all I want is you. I wanna leave but I'm afraid. You don't even feel the same. Now I realize that she ain't you, she ain't you.
We'll be getting started here in about 10 minutes. So we get started.
What you do to get to me? What would you say to have your way? Would you give up or try again? Never hesitate to let you in. Would you be yourself or play a role? Tell all the boys I'll keep it low. If I say no, would you turn away or play me off? Or would you stay? Oh, first you don't succeed. Dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again. First you don't succeed. You can dust it off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again. To you, you into me, but I can't let it go so easily. Until I see what this could be eternity or just a week. Chemistry is off the chain, it's perfect now, but will it change? Just need a yes.
Without a don't
Yeah. So you don't wanna throw it all away. I might be shy on the first day. What about the next day? So you don't wanna throw it all away. You're bugging on the first day. What about the next day? If first you don't succeed, then dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again. Cause if at first you don't succeed, you can dust it off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again.
We're getting started here soon. In about 7 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the music. We got 7 more minutes until we get started with the keynote. Phillip, Agnew.
It's taking me all this time to say, good, I'm slow. So it's taking me all this time to say, good, tiptoe, yeah, and don't want to acknowledge my mistake, good, oh, yeah, and I want you to know it's meant to
Put it in my pocket, in my back pocket, put it in my pocket, in my pocket, in my back pocket. Put it in my pocket, put it in my pocket, in my back pocket, put it in my pocket, in my pocket, in my back pocket, and I'll read it by my own. You, like you circle, yes or no? This piece of paper, 'cause I really, really need to know. Are you gonna be my favorite key? Hand it back after sticking out, and never know if you're gonna be my special flower. Good girl, listen to you.
when you kiss me on the playground, well, like my brother had to lay down, and assess what I had seen. Then I had to write the words out, 'cause you took them out of my mouth. But it's hard for me to read out loud. Oh gee, oh gosh. I know that it's taking me all this time to say, good, I'm slow. So it's taking me all this time to say, good, tiptoe, and I want to acknowledge my mistake, good, oh, and I want you to know it's too late, good, I know, yeah, that it's taking me all this time to say, good, I'm slow, so it's taking me all this time to say, good, tiptoe, yeah, and I want to acknowledge my mistake, good, oh, yeah, and I want you to know it's not too late, I know that it's taking me all this time to say, good, I'm slow, so it's taking me all this time to say, good, tiptoe, and I want to acknowledge my mistake, good, oh, yeah, and I want you to know it's not too late, girl.
All he wanna do is gas me. How we end up in the backseat, just tryna get to the bag. We on
We're
the
gonna be getting
same
started here
page,
soon.
same way. Only
4
get the
minutes,
fam
4 minutes
around
away.
me. So let me know what it's gonna be. I don't plan on getting no sleep while we doing nothing, moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming money, anything. We up till 6 in the morning. Money and the sunrise, we'll be on it. Boy, I got 5, all so live. Tell me when to go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Hey, hey. Up all night, baby, when we gon' slide. Oh, hey, hey, baby, when we gon' slide, 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 slide. I don't care if we on a run, nothing matters when we one-on-one. Looking at us cause we going dumb. We on the same wave, the same way. You know I'll be down if it's with you. Where we going, baby, what's the move? We should take a trip up to the moon. Get a room, doing nothing, moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming money, anything. We up till 6 in the morning. Money, anything. The sunrise, we'll be on it. Boy, I got 5, all so live. Tell me when to go, baby, when we gon' slide, baby, when we gon' slide. Up all night, baby, when we gon' slide. Hey, up all night, baby, when we gon' slide.
Up all night before we gon' start.
Only 2 more minutes till we get started.
Got a star in my head. You let me raise war with my friends. True, you're so bad when I need to pretend, but I don't want more with you or my friend. You're my baby, yeah.
If you know the words, I want you to be singing along.
You're my baby, yeah. It's the truth, but we can party, yeah. Because true, you're my best friend. Run away around, loyal. I got money on me, I'm loyal. I got money in my pocket, I'm loyal. Pain goes away when you can see it. Pain goes away when you're with me. Even when your shoulders a little risky, it's all out of control. Just don't let this go. It's better than the sweet summers on. Split the summer on the road.
Hope you enjoyed your break.
You're a star in my head.
All right. Thank you so much, DJ Kara. And welcome back, everyone. My name is Haley Miller. My pronouns are she and hers. And I am so excited to be introducing our keynote speaker for today, YP4 alum of 2005, Phillip Agnew. So for those of you who are just joining us, we want to name that we are also joined tonight by 2 amazing interpreters. And so you know they will be taking turns interpreting for us, so you will see them alternate on your screen. We also want to note that we do have closed captioning available, and we are dropping the link in the chat now. And as a reminder, we will have some time at the end for Q&As, so please be sure to add your questions to the Q&A box that is located at the bottom of your screen. All right, and with all that, I am so excited to welcome our keynote speaker, Phillip Agnew. So Phillip Agnew co-founded the Dream Defenders in 2012 after the murder of Trayvon Martin and has been dubbed one of this generation's leading voices and has been recognized by both Ebony Magazine and The Root as one of the 100 most influential African Americans in the nation. His work in community organizing and art is also frequently cited and highlighted nationally. He is the co-founder of Miami Smoke Signal Studios, which is a community-based radical artistic space with poet Aja Monet. Smoke Signal Studio is a space where those invested in using art, sound, and music as a meeting place for transformation and liberation can come together to create. He is a nationally recognized educator, strategist, trainer, speaker, and cultural critic. And he has spoken at colleges and conferences around the country and was also a featured speaker at TED Women and South by Southwest in 2019. In 2018, he transitioned from his role as co-director of the Dream Defenders, and in July 2019, he joined the Bernie Sanders campaign as a national surrogate and was later named a senior advisor. Agnew currently is an organizer with the Dream Defenders and Black Men Build, and Agnew is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporate and graduate of Florida A&M University. Please all join me in welcoming Phillip Agnew.
Thank you so much, Haley. Thank you to our incredible interpreters, to all of the people who did incredible work to facilitate this event, not least of which my friend CC Battle, to DJ Kara, you're amazing. That was dope. That got me the energy that I needed to be able to be here with all of you all. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to once again be amongst my YP4 family. My name is Phillip Agnew. My pronouns are he and him. I'm a native of Chicago, Illinois. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, a neighborhood called West Englewood. My mother is and was a teacher, and my father is and was a preacher. And those two things guided a lot of my early years. Church every day of the week, 8 days a week, 25 hours a day, and also educational pursuits. It was always an important thing in my upbringing. I'm the oldest of four boys, as I said, and we grew up poor. Our neighborhood is one of those neighborhoods that people forget about, that the city forgets about, that didn't have the investment, didn't have the resources that everybody else had, but it was our neighborhood. It was the place where we grew up. And our number one dream when we were little was to not be poor when we grew up. And so we did multiple hustles. You know, we shoveled during the winter, raked during the fall, we cleaned the street during the summer. We did everything that we could do so that we could be something different. And I remember as a young person, I'm not so young anymore, I always imagined what kind of life I could live. And I thought that I could live that life through educational pursuits and through having faith. As I said, we were poor, but I wound up testing into a school called Beasley in Chicago, a gifted program, and also wound up taking tests and getting into another school called Whitney Young. And I didn't do any homework or classwork, but I was very good at taking tests. And so I wound up getting into these schools. And I remember as a youngster growing up, I didn't know until, you know, I went to this school that I was actually poor. I remember going home and actually asking my parents, are we poor? Or, you know, because the neighborhood I grew up in, we were all in the same class. But when I went to this other gifted program, this other magnet school, I got to see what other people had and got to see what other opportunities that people had and the cars that they were dropped off in by their parents when I got off of public transportation. And I grew into myself. I became very insecure. I thought I was half of a person because my family couldn't afford the things that everybody else seemed to get easily, even though they had faith, even though they tithed every week at church, even though they did everything that they could. We weren't able to make ends meet and be like some of those other people. And so I grew up, as I said, not wanting to be poor. And I saw how people treated my mother and my father. My mother and my father are the smartest, most hardworking people I know. I'm going to Chicago tomorrow to surprise them. My mother graduated with her mathematics degree when I was 14. So this woman raising 4 young boys in Chicago was able to get her master's in mathematics, raising us, taking care of us. We never really wanted for anything, but she cared for us. She taught at our schools, and she achieved that milestone when I was 14 years old. My father didn't even go to college. He decided that wasn't for him. But in the 3rd grade, my dad was on Jeopardy. And that was a milestone. I don't know anybody to this day that knows anybody that was on Jeopardy. Well, my dad was on Jeopardy, and he bet it all on the double Jeopardy. I don't know if y'all know what Jeopardy is, but he bet it all on double Jeopardy. He was winning, and he got that one answer wrong, and everything could have been different. But alas, he got the answer wrong. He went from 1st place to last place. And so that was my mother and my father, the smartest, most hardworking people that I know, still to this day. And so I went through high school, and I didn't have much of a dream. I didn't know what I wanted to do, where I wanted to be. I just knew I wanted to make money. And I started to play at churches on Saturdays or on Sundays, and I went to church on Saturdays. And I was playing for a church, and I remember after my senior year, all of the seniors who had just graduated, not at my school, but with me, came to the front, and they lined up, and they talked about the schools that they were about to go to. And they, some people said Cornell, and other people said University of Illinois, and other people said Southern Illinois or Xavier or Howard. And they came to me, and I said, I'm gonna stay here. I'm enjoying myself here playing the drums and doing music with you all. And this church, St. Mark United Methodist, I'll never forget, they would not hear it. They said, you've got to go to college. You've got to go to college. And they asked me where did I apply, and I told them a list of the schools that I had applied to and that I had gotten accepted to, because I was good at taking tests. So I got into some schools. And when I got to Florida A&M, they said, okay, that's the place that you're going. And so my church raised money for me, and they took an offering and they wrapped themselves around me and they sent me off to Florida A&M University. I had never visited the school. I didn't know what it looked like. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, fam, you in the house. And I didn't know what it looked like. I didn't know what it felt like. I had never been to this part of the country before. I had only been on a plane once. I drove down, but I had only been on a plane one time before that. And I was taken in by this campus. And Florida A&M University is a historically Black college, and it is a part of a long tradition. There are over 100, I believe, 101 historically Black colleges and universities in the country, and they produce the largest numbers of Black people in engineering and in medical medical doctors and scientists and engineers and business people. And these institutions, they take people like myself who had never been anywhere, didn't know where I was going, and they wrapped themselves around them. And they told me that I could be something. This school said that you could be anything that you want, that you don't have to be afraid of anybody. You're here now. You're here on the highest of 7 hills at Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. And I threw myself into that school, and I knew I wanted to become something a little bit different. You know, I didn't get to speak at my graduation. I wasn't particularly popular in high school. Nobody really cared about Phillip, what he did and what he didn't do. And I said, when I go to college, I'm going to remake myself. And Florida A&M allowed me to take this blank canvas that was Phillip at 17 and 18 years old and kind of remake myself. And I ran for student government president, or I ran for freshman class president. I'm sorry, I'm skipping. And people told me I wouldn't win, and I picked an incredible vice president candidate. You know, the vice presidents are important, as we will see. And because of her, I will say we won, and I became freshman class president, and she was freshman class vice president. My sophomore year, I ran unopposed. I had done so well in my administration that we had destroyed all challengers, and we ran unopposed for sophomore class president. I also joined a fraternity while I was there. I joined Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, the fraternity of Martin Luther King. And I knew that I had arrived. I knew that I had become everything that I had ever dreamed of in life. I was a monster, I'll tell you all. I didn't know anything about pronouns. I didn't know anything about anything. Oh, what's up? I didn't know anything about anything, okay? I was young, and I couldn't be told anything. I also, that year as sophomore class president, that was when I was invited in 2004 to become a YP4 fellow at the request of, or at the urging of, one Andrew Gillum. And he pushed me, and I looked up to Andrew, and I looked up to a number of people that had come through Florida A&M. And I gotta tell you all, I was green still. My whole goal was I did not want to be poor. My whole goal was I wanted people to see me as something. My whole goal was I didn't want to feel humiliated. I didn't want to feel left out, and I wanted to be in the middle of everything. And so I was still very young, very confused, but I still had a good moral backbone to me. And I remember the summer after my sophomore year, I got a call from another person that I looked up to. His name was Daryl Parks. Now, Daryl Parks was also a student government leader years before me. I was student body vice president at that time, and I aspired to be student body president, and I became student body president that next year, sneak peek. And this brother, Daryl Parks, had been student body president at Florida A&M before me. And Daryl Parks was so incredible because he was also an Alpha, and Daryl Parks had run for student government president twice and won, back to back. So this brother was a legend as it pertained to my field of play, my area of expertise at the time. And I looked up to him, and he called me one day. And, you know, this is the summer after my sophomore year. As I said, I had just crossed. And if you all understand now I know, you know, as a young person in a fraternity, I thought I could do whatever I wanted. I could talk to anybody however I wanted. I could engage with women however I wanted. I was a fool. I was crazy. I was a madman at that time. And Daryl Parks called me, and he said, I want you to come into my office. And I came to his office, and his office, he used to host happy hours there. And so I had seen the place before, but the office has a presence. There's a mock courtroom in there. There's a big boardroom with a large table that many people can come and sit and discuss and talk, and where he strategized some of the cases that he helped to win with his partner, Ben Crump, at the time. And I saw a few people that I knew all sitting around the table, and they were all there. I saw people from Florida State University, which is a very small college that was also in Tallahassee. No one's ever heard of it. And Tallahassee Community College, which is also one of the largest community colleges in the country. And we were all in that room, and we sat down, and I remember he came in and he brought a TV in. And he brought a TV in, and it was one of those televisions that was connected to a VCR. Now, a VCR is a plastic machine, and you put a little piece of plastic inside of it, and then a video plays on the screen. It's crazy. It's way before you all's time, so I want to break that down for you. But he put this video inside the VCR, and I saw it was a grainy video, but I saw some kids running around. And I thought to myself, oh, this is a weird way to start a happy hour. They're just running around in a circle, and they're going in a circle, and there's no sound on the video. It's a grainy video. You all know when the static comes, you could get an app that puts that on your thing now, but we actually used to watch videos that grainy things were on the video. And I remember a young boy, it looked like a boy, he fell down. And I couldn't hear, I didn't know what was gonna happen next, but one of the guards came from off of the screen, and the guard came and he picked up the young boy, and another guard came, and I just remember they just started beating him. They just started wailing on him. They just started punching him. And I didn't really know what was going on. I'm confused. I'm like, why am I watching this? This is 2005. This is way before you could go on your social media any day and see a group of people beating themselves up and beating each other up on World Star. This is way before you could see a bomb going off in Beirut and just keep on scrolling, or a baby on a beach face down and just keep on scrolling. I'm watching someone, and it looks like I'm watching someone about to die, and they continue to beat them, and they beat them. And a woman comes from off of the screen, and she comes and she puts her hands on her hips. And I think to myself, okay, maybe this woman, she looks like a nurse. Maybe this nightmare, this video, this weird thing that I'm watching is going to end. But she goes off the screen, and she comes back, and she hands something to one of the guards, and they run over to the boy, and they pick him up, and he starts to flail about again. And then he goes limp. And I realized then that I had just watched a young man be murdered. I learned that he was 14 years old. His name was Martin Lee Anderson. He had stolen his grandmother's car, and his grandmother had wanted her car back, so she called the police, and they got the car back, and he was arrested. And when he went before the judge, she pleaded with the judge. She said, please don't send him to jail. He's young. He's 14 years old. This is his first offense. And the judge, in one of those rare cases in the state of Florida, had mercy, if you want to see it that way, and he sent him to a boot camp. And 1 week later, as he ran through the yard, the guards in that prison beat him within an inch of his life. And then, in a rush to try to cover what they did and revive his body, they put ammonia tablets and accidentally or intentionally or in their haste put them up his nose and suffocated Martin Lee Anderson. And it messed me up. It transformed the whole trajectory of my life. It was in that moment, that summer after my sophomore year, where I had started to maybe make a little bit of money, and I wore suits now, and I went from not being invited to parties to being the person not inviting other people to parties, and I couldn't be told what to do, how to do it, when to do it. And I watched this young man be murdered. And I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget that moment. It sticks with me to this day, but it was also the moment that I found my purpose. It was the moment that I realized that I had a duty to do far more than just ingratiate myself with all the things that a college campus affords a young patriarchal male. And it completely messed me up. We started an organization at that time called the Student Coalition for Justice. We sat in on the governor's office. The governor at that time was Jeb Bush. We gave y'all Jeb Bush. He was in Iraq or something for some reason. And he came back and we demanded that he apologize to the family, and he apologized to the family. And after a number of protests, they arrested all of the guards who were over the jail. They closed the boot camp. And we went back to our regular life, to the regularly scheduled program. We figured that that moment that we had fought for justice for a young man, that was the last thing that we had to do, that our job was done at that moment. And I went back and ran for student body president and became student body president. And I continued to party. I continued to have fun. And my friends, in a variety of ways, continued to live their lives. And 6 months later, all of the guards were acquitted. The jail was reopened. And the sheriff over that jail who had been fired was rehired, a better job, probably with more money, doing less work. I tell you all that story because in it are a lot of lessons for me, but also to impress upon you that I'm no different than any of you all. I didn't wake up one day and start reading Marx and Fanon and Hegel and W.E.B. Du Bois and say that this is my life. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to become a community organizer. I'm going to become an activist. I didn't wake up one day and say that everything is wrong with the world. Women are being treated horribly. Black people are being treated horribly. Trans people are being treated horribly. Black men are being treated horribly. I didn't wake up and realize any of that. In fact, I actually believed. I believed that if I kept my head down, if I smiled, if I wore a suit, that if I did what everybody told me to do, that I could actually maybe make enough money to get my family out of poverty. And that if I just did what everybody said, that I could be a better white person than white people, and I could impress them with my charm, and that just by that, I could do everything that was required and I could improve my community. And I learned over the course of many mistakes, over the course of many years, that that wasn't the way for me. I don't know if it's the way for any of you, but I doubt it. I stumbled upon these realizations as I've gotten older and as I've continued to evolve. I'm now 35 years old and continue to evolve, continue to learn new things, continue to reassess my strategy, continue to get dejected and depressed about the things that I participated in and wonder if all of this is for nothing, and have had to continue to learn and follow other people. You may see me as a leader. My bio has a whole bunch of flowery things. That's what you're supposed to do for a bio. But really, I'm an expert follower, and I follow women, and I follow men that I wanted to be like, and I follow people that I wanted to emulate because they taught me something and they fed something to me. As that story continues, I took a job for 4 years in corporate America. And I once again began to believe, hey, maybe if I do this, I can become the Bank of Agnew, and I can really help my family, and I can become a capitalist, and I can do all these things. And I learned very quickly after hearing Trayvon Martin's voice on that 911 call that the work was not done in Florida. And I was a part of over 30 people who helped start the Dream Defenders. And the Dream Defenders started chapters all over the state of Florida. Dream Defenders still exists and is growing and evolving and struggling through a whole great many things. And I learned so much at that time. And I saw that the people who were in power, the people who were in elected office, because we actually have a great deal of power, but the people who were in elected office held undue influence over the way that our lives looked. And so we did we blocked roads, we blocked highways, we sat in on the governor's debates, we sat in on presidential debates. We built an organization that for 31 days, we sat in on the capital of Florida. And we demanded that we be heard on the issue of stand your ground, on racial profiling, on the school to prison pipeline. We built a powerful thing. It's one of the reasons that I'm privileged actually to be here before you all, because we as a collective were able to build something. And for a period, a highlight was shined on me. I'm a good talker. And this culture is inclined towards that. And I have a gift as well. And so people started to look at the Dream Defenders and see what we were doing. And we realized that there was still a part of our work that we had to evolve towards. And in my last few minutes, I want to talk about how my evolution led even to the ballot box. In my bio, you heard that I worked for a candidate. I consider myself a leftist. I consider myself a far leftist. I'm not going to get into all of that on this call, but what I will say is that I've known a great many people who say that the electoral arena yields no results for our people, especially a revolutionary movement, especially revolutionary people. But we sit here a day after Cori Bush, who a few months ago was an underdog in a race against a dynasty in St. Louis County, just won her race. And no one can say that she didn't run a hard race and that she is not qualified. But we also cannot deny that it was the movement in the streets in Ferguson that created the moment for some of these electoral victories that we're seeing. It is my belief that if we are going to work towards the liberation of our people, that we cannot leave any stone unturned, any ballot box unpunched, any ballot unpunched. And so the Dream Defenders were a part in 2018 of Amendment 4, a campaign led by formerly incarcerated people to return the right to vote to 1.4 million people who had had their right to vote stolen away from them by the state of Florida, because the state of Florida gives out felony convictions like it gives out candy. And so we were a part of transforming what the electoral landscape looks like in the state of Florida. We almost had a completely different governor in the state of Florida. And as I've evolved, I've come to understand that though voting is not everything, I really hate it when people say voting is that, if you just vote, voting is not everything. But I am not going to allow for us, especially in the year 2020, to say that voting means nothing. That voting has nothing to do with our lives and how to build a powerful organization. And so in my closing words to you all, I want to say that we have worked considerably hard in the streets, and I'm going to continue to do that. In fact, I think that's the most important work that many of us can be doing. But we've got to figure out as well how to maneuver the ballot box. We have to figure out, it's not a matter of whether our votes mean anything, it's whether we are going to build powerful enough organizations to make our votes mean something. And this year in particular, we cannot risk having people stay home, because the decisions of our lives are being decided by a small group of people who hate us. They hate every single person on this call. They hate every piece of family of everybody on this call. They hate every person listening. They hate every person that is going to watch, because they have a small group of people that have run this country now for 400 years in the best interest of a very small few. And if we don't do something in the streets, at the ballot box, in legislatures, then we are going to continue to argue amongst ourselves while the decisions that run our lives are being made by people who don't look like us and don't care about us. And so this is a part of my evolution. I've come from a person that didn't know anything about anything. Years later, I had to learn about heteropatriarchy. I had to learn truly about capitalism. All I was angry about was racism and police brutality. But as my analysis has grown, so has the strategy that we've got to use. And so I want each and every one of you all to know that this is the most important year of our lives. People say that all the time. I've lived through like 8 most important years. And quite possibly there will be another most important year. But this year, the year 2020, is a year that your grandchildren, your children, your little brothers, your little sisters, your siblings are going to wonder what you did this year to transform the course of our world, to transform the course of history. And so I want to leave y'all with some words that I love to leave everybody with. It's words by Marcus Garvey. He said, "We have a beautiful history, but the one that we will create in the future will astonish the world." I am a YP4 fellow because I was lucky enough to get invited. And I've continued to come back because of the incredible leadership of CC Battle and the young people who have moved this organization to where it is. and we are not going to win unless we use everything at our disposal to do it. So thank you all for hearing me. Thank you for listening. And I'm excited about all of your questions.
Thank you so much, Phil. Give him some exclamation points in the chat if you feel this. There's some comments that are saying, thank you for your honesty. A lot of A5s, some FAMUs, Go Rattlers. So thank you so much for that, Phil. And I'm really excited to facilitate this Q&A. Yes, you're the homie for sure, but I really appreciate how you keep it real. So just so you know, we're taking questions from our streams as well as right here. So our first question is, earlier today, we asked folks to share their dreams, right? Today is all about visioning. So can you share with us your dream for the world?
Well, I've got a personal dream, and then my personal dream is connected to, I think, my political and world dream. I want to be happy. I want to wake up every day and know that I've got the power to make my day and the day tomorrow everything that it can be, that I have the ability and the power to create happiness within me, and that I'm working with other people to make other people's lives more full and more happy. And I know that's not as political as people would say. I want to destroy capitalism. I want to destroy misogyny and patriarchy. I want to destroy white supremacy. I want to destroy the empire. That's all. Yeah, I want to do all of those things so I can check all those boxes with my left radical friends. But I want, my dream is that I'm able at some point to raise children who are able to be their full, most magnificent selves, and unrestrained by their class, unrestrained by gender, unrestrained by geography. And that is what I want for all people, and that's the generation and the future I wanna build.
Thank you for that. That resonated with me. Just a future of being unrestrained. Like, imagine a world of real freedom where there's no barriers to anything. That's beautiful. One of the things that you taught me, and it kind of relates to another question, I remember when we were in Chicago and you said, I hate when people call me an activist. I'm not an activist, I'm an organizer. And I was like, yeah, me too. Like, I'm not an activist, I'm an organizer. I need people. And you made such a beautiful articulation of the difference between an activist and an organizer, which I want you to share to answer the question. You mentioned in your statement about your dream, you included other people. Can you share from your perspective why we have to be organizers in pursuit of our visions rather than activists?
So I think activists are incredibly important people, right? So I want to start that, right? Activists and what has been happening in the streets over the last few weeks, I don't know if it happens without the work of activists around the country. I also know that those moments would not have happened had it not been for organizers before that moment. And here's my difference between activists and organizers. And this is why I push all of you all to transition and evolve from activists to organizers. An activist, this is just me saying this, and I think there are a number of other critiques or even interpretations, but organizers have to be concerned with how we build a movement. And what do I mean? We have to be concerned not just with slogans and rhetorical flourish and this is what I want, this is the world that I want. We have to be concerned with the real life effects of our decisions and what we are building in an organization. Organizers bring people together around a common vision, right? And so I'm accountable to people, right? I am in relationship with people. I can't just say, let me speak real. I can't just say defund the police, because there are a lot of people in my family, in my neighborhood that don't understand what that means. And I can't say, oh, you don't get it, then you are out. You know, I can't mess with you then. That is the work of division, right? And my job in the morning is to say, I've got 50 people in my group. By tonight, I need to have 55. If I have 45, it doesn't matter what kind of action that I did that day. It wasn't sufficient to grow the movement. And so organizers have to be concerned with growing people, growing the ability of people to critically think, growing the ability of people to empathetically work alongside other people. And so that's why organizers are very important to me. They make the phone calls. They make sure people are going to show up to the meeting. They text 1 hour before the event to make sure that they get in the green room. They text 30 minutes before the event. They text during the event to make sure that you're on time. Like, that is what an organizer does, you know? And so that is important work, because honestly, people are in habit mode. People just doing their habits. And if you want someone to break their habit and come to a political meeting, come to a book reading, come to an event, come to a protest, you need to have relationships with people, and you have that when you organize and you work.
So if y'all didn't catch that, so he was talking about me, because I am quick to send Phil a text and will blow his phone and be like, "You said we need."
Yep.
But it's love. I know you have done the same for me. You'll do. You know, we're all in this together. So Aaliyah says, how do we build, speaking of people, how do we build decentralized, non-hierarchical movements that effectively mobilize communities, particularly in a society where, you know, stand-in or clout culture is enabled and cis heteropatriarchy models of leadership are rewarded? So how do we break it, basically, is what she's asking.
Yeah, so this is
your favorite topic. You see, you look.
yeah. Can you start the beginning of the question again, real quick?
Yes. How do we build decentralized, non-hierarchical movements that effectively mobilize our communities, particularly in a society where clout culture is enabled, this heteropatriarchy models of leadership are rewarded?
Yes. Okay, Aaliyah. Okay, so I don't know if what I'm going to say is controversial, but I want to be authentic with my answer and my experience. So first, the I think generally non-controversial part of this answer is, in order to build a decentralized movement, you actually have to have a strong center. Oh, Ayla.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm sorry. You have to have actually a strong core. It's counterintuitive. And I've actually had experience with this. So I feel like really, if I didn't feel confident, I would say. So this is I hate to go here, it's crude, but it's a way to understand. McDonald's is a franchise. Theoretically, a decentralized franchise. If you have, and please don't get caught up on the fact that this is McDonald's and one of the worst companies ever. I'm trying to illustrate a point. If theoretically, if you have the money, you can open up a McDonald's anywhere. You can open up in an airport. You can open it up in Iceland, Antarctica, Guatemala. You can open up a McDonald's. But it is not a McDonald's unless you follow a very specific, what we call DNA. And so in the movement, we would call those principles, values. You have, in order to build a decentralized movement, you actually have to spend a lot of time developing what your center is and how to hold it. Okay? Because if I start at McDonald's and I'm making sandwiches with lettuce, and I don't got no ice cream, I don't have any Big Mac, people are like, oh, this is a burger joint for sure, but it's not a McDonald's. And that is what you need. If you want to start a movement, in order to have, for example, we could have a decentralized movement right now, but if we are not clear about what are our demands, how are we going to get the demands? That's the strategy, right? How are we getting demands? What are things that we are not going to do? For example, I'm not recommending this. You have to decide. But maybe a part of your DNA is we don't destroy property. I'm not saying you should have that a part of your DNA, but maybe that's a part of your DNA. The way that we do this is we don't destroy property. Your movement pops up all over the country. You got 500 chapters all over the country. And everybody's saying, I'm a part of Ayla movement. I'm Ayla. I'm a part of the movement. I'm with Ayla. But I start burning buildings. You need to be able to say, hey, we actually have a very specific way that we do things. And it doesn't have to be regimented. I'm not talking about that. But I'm saying, no, our movement does not do that. And so that person is not a part of the movement. And you need that in order to build. So I hope you understand what I'm saying. I think you do. to be decentralized, you have to have a strong DNA. Now, for hierarchy. So this is the more, I actually think that when people talk about hierarchy, I don't want to assume for you, but when a lot of people talk about hierarchy, they're talking about a structure of an organization where power is not evenly shared or distributed, and or power is not discussed at all. And so there's a group over here that has the power, and there's a group over here that doesn't know if they have power, but they make a decision. But then this other group decides, no, this is what we're going to do. So I am not fully on board with completely non-hierarchical organizations. And let me be clear. I am in support of organizations that have very clear discussions about shared power. That's what I'm in support of. This is just me as an individual. And by I do not mean I think all the men should have the power. I just want to be clear. I think we should break down all of the heteropatriarchal, white supremacist, gendered, classist, because that's a thing, right? Oh, you went to college, so you might be smarter than all of us, so you make all the decisions. We should break all of that down. That should not be the hierarchy that we base it off of. But I do believe that there should be a shared discussion of what shared power looks like across an organization. It should be agreed upon, and it should be clear. For example, we've decided that Phil makes decisions about this. We've decided that Cece makes decisions about this. We have decided that Rodney makes decisions about this. And we stick to that division, right? And anytime we want to change it, anytime Cece and Rodney want to go in the back room and be like, well, I think we should, then that is when the organization begins to break down. And so what I would say as an answer to that question is, one, I do agree with the premise in that we need to destroy patriarchal, the charismatic leader nature of movements and organizations, period. And I do not think that means that we have a movement with no leadership, or no one really takes responsibility for anything. Everybody's kind of on the same level. No, we have a shared power in this organization, and this is my responsibility or our responsibility. This is what we handle, and we share that power with this group, and we don't betray our agreements around power in this organization. Because even in quote unquote leaderless movements, there's still a group of people that meet before the meeting, I'm telling you. And they make the decisions. So there's still power, you're just not talking about it. Or you're lying to each other about it. Like, we all have the same power, but you have the car and you have the money. So actually you make the decisions about where we go eat tonight. You know? So that's my answer to that. Hopefully it's not too controversial, but I'm not completely against in the camp of complete eradication of all hierarchies. I think hierarchy is just a name for a way to structure an organization, and that should be shared power.
I really appreciate that. You said two things that highlight another question that we have actually from YouTube. You mentioned like DNA. You mentioned how sometimes, maybe Cece and Rodney as individuals go behind closed doors and they kind of whisper. And what that brought up was the individual and how they show up can completely change whatever collective situation you're trying to create, right? In the beginning, you said at the beginning of your speech, you were a madman and named some problematic behavior that you used to participate in.
Yeah.
Thinking about today's theme, dreaming and visions, what problematic behavior do you think we need to shed in order to really achieve the organizations, movements, and worlds of our dreams?
Well, I mean, well, one, I don't want to leave it out in the air. I was in a fraternity, and I've had this conversation within my fraternity, so I feel very fine saying it here. In a fraternity in 2004, 2005, they teach us how to be predators. Now, I know I can speak for myself, and I feel confident putting this out. I never participated in what most people would think of the most extreme, predatory, getting people, that wasn't me. But you're moving girls into the dorms. You know, all of these things that fraternities teach you about how to engage with women, right? Is one of the things that I had to work on shedding as I've grown older. And I've talked to my fraternity brothers, my line brothers, so we're in similar ages, about how we've had to deprogram, how it's ruined a lot of our relationships post college, and how, you know, some of my brothers are married. We're not all, you know, POS. You know what I'm saying? We're, you know, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm just saying culturally, I think men have a lot of work to do. It's hard work, but it's so fun and liberating. Once you, I would say, speaking from a personal point of view, I think there's a lot of things that a lot of people have to do. But I think if men can get to a point where we're able to stop trying to be robots, numbed out, no emotions, and then the only emotion that you have is anger and domination, and we're able to, because that's the colonial mindset. The colonial mindset is domination, conquest, exploitation, right? Domination, conquest, and exploitation. That's how we move. And if we could start to move in a more decolonial manner, I think men, I think other people, and of all identities, however you identify, if we could start to rid those things from us, our organizations will be better. They'll be more democratic. They'll be more loving. There'll be places where people want to come, instead of people coming and saying, oh, I'm burned out by the movement, because basically you're in an organization fighting against something, but replicating it at the same time, unknowingly sometimes. And so I would say, if we can move away from domination, exploitation, and conquest, how do we win this campaign? How do we, and start to get to a place where we're building movements and organizations that actually heal. People don't have to take self-care breaks for 2 months and go to Bali and all, you know, like, you know, because you are being fed in your organization. And I'm not saying that I've been a part of building much of that, but I believe that I'm a part of doing that with Black Men Build right now. And I believe that I've been a part of rooms and experiences where I've seen that happen, and it's been very edifying.
Speaking of Black Men Build, we have a question from YouTube. To the real, it's a lot, so I'm not gonna. Hey fam, we see you. Thank you for your question. What led you to establish Black Men Build, and how does that fit into your dream for the world?
Yeah. So over a year ago, myself and a number of other brothers that are part of the movement, I'll put that in air quotes, because, you know, it's a lot of parts of the movement, received a letter from a number of the sisters in the movement saying, hey, we think, you know, you all are doing incredible work. You're a part of our family. You're our brothers. You're our comrades. But it should be a lot more, y'all. It should be a lot more brothers in the movement. It also came out of the realization that a lot of the hate speech and a lot of the stuff we're seeing online, and frankly, a lot of the violence that we're seeing in our communities, the perpetrators of that are men. And it also comes from the realization that men are hurting. And so we're hurting ourselves, we're hurting our lovers, we're hurting our partners, our baby mamas, our fathers, we're hurting everybody that we can around us. Anybody that gets too close, we're gonna hurt them because we're hurting. And so it's a mix of all of those things that was the impetus to us really starting Black Men Build. To be clear, Black Men Build is not Black men for Black men. It's Black men coming, a place where you can grow, feel comfortable. We had a meditation session this morning on IG Live with Stick from Dead Prayers. We're going to do a number of them every week. It's not just therapy for therapy's sake, because we're actually hiring organizers and doing a great deal, but it's a place for Black men to come, learn, evolve. Our slogan internally is come as you are, grow as you go. So it's also, I just want to be clear for the people who have that question, it's also, this might be uncomfortable for some people, but it's also not a place where we say, oh man, you said the F word, and I'm not talking about the 4-letter one, I'm saying the other one, you can't come here. That's also not what it is. And I'm sorry if I disappoint anybody with that. It's for people who don't know nothing about all of these words and all of these pronouns and all these identities. In fact, maybe they don't like them, they hate them. They don't know why we got two, why we can't have them, why we need more. And it's a place for them to come and then go through political education, talk, learn, evolve, grow, and then come through to the movement. And so that's what Black Men Build really is for. It's not a trick to Black men. Any Black men that's hearing this and being like, oh, they just want to convince me of this crazy way of life. Listen, we're not convincing you of nothing. We're convincing you that I know you live in a world that most of the time you're very unhappy with. And you're taking it out on all manner of people, and there's a better way. And so that's what Black Men Build really is for. We do hope in a real way that in the next few years, if somebody wants to move in a city and do anything in the city, you got to come talk to Black Men Build. And Black Men Build is going to have hundreds of brothers that have gone through political education and hopefully building power and not hurting people.
I feel that. And it seems to me, in terms of the last part of the question, how it fits into your vision is that you're not, and you tell me if I'm not hearing this, is it's counter to the norm. It's counter to disposability politics of like, it's counter to elitism. You haven't had access to these things. You haven't had space to grapple with this stuff, but you're welcome here. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's 100%. And how it connects directly to my dream is, and to my story is, I'm telling y'all, I didn't know anything about other identities like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am a product of evolution and people taking time with me and people showing me grace and giving me books to read and sliding me little things and being like, you should read this because you sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? Or stuff like that. Like, and I want to provide that for other people. And I think those people saw that I had a good heart and I was like a voracious reader. I like to learn things too. So I think most men are like that. I didn't know about, and I don't want to just get it on the gender and sexuality stuff. I didn't even know a lot of stuff about race. You know, I've said stupid stuff about light-skinned people, and I've said stupid things about dark-skinned people and good hair. And I've said things about class. I wanted money. You know, I wanted to get money, you know? So all of those things I had to evolve and learn after I helped start Dream Defenders. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I would hope to provide other people.
Well, I can attest because I've known you for a little while. And it has been glorious to see your transformation. And I will say that you've been a light to me in my own transformation. And I think that our stories are aligned for a lot of reasons in terms of how we've grown in different parts of our life. So I definitely understand what you mean by grace. But to this point of folks growing, you know, and I see a lot of folks saying that's real in the comments. My last question for you is, you know, this is a civic engagement summit, you know, and we spent today really visioning and dreaming, but also taking time to name that this democracy in this country was not made for us. We know that for a fact. And we know at every step of the way, people who want to maintain their power are finding ways to make sure that we don't have access to ours. So the question that Andrea wrote on YouTube, how do we acknowledge the problematic nature of democracy in this country and still encourage communities to participate? And what should that look like? Yeah,
that's a real one, because this is, I'm gonna say a nonpartisan statement that maybe because I'm mentioning left and right or red and blue, this is nonpartisan. The options that we got right now, I mean, I done watched an interview by one of them and another one in the last 2 days and been like, what is happening with these are supposed, like, so one of my favorite quotes that I always butcher, I should really commit it to memory better, but it's by Amilcar Cabral, and he says, claim no easy victories, tell the people no lies. It's more than that. It's basically call out lies whenever they are told, etc. I think in a democracy, in a true democracy, and you're talking about civic engagement, civic education, a democracy, a true one, aspires to provide its populace, its citizenry. And I'm not just talking about people with documents. I'm talking about citizenry, people, its people, with all the information available to make a decision, right? Ours doesn't do that, which is what your question is really talking about. The fact that we don't live in a democracy, they try to hide as much information from us. And then they say, go to the ballot box, make a decision about this. So what I would say is, for me, I'm gonna just say what my conversation is, and you can take from it what you will. I'm talking to people on the street, and I say, yeah, both of them suck, horrible. I worked for another person who I was trying to make not, I did not want this person, and we cannot sit this one out. And so you have to do something that maybe hurts this year, and let's make a promise that we're going to do work over the next few years that we don't have to keep doing something that hurts at the ballot box. And it's going to hurt me to punch the one that I got to punch. It's going to hurt my heart to have that on my record, frankly. But listen, if you don't do that, what's on the other side of this is not 4 more years of what we just saw. We haven't even seen. We have not even seen what the next 4 years are going to look like. I don't even let people say, oh no, it's going to be 4 more years of, that stuff, that crazy stuff, this and this. No, we're going to see a greater emboldened level of hate, a greater emboldened level of world empire building, of nation destruction, of bombs in Beirut, of annexation of lands, of destruction of waters. We're going to see a trillionaire begin to colonize a whole nother planet. And I'm not saying that all of that doesn't happen on the other side. I'm just saying it's a lesser probability. And that's where the tell no lies. I'm not saying that they're dramatically different, but I am saying the terrain that we are going to be fighting on together, sister, brother, sibling, is different between the two. And so that's what I say. The last thing I'll say is, at the end of the day, no matter who wins up there, your mayor, your governor, your council person is the reason that your neighborhood gone. That's the reason that the police department got 180 AK-47s with you know what I'm saying? That your governor, your council person, actually, that person right over there, they're supposed to live over there. They over there. That's the person you need to worry about. And so when we talk about the vote, I try to do both of those things, especially in 2020. So I'm trying to give you a real perspective of what I say. Those options suck. You got to choose the slightly less sucky one, the slightly, right? Because it's a different terrain that we're moving on. And mayor, governor, council person right here that makes the decisions about tickets, jails, roads. This high riser just got built, right? The police looking at you crazy now because you allegedly in a new neighborhood now and you've been here 40 years. That's right here. And so that's why you need to do something and vote. And then we're going to make sure that we build a powerful organization that doesn't have us put in this position of having to choose people we don't know to make decisions about our lives.
Thank you so much for that. And y'all know we C3. We're not telling you who to vote for.
Nope, I didn't say
that. The goal of this is to give you the information you need to make a decision that aligns with you and your community. So before I wrap up, because we technically have a couple minutes left, is there any other charge, anything left on your spirit to share with these young and youngish folks who are here, whether they're, on our Zoom or streaming live on Facebook and YouTube that want to get involved? What would you say to them?
Yep. So I'll just do 2 things that are really now near and dear on my heart that I'm personally doing. Study history. Study history. I don't know how that really lands with some of you. And I never thought I'd be the 35-year-old saying that, but study history. And one of the reasons is that a lot of these things have happened before. And our people have fought and won a lot of times. And we were a part of a talk with Dr. Angela Davis a few weeks ago, and she said it perfectly. I have a little thing that I say. She said it better, so I joined them together. She said that capitalism, this economic system that we live in, the colonial project, forces amnesia upon you. They want you to forget that you won before. They want you to forget that they killed your family. They want you to forget that they stole that land. There's an amnesia that they force upon you every day. It's a new day. Don't worry about what happened yesterday. It's a new day. Wow. We have to remember. And when we remember, this is my part. When you remember, it's a linguistic thing. You are remembering. If you separate those things, the dismembered parts. So what this country does is dismembers us. It takes away, it puts your mind, your body, your soul over here and says, go meditate to re-get them back, hopefully. But you separate that. It separates us by gender, by race. It dismembers us. And when you remember, you begin to bring those pieces back together. And that is what you have to do. So study history and connect with other people. And the last thing that I'll say is really, 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 and I'm not gonna cry, but just do self-work. And not too much self-work that you go so far into yourself that you can't see what the world is and but really, 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 really do self-work and go to therapy. Try to untangle your emotions and some of the things that you do and the ways that you are so that you could just be a better person while you're doing the work. That's something I'm doing right now, and it's a very devastating process, but it is something good on the other side. I'm sure of it. if I really make it through it, but that's what 2020 is giving me. That I've got a lot of stuff that I talk about that if I was an abolitionist with myself, meaning I didn't punish myself all the time, that maybe I'd be a happier person. I'm talking about abolition with everybody else, but I'm a punisher of myself. Ooh. And so I want to offer that to you all, to everything that you talk about in the world, give it to yourself as well.
You're getting some mad love. Are you an abolitionist to yourself? Ooh. Well, thank you so much, Phil. You know, I love you. You're the homie. Excited to see you in a couple weeks.
Yes, on
safely,
that boat.
of course. Thank you on a boat. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your brilliance with us. Give Phil some exclamation points in the chat.
Love y'all.
If you appreciated this, and because now it is time to wrap things up. So I'll give you some exclamation points. Yes. All right, everyone. We really, really hope that you've enjoyed day 2 of our Civic Engagement Summit. And we hope that today you allowed yourself the space to dream and vision a bit. And hopefully you learned a little something from our amazing speakers today. Just as a quick refresher, since today's theme is about dreaming, we wanted to lift up the dream that over 150 young folks created last year at our Civic Engagement Summit about the world that they want to see in 10 years. We envision a country where our government is transparent, accountable, and truly representative of all of our identities and values at all levels and in all branches. Our communities will be educated on and able to meaningfully participate in the full civic process. We will have models to end the many barriers to our power, including white supremacy, imperialism, cis heteropatriarchy, economic inequality, and the Electoral College. As we conclude the day, we challenge you all to articulate your own vision for you, for your family, and then for your community, and consider how you and your family and your community need to show up in November to actualize that vision. Before we close out the day, don't leave just yet. Please give us your feedback to know if we're getting things right. Your responses will be anonymous and publicly shared. So we're gonna pop up a couple polls, which will serve as our survey. So the first one, after today's programming, is it clear to you how your vote will impact the vision of the world you want to see? Again, after today's programming, is it clear to you how your vote will impact the vision of the world you would like to see? I'm going to give you about 20 more seconds to go ahead and fill that out. I see a hell yeah in the chat. Thank you for the hell yeah. All right, now we're gonna move on to the next poll. Thank you all so much for participating. Really quick. Tell us how you heard about the summit, because we wanna do more of it. to make sure as many folks as possible can join us tomorrow and Friday. So did you hear about us on social media, an email from us? Did an alum tell you about it? Did one of our amazing partner organizations tell you about it? Or did you hear about it from word of mouth? Let us know in the chat. We're gonna give you about 15 more seconds to go ahead and pop in your responses so that we know how to continue to spread the word. Awesome, about 5 more seconds there. Thank y'all so much. All right, now we have the final one. Final one. Thank you all so much for staying on. We know that there's a lot of issues that are important, but if you had to say in this moment, what is the most important issue to you right now? So is it health equity, reproductive justice, racial justice, civic engagement, criminal justice reform, disability justice, economic justice, education justice, environmental justice, immigration justice, or LGBTQIA+/gender justice? So we're gonna give you about 10 more seconds to go ahead and fill that out. All right, thank you. So as Phil definitely told us that, you know, we should aim to be organizers. So we know that collectively we can make a huge impact to manifest the different visions that we have. And this is why we want you all to participate in pledging to mobilize folks in your community ahead of November. So we're dropping the link here in the chat. Please sign the pledge and let us know how many folks you're committing to mobilizing using the information that you got at this summit. And then we're also dropping a link for you to provide any feedback throughout the summit. At any point, if you're feeling good, you want to let us know about programming, please let us know. And finally, we want to pop up the agenda for tomorrow. Y'all, give me some exclamation points if y'all are ready for tomorrow. Yes, y'all. So to put it in context, tomorrow are all workshops. It's time to get down to the nitty gritty. So we've had a lot of visionary conversations and, you know, theoretical conversations, but now tomorrow we're gonna make it real with amazing workshops to give you tangible skills. So we would love to have you tomorrow, but more importantly, we really want you to spread the word. Tell your cousins, tell your aunties, all are welcome because it's free. Thank you all so much for your time and energy and sticking with us. And we will see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're sending you all love, hugs, and see y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all.